Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our college football preview special. We talked about HBCUs in our previous special. Make sure you go check that out. Today we'll be talking about the ACC and SEC. I am your co-host Reggie.
I'm your co-host Norwood, and just like Reggie said, please go back, check the last episodes. We covered all the HBCU conferences, Hampton and A&T, the eighth, as Reggie affectionately called them.
I do not call it that. Well, yeah. that is about right when you think about it.
Funny story. Well, not far off.
Yes, sir. So we are here. We are at week 0. We are currently watching in Ireland. Florida State versus Georgia Tech. We are week 0 of college football. How you feel my
friend? I'm in Houston watching Ireland, and it is not much to write home about. I'm feeling good. I am happy college football is actually back. My Saturdays mean so much more to me now. And I'm praying on the downfall of the Florida State Seminoles.
I tell you, DJU look like DJU. It might not be the school. It might just
DJ
be
Slew.
You. It might just
DJ
be you.
Slew. As he gets sacked. Wow, right on time.
Yeah, right on cue, bruh.
Let's get into it, man. Let's do it.
Let's get into it. I'm excited to be back. We're going to talk about ACC and SEC today. We'll probably break that up into different videos. But you will have the ACC and SEC. Then tomorrow we are doing the Big 10 and Big 12 and Pac-2.
That's a shot. It's really a shot.
Of course it is.
And it's the Tupac. As we call it here.
Okay, it is what it is. So without further ado, man, let's get started with the ACC, bruh. Well, before we get started with the ACC.
Do we have to?
Before we get started, y'all know when it comes to college football, we have had major realignment. As you can see to my left, or right on your screen, you have the SEC, which added Texas and Oklahoma. You have the ACC, which added Cal, Stanford, and Southern Miss. And you also have the Big 10 that added UCLA and USC, and the Big 12 that added everybody else. Anybody else that was non-Power 5 or SLU Power 5, you pretty much got added to the Big 12. UCF, Colorado, Houston,
that's a shot.
Utah. 4 wins. Hey, man, y'all got to prove it.
The funny part about this is my toolbar actually covers up the bottom, so I can't even see them. You really just don't matter. And I mean, you're either gonna be the champion or the runner-up. Congratulations. Let me tell you that.
Yeah, it's SLU. It is SLU. So without further ado, man, we're gonna start out with the ACC. Let's do the ACC schools. As you can see, we talked about it before. They added Southern Miss, Stanford, and Cal.
Why are you here? Stanford, what are you doing? You don't belong. Nothing of Atlantic Coast Conference. And Peter. That's the Family Guy called back. But it just doesn't make any sense. You're going to be the worst team in the conference, and you have the farthest to go to lose.
Look, I put this on there. I wanted y'all to see the map. Sorry, I was pressing too many
buttons. And lose to mid. Let's be real here. It's mid everywhere.
You got to travel. What is it? 16 teams. So they're going to play 12 games. You got to travel 6 weeks out of the year, assuming that you get 6 and 6. But even when you have games, the way they're trying to schedule it, they're trying to have all the teams on the East Coast like play SMU and then go play
Andrew
like
Luck
Cal or
did
Stanford.
Not play for this.
They're trying to play like SMU, so like Clemson plays Southern Methodist, and then they travel and play like Stanford or Cal, and then travel back and play the rest of their team. They're trying to break it up halfway. I don't think it's gonna work.
No, and this schedule is just stupid. It's not bad though. The thing is, the schedule is so weak The two teams that you play in the, I'm so frustrated
Yeah,
because the two teams that they play are Notre Dame and NC State. Those are the only two ranked teams they play. Then you look at our schedule and it's like, oh, let's just
Who is
destroy
they?
them by
Who are you talking about?
Stanford.
Oh,
Stanford has a very weak schedule. Oh no, they do have Clemson in there, but this is a weak schedule.
It's an ACC schedule. I mean, that's pretty much what all the ACC schedules are. You play Clemson, Florida State. You may find a Miami or Virginia Tech or Louisville, somebody that's good that can boost your resume a little bit. But that's not with Florida State. That's why they went undefeated last year. That's what happens.
It's frustrating.
Schedule. So, starting off on the conference, on the conference review in 2023, I just touched on it. Florida State and went 13-0, won the ACC, and then they were snubbed for a one-loss SEC championship team by the name of Alabama. Florida State then has 66 players sit out next year. Sit out the bowl game. And when they have 66 players sit out the bowl game, they get boat raced. I don't remember the score. 66-3.
School drubbing.
66-3, I think is what it was. 66-3
right
by UGA, who will get into the SEC. Feels like they kind of got snubbed out of the college football playoff too. So
everybody's in this year, so
you got Florida State, and then you also got Clemson, who just underachieves. They're supposed to be the yin to the yang of Florida State, but you got Dabo, who just isn't even trying to embrace the new times with the portal and everything.
Dabo Swinney owns a VCR, I'm sure,
with the yellow and white pros.
I don't know what the red one for. Yeah, I'm never adapted to new technology. I don't care about the transfer portal. I know that it makes other teams successful. No, not me.
Yeah. I don't see. Well, we'll get to it. So out of all the teams, let's go to the power rankings. And out of all the teams, you got Florida State ranked number 1, Clemson 2, Miami 3, and then you got North Carolina State and Louisville. Louisville made it to the ACC title game under Jeff Brom last year. I think they were like 7-1 in the ACC. You think they're a flash in the pan, one-hit wonder?
Is Lamar gonna come through that door?
No.
Okay, if Lamar Jackson ain't finna show up, I'm not worried about the Louisville Cardinals. And I mean, once again, we're looking at the ACC right now. We're looking at the number 1 team, the number 9 team, have a dogfight deep into the third quarter. This is very representative of this conference.
I mean, it's parody.
Nothing real here.
It's parody.
Pair or something.
So the conference, I will say the ACC did take steps to not have what happened last year based on strength of schedule. They took steps for that not to happen again. They have big games scheduled this year. They're playing Clemson versus Georgia, Miami and Florida. Both of those games are next week. North Carolina State versus Tennessee Labor Day weekend. Clemson, Florida State is always a big game. Florida State, Miami, and then Clemson, Virginia Tech. So
go
ahead.
Let me go ahead and say this is a scam. This whole conference is a scam. Nothing here is real. It's a Tupac 3D mirror illusion, whatever you want to call it. This is artificial intelligence. It ain't real. Nothing here is real. And Florida State is showing. Florida State and Georgia Tech are showing to us that nothing is real.
Boy, this is a dog fight, bro.
But it's not even two good dogs fighting. These ain't Michael Vick level dogs.
Well, I will say this with the new 12-team system. This is what happens when you play a team like this at the beginning of the year. You may be superior to the team. We all think Florida State is better than Georgia Tech, but this is when you have so many transfer portal players, and this is their first game all playing together.
But this is the
and
thing.
you got all the pressure. They're supposed to win the ACC. They're supposed to make the college football playoff. They have a lot
Florida
to prove.
State, you wanted to talk about national championship last year. You're playing
Oh my God.
the committee of engineers, bro.
Y'all.
What's going on? And they have been in control this whole game.
Oh my God. I mean, they moving down the field.
And I'm gonna tell you, I'm starting the football season off on the wrongest of foots. They interviewed this kid before, and I was like, he looked kind of shook. He's not saying much.
Are you talking about Georgia Tech coach? Oh, Georgia Tech player?
No,
the quarterback.
yeah, he out there looking like he was ready to cut ass. And I was like, he looked shook. He wasn't saying anything. No,
He
knew
get
what
nervous.
He
He was
do.
like, nah. He out there looking like John Wick. Like he ain't got no
Stone
emotion.
Faced.
And he out there playing, dog.
Face.
So back to the ACC, man. They do have some key transfers that came in. As you guys look at this is according to the 2024 ACC media poll. This is the rankings. Of course, Florida State and Clemson are clear-cut favorites, with your dark horses of Miami, North Carolina State, and Louisville. Some of the new transfers, some of the key transfers were all quarterbacks. I think Duke got Malik Murphy. Grayson McCall goes to North Carolina State. North Carolina State actually has pretty good. Oh my Lord. Sorry. Oh my Lord.
Let's do it, baby. Let's do it.
We are watching this game. We are watching this Georgia Tech Florida State game live, and Georgia Tech is
me and Reggie
moving.
are agents of chaos, and we love this. Wait.
So then you also got DJU to Florida State. So you got 4 new quarterbacks that are all supposed to be impact players, plus Cade Klubnik coming back from Clemson. Virginia Tech has some roster coming back, and SMU is the new wild card. Who do you think makes the biggest impact versus those transfers?
I don't know, but I'm hoping it's my boy Malik Murphy. I wanted to see him in Texas last year, but once you looked at their quarterback room, you just knew that he was never going to get a chance. He's a very interesting prospect to me. I like a lot of his game, and I feel like Duke, they should let him flourish. I hope that they protect him and, run an offense that's conducive to him. But that's the guy that I'm interested in watching.
Well, Duke's got a lot of continuity. You don't have a lot of players leave early. You don't have a lot of players that are divas. So you have a lot it's a different environment. I am surprised he went to Duke, but he also went there because Duke does have NIL, and he went there. You get your money, and you get to play. There was no doubt that he was going to be the starting quarterback. Malik Murphy was like, I'm going to Duke. All right, you've been named starter. They went 8-5 last year. I think they were 4th in the conference, 4th or 5th in their conference. So Duke has talent. I do like him going to Malik Murphy being there, but I think the person that's gonna make the biggest impact is Cam Ward at Miami, dog. Cam Ward at Miami. The thing about Cam Ward is we know that the talent is there. We just don't know what Miami has around him. Their leading jump ball receiver transferred to Georgia. So I think his name was Jacoby Stevens or something like that. He
called me Metro Boomin. Don't trust him. I don't trust these guys at all. Miami has a thing of getting very close, but losing the games that matter. They were never able to bounce back into a place of real legitimacy. They keep trying. They keep trying new coaches. They keep trying new players. But no, don't trust them. Not at all.
Yeah, they are trick bag shouted. They can't get it all together. And that takes us to also DJU, like we said, doesn't look like it was the school, it was you. Boy, they out there.
You might need to get
back
look
like Georgia defense. Georgia Tech out there look like they Georgia defense out there.
I'm gonna be very clear. He doesn't look like the best quarterback on the field today.
Nope. It's John Wick. We were talking about out there killing it. But that leads us to, since you're talking about Miami, that leads me to coaches. So you have new coaches. You got Fran Brown from Syracuse. You got Manny Diaz and Duke, which is interesting. I like Fran Brown because he came from UGA. He was the DB's coach, and it's kind of like everybody, you cannot compare Kirby to Nick Saban because they are essentially Darth Vader and I can't think of the other dude's name. Palpatine. They're basically that apprentice. So you have Fran Brown
Star
there.
Wars, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, sir. You have Fran Brown there. But and Manny Diaz is cool. He Malik Murphy now. Look me in my eyes when I tell you, don't get Anthony Richardson out there playing with Manny Diaz. Make sure Diaz got a good offensive coordinator. Make sure
you're not gonna be able to. That's a great comparison. They both gonna be in blue and white next year, and yeah, just do the best to protect yourself. But exciting to watch
because Manny Diaz has never had great offenses. He's a defense. He's Will Muschamp. He's a defensive guy. So
don't say that name too loud.
So, but
sorry, yes,
but so those are the new coaches. But I think Bill O'Brien, being the offensive coordinator and coach, he must have gone to the Belichick school of negotiation because he don't never just get a regular job. He always get like president and head coach, offensive coordinator, general manager, head coach, president, and offensive coordinator. It'd be like, how do you get all of these responsibilities and then you be terrible when you do it?
At everything. How you bad at everything and then have the most responsibility, Bill O'Brien. And then also everybody hates you. Like you should be good at something. Like I'm a great recruiter or I'm a great play caller or I'm a coach's coach. No, you managed to be awful at everything at the same time.
So Bill O'Brien is there, but now, touchdown Georgia Tech, Heisman, ooh, and they flexing.
Rambling wreck, baby.
Let me ask you this now. So since we talked about the new coaches, who's on the hot seat today? Who's on their hot seat? Who's on the hot seat? You got. I'm gonna tell you who I think is on the hot seat, and then we can move on from there. I think Dabo's seat will warm up. I don't know if he's on the hot seat. I think another letdown this year will have Dabo's seat warm. I think Mario Cristobal's seat is hot to the touch. If Miami is ass again, because they're the only team really with expectations. If Miami is ass again, it's a wrap. And then I also think Mac Brown down in North Carolina, they love you. It's cool. But we are seeing a change of the guard, aside from Boston College, where everybody's getting younger coaches. Mac, you cool, but I think you may have run its course after this year, especially if he has a disappointing season.
For me, Norvell, safe, super safe. Clemson, safe. I'm gonna tell you. Okay,
safe this year.
Two things.
This year.
The first part is if he comes in at second in the ACC, you're probably pretty safe.
And you in we'll get there.
Yeah. And I think they like Dabo. I think that Dabo checks a lot of the boxes personally that the Clemson Tigers like to have as far as a coach. I think that that's what I'm talking about. Then I think from a point of he's been our guy and we've seen success with him. So it doesn't stay. There's very little opportunity to get a guy better and that fits in to our culture the way that we want our culture to be. As long as he does now, Dabo may at any point say something egregious. But as long as he shuts up, and CEOs this thing, and if you can, especially if you can get to 2, and you can be better than Miami, Clemson, you got to shut up. Realistically, if you come in third, you probably should shut up too. I mean, I know that y'all want to be competitive in a more competitive way, but I don't think that if you come in third in the ACC, you should be upset. And then North Carolina, y'all better never get rid of Mac Brown. He's the best coach in North Carolina history.
Nah, but he's old. You eventually, I think eventually they'll have to.
Hey, how long did your boy coach the basketball team, Roy Williams? Hey man, leave back alone.
They were winning national championships.
I mean, right. Y'all better leave Mac Brown alone. Mac Brown has had it. He is one of the few people that ruined a good situation and was able to somewhat recover.
Yeah. He showed
He blew
me
that Texas.
Yeah. He blew that Texas.
Johnny Manziel, Andrew Luck, RG3, not Vince Young. It was one more. But yeah,
Kyler
he
Murray.
just
we don't. He Mark Richt it. We don't want no athletes from Georgia. That's what Mark Richt used to do. We don't want Deshaun Watson. We don't want nobody. All these Cam Newton. Nah, we good. Like what?
Jameis and Johnny Football. Yeah,
they all
Mac
wanted
Brown.
to go to Texas, and Mac Brown was like, "Nah."
You talk
I'm
Johnny
good.
Football. Hey, you can play in the secondary.
Come on out here, Major Applewhite.
Is it crack?
All right. So back to the
crack
ACC.
away.
Back to the ACC.
No,
All right,
I
so-
think that everybody in the ACC, as long as they do their job, if they come in relatively like this, then I think that everybody mostly should be happy. I don't think that financially it makes a ton of sense for Stanford and Cal to stick around, especially on their other sports. Are we ready to talk SMU?
What do you feel about? I was about to say. So, what is your sleeper team? Is SMU your sleeper? Or you just want to talk about SMU?
This whole conference sleep. Sealy Prosterpedic. Everything here. Lay it down. Oh, lay it down.
What you did? So SMU is here, and I'm glad you brought them up. What were you about to say about it? Because I do
They're
have a thought
not
on
my
SMU.
sleeper team. I just want to know, can you buy your way into it, like into
Yes.
the top of a conference?
They
I
about to
wanna
buy the
see that.
conference. They about to buy
I
the
want-
conference.
I am doing my absolute best, hoping that they buy themselves like I would like to see them be 3 or 4. I would like to see them really shake some shit up and make somebody here at the top be uncomfortable. Because Miami, North Carolina State, Louisville, and even Virginia Tech, you guys have a much different pedigree than SMU. And if they can usurp any of these teams, then your alumni are going to look at you crazy. Where the SMU bought themselves out of their TV deal
In 1 year.
So
they made that proposal, and they were like, "Yeah, you'll be able to get the money probably by 2025 is when you probably can just get out of your TV deal." They said, "No. How much you need? 300 million? Hey, let's go ahead and go back down to where they sell the Jerry Curl juice. Get Eric Dickerson and all of them. Let's get their sons. Let's get all their money." And they bought their way out of there in 2 weeks. They were gone.
Can y'all explain this to me? I know somebody who's gone to almost every school on this list except SMU.
Well, there was no need. There was no need to go to SMU because they had the death penalty. There was no football environment there.
How do they still have the money? I need to know where the money is.
You live in Texas? That should be a rhetorical question.
No, but what I'm saying is,
That's
if
old
you
Dallas
don't have, because TCU and Baylor, the way that they're making this look like
they're the party school. SMU is the party school. Let me tell you who's going to be a major sponsor at SMU. Pepsi. They right there in Dallas.
Oh, you're right.
They're going to get all that money. Pepsi going to be the new Nike. Just like Nike is the Oregon, Pepsi going to be at the SMU.
I am rooting for SMU to shake this up. I don't think that they're a sleeper team. I think that they have tons of money. And
I think they're going to make everybody else spend money, which is what I like. I think they're going to make everybody else spend money.
Valid point. Miami, y'all spend that money. Yeah, everybody. Yeah.
So who's your sleeper?
And Virginia Tech, spend that money. This conference is I'm gonna tell you who my sleeper is. My sleeper is the number 9 team beating the number 1 team at the beginning of the 4th quarter. Georgia Tech. Ta-da! Here we are, boy. Y'all gonna get me to drinking early if Florida State lose today.
Georgia Tech isn't my sleeper, but my sleeper is Virginia Tech here. Virginia Tech played really well. They have a good defense. They turned their season around. And, confidence is kind of like LSU when they played Central Florida and came back and won that game. And then the next year they just went crazy.
Yep.
Wow, Georgia Tech. So I think Virginia Tech has a chance to, especially with the way that Florida State looking. That's like you said, the sleeper teams are 4 through 17. We don't know what's about to happen.
This whole conference.
It's 15 sleeper teams. It's 14 sleeper teams.
NyQuil. Everybody sleep. Wake up. I heard Potter say Lumos.
All right, this is bad. This is bad. So we gonna take a break. We gonna take a break. We'll be right back.
Drinking early, boy.
It is 2:30, bro.
And sips from cup. Yeah, we are starting football on the right track.
Bro,
Thank you guys for checking in with us.
Wow.
This concludes the ACC portion of this. Hell, this also might conclude the ACC portion of football
of the season.
So, we will be right back. Always remember, like, follow, subscribe, fill your cups.
Let's look at the AFC East. Bills, Dolphins, Patriots, Jets. The Bills, this is all in alphabetical order. Well, New England, New York. Yeah. So the Bills lost Stephon Diggs. It's Josh Allen and the Pips versus and the defense. I don't know if they got enough to do anything.
They don't. No, okay, so this is the thing. You did lose Diggs.
You lost Gabe before that too.
Yes. You took a big dice roll and went after Keon Coleman. Excellent pickup. I don't like to anoint rookie wide receivers that wide receiver one responsibility on a good team and have a high expectation. I don't think that this team has enough after, and I'm interested to see what you get out of Von Miller. I'm interested to see what you get out of Von Miller at this point. I think you need a lot out of him, and I'm not sure he has that to give. I don't foresee this Bills team having a very pleasant season in the AFC East. The only thing that is good for them is that the Patriots are here.
Yeah, I'm looking at this depth chart, dog. I love James Cook. I don't know if he's just starting every down back. You have Khalil Shakir, Keon Coleman, and Curtis Samuel. Curtis Samuel, they're going to use like a Swiss Army knife. He's going to do everything, which is fine. And then Dalton Kincaid.
Not enough. Not enough.
The defense is good. You have Greg Rousseau, Daquan Jones, Ed Oliver, AJ Epinesa. That's a good front four. That's a really good front four. Then you add Von Miller to that. That's a really, really good front four. Your linebackers, they're okay. Your DBs, Kyer Elam was a first round and second round pick. He was supposed to be your starter. He's now behind Rasul Douglas, who came from Green Bay. DeMar Hamlin is now going to start at safety. I hope everything is okay. I hope you play and you're just fine. I don't know who Christian Benford is. And then you got Teron Johnson. That secondary might get ate up this year against Miami and the Jets. That secondary might get plummet-chicked. Mollywopped.
Just I mean, yes. Let's get right to it. Miami. Raheem Mostert, fast as hell. Tyreek Hill, fast as hell. Jalen Waddle, fast as hell. Braxton Berrios, white, fast as hell. That secondary is nothing.
Jonnu Smith.
Jonnu Smith, wide receiver 2. I mean, not wide receiver 1, tight end 2. There's really tight end 1. So yeah, this. Miami, you got
Devon Achane.
Oh, also fast as hell. It's so much speed on this team, and you talking about secondary questionable. Good luck and Godspeed, my boy. You are a cooked ass. You're getting the air fryer treatment by the Dolphins. Let me tell you that right now. Chicken of the sea. The Dolphins are scary to me.
They can be.
Can you protect Tua? If you can keep him upright, safe, and stable, this team should go very fast. Now, my question is
line looks
yes, you sacrifice a ton of defense. You sacrifice a ton of defense for offense. And I get that. Well, their offense is going to have to score a ton of points because there's a very familiar name I see on this defensive line, and that's Calais Campbell.
40-year-old LeBron James Campbell.
And let me tell you, is he big? Absolutely. Is he strong? Absolutely. Is he slow?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And slow in Miami Dolphins?
Yeah, but I mean,
know.
he's there to just anchor. So their defense, they're going to really, really rely on Jalen Phillips. They're really going to rely on Jalen Ramsey, and they're really going to rely on Jordan Poyer. Those three guys are going to try to anchor this defense.
Now you got some guys with questions that could be answers.
Kendall
Can
Fuller.
Bradley Chubb be something again? Can Chop Robinson be something? If you could do that, that helps a lot.
Not about Chop.
Yeah,
he's just undersized, but he's fast. They got a lot of speed. Dang, you right. They got a lot of speed. Now Bradley Chubb tore his Achilles, if I'm not mistaken, right? Or was it knee?
Yeah, he's out. You right.
It was knee or Achilles. I can't remember which one. Yeah, knee. It was knee. So,
he's out for at least 4 games. He's on the pup.
Another Chubb. Yeah, him and Chubb. Both Chubbs are on the same.
Got you.
So then you got
physically unable to play list.
Yeah, Quentin Bell on defense. But this offense, they got Teron Armstead at left tackle, Austin Jackson at right tackle. Dog, they have Isaiah Wynn, who was supposed to start at guard. He was just hurt. This offense may lead the league in scoring this year.
They need to. That is that should be your responsibility. There's nobody who, I ain't gonna say nobody. I have to go back and look. But when it comes to wide receiver rooms, it ain't many. Now, the Texans and the Texans, the Browns,
the Bears,
the Titans, and the Bears. But when you really look at it, this is the one.
Yeah, you can't stop.
And you need to be the one. And there's nobody who has a supercharged offensive coordinator like Mike McDaniel. This car is supposed to go faster than everybody else's. And if it doesn't,
it's going to.
Yeah. But I'm saying if they don't put up if they're not head and shoulders the best offense, then this is a wash to me. If they're just a pretty good offense, then it's a waste.
Yeah. Which then brings you to the other side.
And wait. The other part, you still got OBJ tucked somewhere in there.
Yeah. Just come in and make 8-yard catches. That's all we need you to do. 8-yard catches.
Yeah.
And get down.
Yeah.
Don't run. Don't do nothing.
No pressure at all for you.
Yeah. So, I mean, the Dolphins to me are the clear cut. I ain't going to say clear cut. To me, they're my favorite to win. The Jets, of course, We'll get to the Jets. The Patriots, since we're going in order.
This is brief.
2025. Prepare for 2025. Jacoby Brissett. Where is that? Shout out to Jacoby Brissett. You want to know why? He has made a living as a fringe starter / backup as a black man in the NFL.
Black backup quarterback journeyman.
That normally doesn't happen. It doesn't happen in the pros.
You get like the Charlie Batch. He just sits there and never gets another job or goes somewhere else.
But when he plays, he's good. Yeah,
exactly. Right. Jacoby Brissett is y'all need a transition quarterback? Hit my line.
10 million.
You need one season?
Ain't gonna be crazy. 10 million. Yeah. 15. Give me 10, 15. We good. And they be
the thing about
sold.
It is he's a trick bag because you'll look back at his career and say he's a backup. He's really He's really a starting quarterback. He's an NFL start. Everywhere he goes, he starts a decent amount of games.
He's a circumstantial starting quarterback.
But if everywhere I go, I start, then don't tell me I'm a backup.
I'm gonna call you Tanya Harding because for some reason, everybody get hurt in front of you for some reason.
Hey, you call me everything, but you can't call me broke.
So this team, we'll go through this team real quick. You got Jacoby,
Jared,
Ramondre, Stevenson. They, to me, the biggest storyline is Drake May versus Joe Milton. Now, Drake May did come on in the latter part of the preseason. They got new coach, Gerard Mayo. They gave us Judon. Their wide receivers room is Demario Douglas, Jalen Pope, KJ Osborne, Kayshon Butte, Javon Baker, and Tyquan Thornton. That ain't gonna do it. Hunter Henry and Austin Hooper and Jaheim Bell, they actually have three decent tight ends. That defense, Christian Gonzalez is probably going to take a next step. I didn't even know Jabril Peppers was still in the league. Shout out to Jabril Peppers. Jonathan Jones and Christian and Kyle Duggar.
I also like Christian Gonzalez. Very good. I think he would have been rookie of the year if he did get hurt.
Defensive rookie of the year.
Yes.
Devon Gacho, Kevin White, Dietrich Wise Jr., Christian Barmore, who's out but should be back in 4 weeks, if I'm not mistaken. Anthony Jennings, Josh Oosh. There's some pieces here, but it's just not for this year. It's all 2025. I don't have any analysis for you. I don't see where they're going to actually – they don't have a week schedule, if I'm not mistaken. They start out with Cincinnati, Seattle, Jets, San Francisco, Miami, Houston, Jacksonville, Jets. Absolutely not. The first 10 games, the first 5 games is Cincinnati, Seattle, New York Jets, San Francisco 49ers, Miami. Followed up by Houston, Jacksonville, Jets, Titans, Bears, Miami, Rams, Colts, Cardinals. Yeah, it's 2025. We'll see y'all 2025.
For me,
be patient.
Mayo, the first thing that you have to do is clean the stench of Bill Belichick off of all the walls. You have to get this place to where people like playing football and like playing football in Foxborough. I'm probably holding Drake May out of as many games as I possibly can until somebody forces his hand. I don't think that much comes out of getting whooped with no help. I understand reps are important, but good reps are important. If you're doing the wrong stuff a bunch of times, you're not getting any better. And I think that also this is identity more than anything. Brandon Ayuk did not go to the Patriots. They had the best offer. They were going to pay him the most money. Matthew Judon wanted out of there to go to Atlanta. That sounds crazy. And honestly, you might have to do like the Utah Jazz. You might have to build it internally. You best to assume you're not getting any free agents. So draft picks
Boston Celtics
are going to
keep it there.
Yep. You're going to have to do it internally. And I think that culturally will be good because all of your guys will be your guys. But free agents, that's the thing of the past.
The Patriots don't normally get a lot of, the Patriots in the past, they have gotten older free agents. So you had guys that wanted, because you had Tom Brady in the established pipeline of talent from the draft, because they always draft good in the mid rounds, which is the Patriot way, right? You had players that wanted to come play for Tom Brady in their latter years. You had 32-year-old Randy Moss. I said Tom Brady. You had 32-year-old Randy Moss.
Yeah. I'm saying that now though.
I'm saying now that you got to So I'm agreeing with you. You got to reestablish. You got to build Tom Brady. You got to build the Tom Brady culture again.
Get rid of that Men in Black flashy thing. Get rid of that. Whatever that was, that time is coming past. That is your ex, baby girl. We're doing new things with this relationship. You just have to start the Patriots off, and Bill Belichick is no longer here. I'm a black coach. I know that a lot of you Black players have not been interested in coming here because it has not been fun. I'm here to bring back enjoyable football. This is not the old New England Patriots. This is the new New England Patriots. New season, new coach, new me. And if you're not doing that,
well, what I was responding though, I was saying you have to build that. All of that you saying is cool. That is the same thing that they had to do with Tom Brady. They had to rebuild.
Correct.
Well, really before Tom Brady, it was Drew Bledsoe. They had to rebuild the Patriots, and they had Drew Bledsoe. That was coach for USC. Now then he went to the Seattle Sea. He just so I don't 2025 for the Patriots. Let's jump to the Jets because we still got to go through the West, right? We did the South, the North, the East. We still got to go through the West. Let's go to the Jets. Y'all better win. I got a lot of analysis. We could go through it. Y'all better win. You got a 40-year-old quarterback. You have Breece Hall and Braylon Allen at running back, and Braylon Allen looking like that dude. He running over everybody. Garrett Wilson.
Still got Breece?
Yeah, Garrett Wilson, Mike Williams, who you got in a trade, I believe, or Alan Lazard. And then you have that defense. That whole defense, it's too many people to name. Will McDonald, Jermaine Johnson, Javon Kinlaw, Quentin Williams, Mike Clemens, Sherwood, C.J. Mosley, Quincy Williams, Sauce Gardner, D.J. Reed.
Stacked.
I still ain't even talked about Isaiah Oliver that they got. Leonard Taylor, Solomon Thomas. They got Tack McKinley back there just for shits and giggles. Like, they have so many players on that defense. Yeah, the money is there. The roster is built. The quarterback is there. You got a number one receiver. You got a number one back. You got a number one everything. You have an all-pro at almost every position. You have an all-pro quarterback, an all-pro running back, an all-pro receiver, an all-pro defensive end, an all-pro defensive tackle, an all-pro cornerback, an all-pro safety, and an all-pro linebacker. You have, out of 10 of the 11 positions, out of all your skill players, all but maybe except for your tight end, which is Tyler Conklin. I don't know about him. I know he's decent. You have an all-pro. This is the year for you, Jets. This is it. I don't know how many more years you're going to get out of Achilles Aaron, and we got Achilles Kirk, and he's younger than him. So y'all better figure it out. Y'all better win. I don't have no more analysis. Y'all have to win.
I'm going to keep it very simple, very succinct here. A-Rod, you running on borrowed time. Robert Saleh, don't let A-Rod get you fired. If y'all don't win, Saleh, you're fired. A-Rod, go home. Start, and then I ain't gonna hit Control Alt Delete. I'm just gonna get me a quarterback. Yeah, I'm just gonna get me a quarterback. But
they got Solomon Thomas too,
and get a cheaper one. Just give me a cheap and give me a quarterback that is easier to get along with. So yeah, for me, cooperate or go home. Everybody here. That's
so rank them. Who
Easy.
1 through 4? You first now.
Dolphins 1, Jets 2, Bills 3, Pats 2025.
Same. I think the Dolphins have. I like the Jets though, and I don't believe in the Dolphins' defensive line. That's the part that kind of scares me.
I
but
like
they're
the Jets,
so fast.
but I ain't seen nothing that tells me that. And as much as you have a bunch of players, I think the Dolphins have a more cohesive team. I think that they're all on closer to the same page. I feel like the Jets, everybody got a different playbook, and everybody just showing up. Are you good at football? Me too.
The Dolphins. That's how the Dolphins were last year. Are you fast? Okay, run straight down the field.
But everybody knew, hey, this is where I stand, and that's where I run. That's simple. Jets. Oh, Sauce gonna be in man-to-man. Quentin Williams gonna be down there doing whatever he want to do. A-Rod gonna be doing ayahuasca. Everybody doing their own thing. And if you're good in doing your own thing, that could either be really good or really bad. I don't see enough team continuity. And I think that Robert Saleh thinks that he might be right there about to get it fired.
Well, he's a defensive coach, though.
And Mike McDaniels also very comfortable. He gets more and more comfortable as the years go by.
I got the Jets making it interesting. I got Miami, New York, Buffalo with the Patriots 2025. But I see the Jets defense is built to beat the Dolphins because they can create a lot of havoc. And one way that you can beat a team that has 10-2 track guys is annoy the quarterback. And they got 7 people that can get to the quarterback.
You dribble that little motherfucker on that ground a couple times. You're right. They're gonna be out there trying to hurt too. Hey, I know we don't want to see no concussions. They are trying to concuss you, my boy. They won't put you right on out the end. They can put you out the NFL. They'll do it. I'm telling you right now.
So, it's interesting. I'm not confident that the Jets aren't. If the Jets can figure it out, and that was my point, my final point. Robert Saleh is a defensive coach. So, and they got Leonard Taylor from Miami. He was supposed to be. He's just in the wings, 6'4", 305. He's just chilling.
Better be Lawrence Taylor. I'm gonna tell you that because them boys gonna start running fast. And Sauce can't chase all of them now. You stop. No, you
do all that, and then they run a screen to H-in, and you like,
exactly. You're gonna be out there looking crazy. It's gonna look like rush hour.
Oh man. So let's move on to the AFC North. AFC North, you have Baltimore, the Bengals, Cleveland, and the Steelers. I'll say this about Baltimore. I really, really hope that they don't Florida State themselves, meaning Florida State, whatever those circumstances are, could have been in the playoff last year. I said in the preview, go back and listen to the college football preview while we were watching the Florida State game against Georgia Tech. I said, what if that was Florida State's best chance? What if last year was Florida State under Norvell in the current system, if that was their best chance to win the national championship and they got robbed or they didn't play for it or circumstances didn't allow, how whatever you believe happened. I hope that doesn't happen for Baltimore. Follow me when I say this. Last year was their year to win the championship. Lamar was the MVP, two-time MVP. They had the defense, which was playing out of its mind. They lost their defensive coordinator this year. Last year was their chance to win it, except for you ran into that man. You ran into Patrick Mahomes. I hope that doesn't happen this year. But they should be the favorites. I ain't going to say favorites, but they should repeat as division champions for me. I got to see what they did with the rest of their roster. I don't remember. Okay. Did they add any receivers? They still have not added that. They got Zay Flowers, Rashad Bateman, and Nelson Aguilar. Nope, they didn't do it. Go jump. I know where you're going. They still ain't added no a primary receiver. Still.
Thank you. Y'all hate Lamar. I want to be very clear. I'm a big Lamar Jackson fan. I think he's one of the best football players in the NFL. I think he might be I think he's probably the second best quarterback in the NFL, honestly. And playing and number one is on pace to be the GOAT. So being 2 in this case is no slight. But I'm convinced the Baltimore Ravens hate Lamar Jackson. This receiving room is not enough. Zay Flowers is not ready to be a wide receiver 1 consistently. Not by any chance.
He's a slot.
Rashad Bateman and Nelson Aguilar are not enough. A guy who I haven't talked great about, but I see the treatment Lamar is getting, and I think that it's very reminiscent, is Cam Newton. It's where he's a black quarterback, he's athletic, he's fast, he'll just fix it. So instead of getting him an elite, receiver, we just have him fix it all the time. Who's the best receiver that Lamar Jackson has ever had?
OBJ?
Not that shell of OBJ.
I don't know any other receivers that they've.
Hollywood Brown. You could throw it. But what I'm saying is there's nothing of importance. And then everybody's like, oh, is this the season that Lamar has to do it? Why are you asking him to stoop down with worn down tools, not have enough, and just make it happen? Joe Burrow has Jamar Chase. Justin Herbert had a plethora of decent guys. Mahomes is Mahomes. Don't ask anybody else to be Mahomes. That's stupid.
Well, he had Tyreek too. Now that not.
Oh, that's true.
Tyreek.
You're right. Tyreek. Josh had Stephon Diggs, and then you get to Lamar, and you're like, oh, and Jalen Hurts. He got two of them. Yeah, really 3 now. And then you just look at Lamar. Everybody's like, is this? Like, he's had these 2 MVPs and all this. Get him a receiver. If you don't give him a receiver, honestly, go pound sand. What are you doing?
Yeah, I do understand. So Ty Monken is the offensive coordinator. Came from Georgia.
I hate the Ravens.
I know what they're trying to do with the Isaiah Likely Mark Andrews move with Zay Flowers as the fast shifty guy. But you had Calvin Ridley. You traded or you signed Derrick Henry, which was good. I do believe Derrick Henry takes a lot of the load off of any type of zone read. They said they're gonna do zone read, but you can give it to Derrick Henry. All of that getting stuffed at the 1 yard line in the playoffs and all that's dead. It's all Derrick Henry. You're gonna be able to get the first down with 3 yards or less. What you need though, in order to keep you look like Tennessee now, in order to keep people from stacking the box, you need to go get a receiver. I still don't understand why we heard nothing about Calvin Ridley going to the Baltimore Ravens, that there was nobody for them to get. If I'm the Ravens, I'm tampering. You see what I got on? I got the Falcons, and the Falcons. What did we do the past 2 years? Go back and listen to the NFC preview.
Hey,
big tamper.
We could change our names to the Atlanta Tamperers.
The big tampers. Dog, we were out here tampering. If I'm the Ravens, I sacrifice a 3rd, 4th, 5th, whatever you want to do to go get Ridley or to go get any of these wide receivers that are ready to go. Ridley on that team makes them a Super Bowl favorite easily because they got the defense. They'll always have the defense, even though they lost the defensive play. They lost the defensive coordinator. But you got Roquan Smith.
Stop being Dallas. Stop being fucking. This is the one team in the NFL that just pisses me off because I want to support you guys. I want to root for you guys, but I'm also not stupid. And I see y'all do the same thing that Dallas tried to do when they didn't want to roll out with a wide receiver one. They got their ass cooked.
Then they went and got CD. Yeah,
exactly. Right. No, they got Amari Cooper first.
Mm-hmm.
They tried to go out there with Cole Beasley. And
Amari Cooper was ready. They ready to trade him, and y'all didn't. Listen, I understand on army enemies, but I'd have got Amari Cooper for this team. Anybody, because that defense is crazy. They have all pro at every level. Madubuike, Roquan Smith, who's 1B as the best linebacker in the nation, best linebacker in the league. Marlon Humphrey at corner with Kyle Hamilton, cyborg self running back there, just playing. I'm not even gonna put him as a position. I bet they're playing
football
defense.
Player.
He's back there playing defense.
Footballer.
Crazy. Your offense running game could be insane. You have the mad scientists at OC, the GM. Yeah, Ozzie Newsome. We know everybody grew up under Ozzie. It's cool. Ozzie's philosophy is not the same philosophy that needs to run today. They didn't really have a great receiver when they won them Super Bowls. They didn't really have a great one. I mean, I think Jacoby Jacoby Jones was the MVP.
Reggie, we didn't live through COVID. It's 2024. If you're doing stuff from the 90s, it's dead. Let it die. Y'all pissed. This team is the one team in the NFL that has truly pissed me off because I consider myself a pretty intelligent human being, but I'm also not the smartest person on the planet. And if I can see this, then you're telling me that nobody in this organization, but also I have to blame Lamar. Sometimes you have to say nothing. Yeah, you have to say. And I'm sorry for cussing so much, but this is the one team that has really pissed me off. Fuck you guys. You have to eventually say every other quarterback gets their guy. Why not me? Is it because I'm black, fast, and athletic? If that's it, just tell me, and I'm going to take me and my money and go somewhere else.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Speaking of money, the Bengals, they're in an interesting place. They paid Joe Burrow, or they got to pay Joe Burrow. Did they pay Joe Burrow?
Yes.
Yeah, they paid Joe Burrow.
You think Joe would be touching the field if he hadn't been paid? These $1 million legs, baby.
I don't know what they got. Zach Moss and Chase Brown at running back. Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Jermaine Burton, Trent Irwin, Andre, a person I can't say his last name, Mike Gesicki at tight end.
Gesicki's good. I like him.
He's older now, but
Mature.
Jamar Chase has not practiced. I don't know if he's practicing this week, but I know as of Friday he showed up in
hoop shorts and a t-shirt, around the jersey around his neck.
Now he still has 2 years left on his contract, which means he's trying to get paid early, which most of the time, if you listen and watch, that normally behooves the team to do that.
You idiot. Look at Dallas. It's a soap opera. Pay the guy who's identified as the best at his position as soon as possible. The man wants to be paid. Open your checkbook. It's very damn simple. If you don't, if you're broke now, you will be broker in the future. Ask Jerry Jones as he now tries to pay Michael Parsons, Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, DeMarcus Lawrence, the towel guy, and everybody else. It's just not going to work out. But I think that when it comes to the Bengals, there's a bigger problem. There's something with this team that's just not cool. Why haven't you paid Jamar Chase? It's an easy thing to pay him. Because once you know how much CD got paid, pay him more than that.
That's not what Jamar Chase said. And that's where I was going. It's not easy to pay him. It's very rare that you extend somebody's contract when they still have 2 years left. One, especially the rookie contract, because that still you don't give up that flexibility. Two, he wants to be paid more than Justin Jefferson, which I'm not saying he's not good enough or is not as good as Justin Jefferson, because he's been widely looked at as the number 2 receiver or number 3 receiver, top 3 receiver in the league. Justin Jefferson, CD, and him. With Devontae somewhere in there, you got Tyreek Hill. They're all in there.
I think he's two. If I got to pick, CD is 3 for me.
They're all. Yeah, but that's like going from a 99.5 to a 99. Like it's not a big difference in those 3. So is what I'm saying. So him wanting, and he said, I only want 1 penny more than Justin Jefferson. I only want 1 penny more.
So pay him and be done with it. This is what you know. Your quarterback is going to demand that you have that guy.
Mm-hmm.
So just pay him. Stop being stupid. And you need to do something around there so this team likes it. Don't forget, Hendrickson was talking about retiring. The least you could do is make this little piece of team look like something. And that, to me, is the biggest issue. I think that organizationally, everybody doesn't love it there. And I think that is
nobody loves the Bengals, though. They're cheap. Aha.
Yes. And then, and can Joe stay healthy? If Joe Burrow stays healthy, and I don't know what it's like the 49ers and Trent. You're going to pay him, so you might as well shut up and do it.
Yeah. I'm interested to see what they do on defense. I know they got Sam Hubbard, who they signed.
Or you can get Drake London. I love you, Drake.
We'll pay you.
What you want?
But the defense is interesting.
I know the Patriots will give him everything.
Yeah, he ain't going to.
He'll find some new money.
That defensive front 7 is strong, but like you said, it all hinges on Jamar Chase and him signing and being ready to play. They do have Jermaine Burton, so they had, and Jermaine Burton is probably going to end up being their wide receiver 3. The Bengals, to me, they didn't get better. They're another team that kind of just got stagnant. They stayed the same to me. They lost Joe Mixon. T. Higgins don't want to be there because they franchised him, so he don't want to be there.
Yeah.
Henderson don't want to be there. You touched on that.
If you gonna piss Higgins off and you've already cut your nose off to spite your face with him, he's not coming back. The least you could do is save somebody in the wide receiver room. But that's fine, y'all. And you know what?
I trade Higgins to Dallas. Like, I don't understand why they didn't trade Higgins, and I think they were trying to get a first round pick for him, which you're never gonna get a first round pick for a disgruntled free agent. For a disgruntled person on contract year.
Well,
you're never going to get it because we know that you're going to have to give him up or you're going to pay him a lot of money. So it's a win-win situation for the Ops.
And the other thing is the Ops I still have to pay this man. So yeah, I'm not going to give you a first round pick when I could just go get a first round wide receiver and make him like probably my wide receiver 2 and be okay. If I'm going to pay, and at the end of the day, I think T. Higgins is a good wide receiver 2. I can either get one in the draft, or I can give you like a 3rd or 4th rounder, and then I'm going to have to pay this guy. It's the same thing with Hassan Reddick. I have to trade this guy, and then I also have to get a contract for him. That's a twofold issue for me. So, yeah, I'm not going to give you a premium pick if I got to do a lot of legwork here, and there's just no way around doing the legwork. So, no, take this third and shut up, or let this team continue to stew. And I'm telling you, this is on crockpot already. Them in Dallas –
I think this team is worse because Dallas is Dallas. This team, if you think about the intangibles or what you don't look at in terms of money for teams, if you look at the Bengals are perpetual losers. They've been losers for a long time.
Cheap.
And it's not because of lack of talent. It's that they're cheap. And their owners, well, I don't know if they still have the same ownership from the last few years.
Yeah, the Brown family.
But they're cheap. They don't pay. They've been
notoriously cheap.
They said they had the worst facilities. They do this, that, and the third. Why would, especially if I'm Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Sam Hubbard, Trey Hendrick. Well, I don't know about Trey Hendrickson. If I'm those guys that come from Ohio State, LSU, and all them places, or where they pay, and they put me in good positions to win, I ain't staying in Cleveland.
Now that part,
Cincinnati.
I don't understand how college locker rooms are better than pro locker rooms. I do not understand that, but because
college locker rooms, money doesn't come from the college. Pro locker rooms come from from the owner. Now I'm sure they get sponsors, but the college.
But bro, it's like at the end of the day, why are you going from like LSU, Georgia, UGA to like low key poverty in some of these locker rooms? Like, you know, I've seen that. You can't take me back. I've seen nice things. I've had the experience. Hey, Andre, don't bring me that. Not a chance. Bring out the good stuff, man.
So the Bengals are,
I'm rich. You think I'm rich and I'm going back? That's the whole thing.
I ain't about to play poor. Why play poor? Like, I ain't about to play poor and be rich. I'd rather play rich. I ain't about to do that. Come on. Anyway, so we go. So the Bengals are interesting. Then we got the Cleveland Browns. Let's go to the roster first. Depth chart. I got the depth chart right here in front of me. I'm trying to pull you got Deshaun Watson. They're going to trade Jameis because DTR looks like the real deal as at least a backup quarterback. Jerome Ford and Pierre Strong with Deontay Foreman out of for the year or suspended. He hurt. Jerome Ford, Pierre Strong as your running backs.
Wait. Nick Chubb, I don't know when he's coming back, but it can't not talk about that part.
Well, he ain't supposed to come back for like 6 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks. That's half the season. And if you look at their schedule, that could be. They got Dallas, Jacksonville, Washington, Philly, Cincinnati, Baltimore, the Giants, the Raiders, Chargers. They could be 3-5 by the time you get there.
I think that Dallas thinks they're going to beat them. I think that Jacksonville's pass rush is going to make it difficult. You better beat the Giants. You better beat the Raiders. You better beat the Commanders. Then you get Philly.
Now, they did add Jerry Jeudy, though. And Elijah
But then,
Moore.
I mean, but that's the second quarter might be worse than the first quarter. You get Philly, Bengals, Baltimore, Chargers. You could lose all of those games.
They'll beat the Chargers
Shit.
because I think adding Jerry Jeudy was a good pickup. Again, Baltimore, you could have added him. I mean, just a route runner. Adding him was okay. He just got to stay healthy. That defense is still that defense. Myles Garrett is still that guy. Zadarius Smith is still good. Owusu is still good. Denzel Ward is interesting.
And Grant Delpit.
Grant Delpit and Denzel Ward are very interesting with Greg Newsome and Martin Emerson Jr. Greedy Williams, unfortunately, I think his career may be over because he keeps getting concussions.
But I mean, just this wide receiver group of Amari Cooper, Jerry Jeudy, Elijah Moore, and then Njoku at tight end.
They should be crazy.
This is the question. And
Deshaun,
the Texans,
nasty man.
yeah,
Watson.
yeah,
Go
freaky
ahead.
D. The Texans have already laughed about the haul that they've gotten back in this trade, and I mean, have
They got a
turned their
division
organization around. Yeah, just that quick. The question is will Deshaun Watson ever get back to being who he was? And I don't know the answer to that, and my belief is not positive. We saw Joe Flacco take this same very team and make it into something. And Joe Flacco is old enough to be some of these players' parent. And Deshaun Watson, you haven't played. It's not like you
he ain't played in like 2 years.
Yeah, you haven't played enough football to be perpetually injured. I'm sorry, respectfully. Injuries are real. Well, bro, you sat out for a year and then came back and got hurt. What you got
shoulder
to show
chipped
up
away. The shoulder chipped
yeah,
away.
like you got to show up to work eventually. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't think that he's going to be good enough. I think that if you look at the quarterbacks in this division, it's going to be a dogfight between him and Russell Wilson for bottom.
If you look at this roster offensively, they have better receivers than the Ravens. They have just as good a receivers as the Steelers.
Roster going to get you fired.
The Bengals, we don't know at them. They have the pieces. The running game is going to be the biggest question mark behind Deshaun Watson. The running game.
No, you're going to have to throw the ball for the first probably 5 to 6 games of the season. That is, and probably longer than that. Because what you don't think Nick Chubb is just going to come in, show up and like, all right, we'll give you 20 carries a game. You're going Cleveland Browns. Let me tell you this, and we've already seen this happen once with Baker Mayfield. You need to learn how to throw the ball. This ground and pound 1980s football was cool in the 1980s. You better figure out how to identify your best players and get them the ball consistently. Cut the shit. When y'all had OBJ and what was the other
Jarvis
dude?
Landry.
Yes, Jarvis
He can't
Landry.
get a job either, which is crazy.
No, he's just been fired. But you had those two guys, and then y'all ran the stupidest offense ever known to man. Then you blamed Baker for not being able to throw the ball. You jackass. You hand OBJ the ball if he's that good. You hand Jarvis Landry the ball and make him beat somebody in space. If you haven't figured that out by now, the rest of the NFL and college runs a jet sweep. It's a thing now. And you guys in this stupid ass offense you run, let me tell you, either figure it out or you're going to get embarrassed. And Deshaun Watson, all of the jokes are going to come back. And now you're going to get the jokes. You're going to get the responsibility, and you're going to look at the Texans flourish on your behalf. And then they're just going to fire everybody because it's going to look stupid.
Well, this team, Amari Cooper and Jerry Jeudy have the ability. They're really good route runners. Jerry Jeudy never was not
Elijah
bad.
Moore and David Njoku. These
Right,
are,
I'm getting there.
This
I'm
is
getting
it.
there. I'm getting there. They have good running. They have the type of receiver that you need. They have all of them. They got the route runner. They have the explosive player in Amari Cooper. They have the middle of the field technician in Elijah Moore. You have David Njoku, who's a mismatch. He's too fast for linebackers and too big for safeties. Like, you have everything there. If that offensive line should be able to hold up. Deshaun Watson, this is your redemption story. All the jokes, as you said, they come back. They can stay away too if you win. If you win, they will. The NFL is known to turn the page on any discretion that you do as long as you win, especially at quarterback. There's a man that played in Pittsburgh that for 2 years was out there just wilding, just throwing the meat around.
The original heel freaky B.
Just throwing the meat around. And they just went ahead, got married, and he won, and they just turned the page. If you win Deshaun Watson, you could put this whole thing behind you. You got the defense. The defense ain't going to allow more than 20 points. So that means you got to score 3 touchdowns a game.
You should be very confident in your D.
He always has been. Always.
Yo, all right. Y'all knew. Hey, like, follow, subscribe. Y'all knew we weren't going to. We here for the jokes now.
Now, then you got the Steelers. The Steelers, it seems like you got contenders. You have teams that made progress, and then you have teams that we don't know what they're doing. There's a lot of teams that we don't know what they're doing that are following into this category, the Steelers being one of them, starting with Russell Wilson / Justin Fields, that they plan on running a package for both of them to play. Najee Harris, along with Jaylen Warren and Cordero Patterson, although he hasn't played a lot at running back. Arthur Smith at offensive coordinator. So you're now going back to more of a running game type play. George Pickens, who has the potential to be a top 5 wide receiver in the league. Has the potential. He makes all of the catches. He runs the routes. He blocks. He does everything. But he also has a very bad attitude when he's not winning. Van Jefferson, Calvin Austin, Pat Freiermuth off at tight end along with Darnell Washington. The defense, T.J. Watt, Patrick Queen, Alex Highsmith are the studs. You have Minkah Fitzpatrick, Jerry Porter Jr., Deshaun Elliott in the back 7 that are good. So the defense is pretty good.
Solid.
Y'all got to figure out these receivers, and y'all got to figure out this quarterback.
Okay, so let me help y'all out. Y'all just listen. I'll fix you. Number one, you got to figure out who your quarterback of the future is. You will never have two good. Well, you will not have two good.
Quinn
I want to
Ewers,
be very clear.
Jackson
I want to be very clear
Shedeur
in what
Sanders.
I say next. You will never have two good quarterback candidates for this cheap ever again in your existence. So the best thing that you can do is identify which one of these guys is legitimate. And if you have to, and I know this might be a stretch, but you got to be able to responsibly say that if neither one of these guys are it, cut bait. And I know that might be difficult because everybody's expectation is for you to identify one of these guys. But if you look at the end of the season and say neither one of these guys can get it done, you better be real with yourself and be like, you know what, we're just going to go in a different direction and you better hit. But for me, Russell Wilson and George Pickens, that is what I'm interested to see. And just like I'm checking on Trevor
the cross
Lawrence
versus the ski mask, versus the ski mask.
I'm telling you right now, I want to see. And my expectation is that George Pickens want to whoop Russell Wilson ass by the time it's all said and done. And if they get to the end, if they get to week 17 and he hasn't tried to choke him out yet, I take the season as a success. With that said, just like you did, this receiver room out. And this is the reason Pickens.
Come on. I know you don't like being out there in the cold. Come back to Atlanta, to the South. Come to the Dome. Yeah. We'll pay you. And we ain't got to pay you top tier receiver money. I know you're mad about hearing that, but they sabotaged you. So come on to Atlanta, George. You see it. Come on to Atlanta. You and Drake, you'll be wide receiver 1 today. Drake, you number 2. Mooney, you slot. Everybody out.
No. You would move Mooney, and then you would pick, and you would draft, and then you would take Pickens. But hold on, before we go back to that, there is no wide receiver 2 that you should be concerned about. Pickens should get wide receiver 1 targets and half of the wide receiver 2 targets because Van Jefferson ain't it. So if he's not getting the production, then you're gonna have to break this thing up.
Yeah, Pittsburgh. Yeah, no. Hey, Mike, we love you. You're not winning 9 games this year. Look at the
And
second part of their schedule. Don't look at the first part. Look at the second part of their schedule.
And the other part is, and we've said this, and I've said this, and I love Mike Tomlin. I really genuinely do.
Oh my God.
He's one of the guys who you can really look at and say he's a high character coach, but he tends to lose control of his team from time to time. And I think that's going to be vitally important. Can you keep this team? I know you like competition. I know you like the physicality between your players, but you got to get a hold of this team, and you got to maintain a little bit more stability, and you might need a tighter rein than you have in the past of letting guys just kind of get
Let me tell you something. Ain't enough rain, ain't enough muscle, ain't enough reeling in, ain't nothing for this second part of the schedule. Start off light.
I thought you were talking about Pickens.
That too
ain't enough.
But let me tell you, this all coincides together because when they play the second part of that schedule, they start out with Washington. Light, you never know. Washington could be decent coming around in November. Then they play Baltimore, Cleveland, Cincinnati, Cleveland, Philly, Baltimore, Kansas City, Cincinnati. You know what that look like to me? Loss. Pride. We don't know what y'all gonna do in the pride game against Cincinnati, but that looks like a lot of losing to me. That looks like 8. That's 9 games. I said that's 8 losses. It's only to have a winning season. You got to win 9.
Yeah, by then Sierra will be looking for a new city.
Now they start out Atlanta, Denver, the Chargers, Indianapolis, Dallas, Las Vegas, the Jets. They start out. They could be strong. They could be, 5-2. 1, 2, 3.
1 loss,
4,
2 loss,
5. They could be 5-2.
Loss.
4-3, 5-2. I think they lose to the Falcons. I think they could beat the.
It should beat Denver. Chargers is a dog fall. I think the Colts are a better team than the Steelers. Lose to Dallas.
Yeah. I ain't gonna say, but I think that they could beat them.
Yeah. Vegas is a toss-up. Everybody on their team is decent except for their quarterbacks who are terrible. And the Jets need to be winning. They need to. If they are the team that if you're not winning, you're losing.
So let's say this goes off the rails. And you said right there that they got 3 wins in the first part of the season. I just told you they got honest. They got 8 losses in the last 9 games. That means they could be 5-12 at the end of the season.
You missing something here. Somebody hates Justin Fields because you're not gonna win the quarterback spot, the QB1 spot. You're gonna watch Russell Wilson probably just throw it away. Then the best case scenario for you is for you to come in after the bye week and
get slaughtered. Myles Garrett.
Bro, I'm not a proponent of people quitting like homeboy did at halftime, but
AB?
Bro, no, he quit mid-game. What was the dude who retired?
Vontae Davis. He was like, I'm out. This ain't for me, boys.
Yeah, but I don't like. I'm laughing about this, but sometimes you laugh, but it's very serious. That's what this is. Best case scenario is a terrible scenario for you. At this point, don't even play me. Don't play me. Do not. I don't need no more setbacks in life.
Justin Fields, you could make a splash move, and this is the only way that I see the Steelers make a splash move. You trade whatever you got. You don't really got a lot, but maybe you trade Justin Fields a pick or 2. And somebody else. Maybe you trade 2 players in a pick and go into the Raiders and go get Devontae Adams. Maybe that's what you do. Because then you add Devontae Adams with George Pickens. Now that team looks totally different. Looks totally different.
Bro, we play spades. You know how many spades are in a hand. You got to look at these other teams. All these teams have way more spades and going to have way more books than you. Sometimes the best thing that you can do is divest. And I hate to say it, but I mean, cut your losses. This ain't your season. And Tomlin, eventually, you're going to have to come to reality and have a losing season. If you're going to have a losing season, then lose all of your trash in the process. Just cut bait. I'm looking at it. There's no way that you're going to pass the Bengals. And you shouldn't even say Ravens out loud. You are the best thing that you could do is just get rid of as much trash as you can in one season and try to free up some money. Because trying to compete to win the AFC North or to win anything of value is not going to happen anyway.
Pittsburgh. Mike Tomlin is about to have his first losing season. It's about to happen. We've looked at the schedule. Unless everybody gets hurt, they're going to have a losing season. Don't fire that man after one losing season and 15 good ones.
No, first of all, that's not really their thing. They've only had in the last 80 years, they've had 4 coaches and fire him. Now, and this is what I would say. The Steelers are not one of the organizations who do stupid stuff like that. So I don't think that this is a real conversation. But if you find yourself in a position where you think that you should fire Mike Tomlin, just know, if you think it's bad today, every day after Mike Tomlin will be perpetually worse.
Yeah, you're going to have that 10-year curse like Notre Dame had for Tyrone Willingham. They didn't get good again until they hired another black coach.
You will look like Tennessee after they fired Phil Fulmer. You'll never pass this way again.
Oh, man. So, all right. So, went through the 4. We think the Ravens, all of these teams are flawed in the AFC North, which is very, very interesting. They're all flawed. Assuming that Jamar Chase.
The thing is,
Bengals and the
Ravens
Steelers look
are
alike.
The Ravens are a good team, just without a receiver. But regular season, they'll be fine. I'm not concerned about them in the same way. Now, the Bengals and Browns, they both helmets, both orange. They look like brothers.
I got a different take. I got a different take on that. I think Baltimore and Cleveland are closer, and I think the Bengals and the Steelers, because the Bengals and the Steelers, outside of one receiver, we don't know what else they got.
But the Steelers are not. You're not blending. You don't even really need to be up here. I'm just gonna be honest. The only thing the ability that you really have is coaching ability. He's just not going to let y'all, I don't think, spin out. Outside of that, y'all don't have it. Browns, y'all have a good roster. You just have questionable quarterback play and questionable coaching. Bengals, you got Joe Burrow. I don't care what you got. You better figure it out. The expectation is going to be there.
Mm-hmm. Or he's going to go to the Jets after Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, I mean, you just can't, once quarterbacks get anointed to a certain place, the only thing that you get from there is expectation. Same thing with Buffalo. We don't care about you lost Stephon Diggs. You Josh Allen. Fix it. I don't care.
So this division, rank them 1 through 4.
Oh, no. You go first this time. I see how you keep setting me up to go first every time.
Oh, my bad. Okay, I got Ravens 1, Cleveland 2, Bengals 3, Steelers 4.
Okay, I have Ravens at 1, the Bengals at 2, Browns at 3, Steelers at 4. And for me, it's just ranking the quarterbacks here. Quarterback is the game changer. I don't think I haven't seen Deshaun Watson play good quarterback in so long that it's like
fair.
Like Drake.
I
need you to do something good so I can be like, okay, you're still good. But if you don't, then I'm just going to have to believe that you're the person you put on tape for the last year or so. And if you do it for a full season this year, I'm just going to assume that you're not good. And you giving that money back to try to restructure your contract makes me believe that you know that you need more help, which
He
lets
didn't
me
give
believe
nothing back.
the fact that he did restructure. I mean, you're right. That money is just pushed back.
Bro, he got a $99 million cap hit in like 2 years. $72 million with a $99 million dead cap, which means they can't move it on. $99 million dead cap is, I don't know what that is. I don't.
Oh,
Foolish.
I do. I surely do. You want to know how I know? Because we had one that wasn't nearly that, and it took us out
For 2 years.
And Matt Ryan was still playing good football. We was just couldn't put the team around him. Deshaun
And that's
is
why I
not playing
picked
good
Cleveland.
football.
That's why I picked Cleveland ahead of the Bengals. Cleveland, I do agree that quarterback wise, it's 1, 2, 3, 4 is how it is on the screen. But when it comes to the full team, there's a lot more question marks with the Bengals than there are with the Cleveland Browns. And one thing we know about Jamar Chase, he is willing to sit out a year. He sat out his junior year at LSU because he's like, I'm not getting hurt. I'm already going to be a top 5 pick. Y'all know I'm good. And he was like, nah, I'm not playing. So he's prepared to sit out. Remember, he's only 24. Like, he can still play, sit out next year, get a $200 million contract, $150 million contract, however much he wants, and come back and still get a third contract and be good.
And the other part is, since he has that susceptibility, you have to like be aware of it, because whatever people have done in the past, there is a high probability they're willing to do it in the future. But Joe Burrow not gonna let you do that. You're gonna find a way. What else am I supposed to do? Throw it to the guy who's already mad?
T. Higgins? Oh, and T. Higgins is out of there. Like, and they're gonna trade him. They can't keep him and let him walk for nothing. So they're gonna trade him during the season. They're gonna have to. They're gonna have to trade him, because once that season is over with, he is no longer on your roster, which means you get nothing back. They're gonna have to trade him for something. So I expect for the Bengals to possibly implode, which is why I got them as third.
That makes sense. They're volatile. The volatility is a thing that I did not take into consideration.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to part 2 of the Splashcast 2024 NFL preview. We are going to talk about the AFC this episode. I am your co-host, Reggie.
I'm your co-host, Norwood, and Reggie's right. Pardos in your ear right now.
Dose in the ear. I don't know how there's a joke there. I just don't know how to make it.
It's already made.
Let's start out with the AFC South. So the AFC South, we're going to get right to it, y'all. You got the Texans are favored to dominate. Dominate. You have the Colts with Anthony Richardson who's come back. You have the Jaguars with freshly paid Trevor Lawrence. And then you have the Tennessee Titans, who stole from the Jaguars, or convinced somebody from the Jaguars and Calvin Ridley to go to the Titans to pair it with DeAndre Hopkins. And you have Will Levis. Let's start out with the Texans.
I'm with
the Texans are one of those teams that got better. They added Danielle Hunter. They had a decent draft. They already have the young core of Will Anderson Jr. and C.J. Stroud and Tank Dell, and they re-upped Nico Collins early. They don't really look like, to me, like they have any weaknesses, except maybe the tight end, maybe.
That is just, I mean, I guess ish. Like that's a bottom row problem to me overall. This team is stacked. Like you said, the receiver room, Diggs, Woods.
Diggs, I forgot about Stephon Diggs. Yeah.
Yes, Diggs, Woods, Collins, Tank Dell, and Mechie. That's nuts.
Man, I really want the Falcons to get Mechie. Like, it doesn't seem like they're going to let him go. But I really thought he was about to be out of here.
I mean, you got to think about what it will cost. But I mean, whatever it will cost, I pay a third for Mechie right now to get him now.
we already paid a third for Judon, but Mechie, he had the ACL in college in his last game. He had the C word his rookie year. Now he's back, and he seems like he's better than ever. He had a really strong preseason, really strong camp.
I like that kid, man. I like that kid.
They are just so stacked everywhere.
But it also makes no sense to get rid of him, especially as the war of attrition, and you think that you're probably gonna go deep into the playoffs. It's probably, hey, I got these guys. Let me rock with these. You can never have too many, specifically receivers, because anything can happen. Ankle, knee, any of that. And then you be like, damn, our extra we traded away, we don't have. It makes perfect sense to me. Also, you look at.
Oh, before you go, I'm a liar. Tight end, they got Dalton Schultz. You remember he was
That's what I thought they had.
with the Texans, and they signed Robert Woods as the backup. So they are legit 7 deep at receiver.
Yes. Then you look on the other end of the ball, and you got Will Anderson, Offensive Rookie of the Year. Then, like you said, Daniel Hunter, Stingley, Jalen Petrie, and Ward. This team is stacked on the offense and the defense, and it's because you just haven't paid a quarterback yet. It allows you so much financial flexibility that this team, the only thing that concerns me is the beginner's luck. You came right in, and you and D'Amico hit it out of the park. Can you do it again? But everything that I see when it comes to a roster, there's no reason that you shouldn't be able to.
In this division, I think you can. In this division, I think you can. One, you can. It's like the NFC South. If you get an established team like the Bucks, you can win 4 in a row. Like the Falcons won 3 in a row. Like the Panthers won 3 when they had Cam. They won 3 or 4 times in a row. It's the same thing in the AFC South. 2 people we forgot to mention, or really didn't forget, but Joe Mixon added to the running back room is pairing him with Dameon Pierce, to me, is going to bring out more in Dameon Pierce than people think. Dameon Pierce had a really strong rookie season. Then you get a new coach. You bring in a new regime. His production fell off. They bring in a veteran in Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon's good. He's durable, but he's more of he's very good in between the tackles, but he's really good at catching the ball out of the backfield, running routes, hitting the edges. When it comes to running in between the tackles, Dameon Pierce could be that guy. He could be the hammer. Pause if necessary. And then you have
the Texas Hammer. Shout out Beat King, RIP, man.
And then RIP, man. And then you have second person I want to bring up, who's everybody's raving about. He has not played a game yet, but he's already penciled in as the starter. His name is Kamari Lassiter, DB out of UGA. I've seen everybody talking about him like, yeah, he's different. They said he was too slow. Man, I watched some of them preseason games. He doesn't get beat. And I remember him at UGA. They said he was too slow, and he just kept starting and kept playing and kept starting and kept playing. And I was like, all right. Now.
It's a lot of that. It's a lot of people, they want to eye test you, and they want you to look a certain way. If you get the job done, you get the job done. That's all that matters.
Yeah, man. So the Texans are absolutely loaded. They start out game 1. They play the next team we're going to talk about.
And I will go ahead and say this before you go to the next team. This is my favorite future-facing division, the AFC South. I hope for many, many years to come, you have Anthony Richardson and CJ Stroud duking it out.
Yeah, man. It should be interesting. Check your mic. It should be interesting. Make sure it's on the microphone. It should be interesting because you already have Trevor. Everybody's young. They got all young quarterbacks. The veteran quarterback is like 26, and Trevor Lawrence. They have all young receivers for the Texans, really the Colts, Jaguars too, and the Titans got no more veterans, which is interesting. We'll get to the Titans because they're mixed. They've got young players, and then they got veteran receivers who want to kind of win now. So we'll get there. But let's go to the Colts since this is the first game, Texans versus Colts, of the season this year.
Showdown.
You got Anthony Richardson. They added Joe Flacco as the backup. You know how that works. If somebody gets hurt, Joe Flacco goes crazy. Jonathan Taylor, of course, is going to be
more of himself.
He should be able to break out even more because you now have another running threat with Anthony Richardson, Michael Pittman Jr., Josh Downs, who played well, A.D. Mitchell in the draft. They have a decent offensive line, anchored by, all-pro Quentin Nelson. Defense, they're still good in the front seven. The cornerbacks are the ones that are going to get the questions with Juju Brents and Jalen Jones, Kenny Moore as the nickelback. And the safeties, of course, with Julian Blackman and Nick Cross are really good. Zaire Franklin and EJ Speed at your linebackers. Shout out to JBP and the network. I like the Colts for what they're trying to do. I need Anthony Richardson to figure out how to take a step forward and everybody get on the same page. In the off season, in the preseason, you could tell that they hadn't practiced a lot together, and by his first game, in terms of game speed, he may have gotten a lot of reps, but game speed, it just wasn't there because he got hurt. And of course, he threw the pick six, which looked really bad. But you go back and look at it, it was kind of a bad route by the receiver. Everybody, it just wasn't on the same page. So I expect for the Colts to kind of hold it in the road this year offensively. I don't expect them to have a breakout year unless Anthony Richardson kind of goes crazy, which he can do. Well, he has the ability to.
I will say that this team to me is poised to take a big step. Shane Steichen has been coaching his ass off. I think he's right at the point where he could put himself quietly in the elite level coaches. I don't think that people have paid him much attention because last year he did it with Gardner Minshew, which I think is a testament to true coaching. When you can take a guy who is a good, like Gardner Minshew,
he's in the Raiders now. He's a starting quarterback.
Yeah, when you can take Gardner Minshew and play pretty good last year. They're a pretty good team. Well, now you have Anthony Richardson, who is flying around. Who should be flying around. You get Jonathan Taylor, who should be healthy. And then the receiver room, it's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. But, if I look at a guy like Bryce, he's worlds ahead of where Bryce is right now as far as quarterbacks. So, as far as wide receivers, Pittman, Downs, and Mitchell, that's a hell of a start. And you got Jonathan Taylor,
I don't know about worlds ahead anymore with Deontay Johnson over there. That kind of equals it out to me. None of them have game changers.
Yeah, but I feel like Pittman been in the system for a while. Downs is his second year in the system. And then you add Mitchell to this, and you have Jonathan Taylor at running back. That's the other part. It ain't Chuba Hubbard as your running back. It's Jonathan Taylor, who at one point was the best running back in the NFL. And then you also have a better coach. So all of those things, to me, I think that they should make it difficult on the Texans. And it's not the Texans. My question is, where do the Jacksonville Jaguars show up in this entire mess?
So the Jaguars are one of those NBA, NFL, we used to call it NBA 2K teams, NFL 2K teams. They're really good on paper. You have Trevor Lawrence, who everybody believes in. They added Mac Jones as the backup, so that if he ever gets hurt, they at least have some comparable play at quarterback. I don't really blame Mac Jones for the dysfunction of New England. He's one of the few quarterbacks that in New England, he just kind of got screwed over. He played a whole season with no offensive coordinator. Bill Belichick was the offensive coordinator. So you have that. You have Travis Etienne Jr., of course, at running back, along with Tank Bigsby, which is a really solid pickup for them because he's more of a power back. Christian Kirk as your wide receiver, along with Gabe Davis. And Brian Thomas Jr. looks like the real deal from LSU. He was opposite Malik Neighbors with Evan Ingram. So that offense looks crazy. That defense looks crazy too. Adding Eric Armstead to pair with Trayvon Walker and Josh Hines-Allen, as well as Devin Lloyd. And then you have Andre Sisco, who had a breakout year last year. Tyson Campbell just got re-upped at corner, and Ronald Darby with Darnell Savage. So on with Foye Oluokun as well as the leading tackler for the NFL for the last 5 years.
We should not have gotten rid of that guy, boy. Let me
Couldn't
tell
pay
you,
him.
that was
Couldn't pay him.
should have found a way.
Jacksonville came and gave that man $100 million. We was like, hey.
And he'd have made 100 million tackles. Let me tell you, he'd been worth every $1 million that they paid him. I don't care what you say. I regret not having the leading tackler for every year since we gave him away, including the year that we gave him away. I can't understand how that's a reasonable thing for you to do. But when it comes to the Jaguars, like I've told y'all, especially if y'all listen to this podcast, shout out to y'all people who do. Always remember, tell your people, like, follow, subscribe. But for me, I've seen too much of Trevor Lawrence be Daniel Dimes, including getting a big contract that he doesn't deserve. I don't trust him. He is gas station sushi. Do not eat, do not touch, stay away from it. I want to see if he can ascend to the person that people believe him to be, and that for all intents and purposes, they've considered him to be his entire life. With that said, the receivers, Christian Kirk and Gabe, are okay to me. I think that Brian Thomas has to be good. Not okay. He has to be good for this thing to go. Otherwise,
he looks like it.
I do, and that is true. The clips that I've seen, he has looked very intriguing.
He is cooking them deep. And I don't know who the DBs are in the preseason, but he cooking them dudes.
That's what I was about to say. With that saying, you know that the media team finds the best clips to put out. So we're gonna get to see soon and very soon who he really is.
Week 1.
Yeah. Replacing Ridley is going to eat. Them receivers better look good. That's what I'm gonna tell you. And then Ridley being in the AFC South, you're gonna get a close-up of him. And if he is very productive and your guys look mid, and your quarterback gonna look mid, because I think your quarterback is mid. So to me, everything is kind of linked to as far as that goes. Now, what scares me is the defense. They got Eric Armstead. They have our coach last year. Ryan Nielsen was the guy who made the Falcons go last year. I don't know how he missed the opportunity to get a head coaching job, but I think I've said time and time again, I think he deserved one. And more than that, I'm afraid of what he can do with, I think, is a good defense. He was doing it last year with Jesse Bates and just kind of piecemealing it together as best he could. These guys are good. They're athletic and they're rangy.
And they played 7 or 8 players, too. They got Josh Allen.
Correct.
They are loaded at defensive line.
That was the biggest pickup. Like, that's the secret pickup to me that I think that nobody saw was, and I don't understand why he left to make, I don't even think a lateral move. I guess the reason it's a positive move is you have what you thought was going to be a better defense. I think that in hindsight, Ryan Nielsen should have kept his ass in Atlanta and been a happy camper. I don't know if that was the opportunity that was afforded to himself, but I think that if you look at the toys that we have and look at what Jacksonville has, I'd be happy to come back to Atlanta. But with that said, I think he's going to do a damn good job, and he's scary, especially for you guys. Will Levis, C.J. Stroud, and Anthony Richardson, keep your head on the swivel. He's sending defensive ends at you like nobody's business.
I agree that he's one of the underrated pickups, and I think that defensive line is going to be scary. Ain't no way I would have stayed in Atlanta. They fired Arthur Smith. When he took that job in Jacksonville, we didn't sign any of these players that we just signed. We signed these players in August. He took that job in June. It was
that's
like,
what I'm saying is, in hindsight, it looks now, today, this moment, as we're ready to start the season, it looks better than the Jacksonville job. But when he left, I don't think Arthur Smith being fired should have anything to do with it. I think that he should be thrilled. He was coaching against Arthur Smith on most weekends. You're going to go out there and roll out the stupidest quarterback we can find, and then I have to coach this defense that's not that good into being damn near world beaters, top 10 defense with a bottom third roster.
No,
nothing.
You didn't have, because Grady got hurt. Yeah, Ryan Nielsen is going to make that defense even better than they are. They were already good last year. We saw them.
We just praying that our defense can be as good as it was last year.
Nah, that's good. If better, but
what I'm saying is, if it could just be if we could just get a top 10 defense, we happy. I know I am.
Yeah, I expect Jacksonville to be This is going to be an interesting division because all the defenses are stacked. It's really about scheme and coaching. And Jacksonville, defensive wise, is built to beat the Texans. I know it's the Colts and the Titans, but they built that team. Everybody's looking up at the Texans right now. So if you built their defense, they have built that defense to beat the Texans. And then you kind of have your outlier. You have your Titans, the Tennessee Titans.
I don't think they're an outlier.
You don't know what you're gonna get with these guys. This is the first year sans Derrick Henry. No Derrick Henry. You're going into with Will Levis and Mason Rudolph. You have Tony Pollard and Tyjae Spears, and they have Tony Pollard listed at number 1, which I can't understand that.
Yes.
Calvin Ridley, DeAndre Hopkins, and Tyler Boyd at wide receiver. Okonkwo at tight end. He's actually pretty good. They have one of the best offensive lines and revamped offensive lines that you will see this year, with Lloyd Cushenberry at center, J.C. Latham at tackle, young boys. Then you got Skoronski, Raduns, and Petit Frere to round out the offensive line. All those names tell you that they know how to maul and wrestle people. Cushenberry, Okonkwo, Skoronski.
Skoronski, my boy.
Defense, they still got Sweat. They have Tavondre Sweat and Jeff Simmons. Sweat is going to be a good guy because he came from Texas. He's like 1,000,000 pounds and athletic. Arden Key, and then you have Ernest Jones with Kenneth Murray, man in the middle at linebacker, along with Monty Hooker, L'Jarius Sneed at defensive.
That's what I'm looking for.
DB, as well as Awuzie and Roger McCreary at nickelback. This team could be a spoiler for a lot of players. They're in the same boat as the Colts for me, because you got to figure out, you kind of know what you got with Will Levis, but you need Will Levis to take that next step in order for them to challenge the Texans. And we assume the Jaguars.
Mm-hmm.
Right now it's between Titans and Colts. You assume the Jaguars are the biggest threat to the Texans. But Tennessee, intriguingly enough, can make life very uncomfortable for the other 3 teams.
So to me, it's interesting because the realistic expectation, hold on, before we go there. Yeah, you're right. We have to figure out what Will Levis is. Depending on who he shows up as is going to determine a lot. Ridley and Hopkins as wide receivers increase the expectation.
Yeah.
They have to have the expectation of being the best. Realistically, this team is probably competing to be 3 and maybe 2. Just trying to stay out of 4 is an accomplishment to them. Being better than the Jaguars is accomplishment number 1. If you can pressure the Colts into playing for that second position, then it's an accomplishment. I don't know if there is enough to go around to compete with the Texans. I think everybody else would be happy to be second here. I think that Hopkins and Ridley increase the pressure for them to be number 1, which is something I don't think is attainable for those guys.
You said, well, you alluded to it. Let's step into it because I don't necessarily agree with that. Rank them. Division winner and how they finish for the AFC South.
Oh, easy money. Texans, numero 1. Colts, 2. Titans, 3. Jaguars, 4.
See, I got Texans, Jaguars, Colts, Titans. You said Jaguars 4?
4. I think
behind the Titans.
Yes. I think that Levis, like Ridley and Hopkins are going to carry Levis. He'll be okay enough. And to throw to those guys who will be in one-on-one coverage.
I'm not mad at it. That O-line is crazy. O-line is crazy. But I just don't have the Colts battling for second. If that's the case, if you're going to go Texans and have the Jaguars 4th or have the Jaguars behind the Titans, I think it would go Texans, Titans, Jaguars, Colts.
Jaguars don't score enough touchdowns for me. I don't trust them at all. I think that's going to be.
And the Colts do. I don't trust the Colts. I
think
don't.
that Anthony Richardson, Jonathan Taylor, and those three receivers, and Shane Steichen have way more trust than Dougie P and the Jaguars with Danny Dimes at quarterback.
I would agree with everything you said except for Anthony Richardson. He's garnered no trust. There is no trust for Anthony Richardson. He was hurt his whole rookie year. So that is if you want to talk about trusting QBs, then Trevor Lawrence, then all the other QBs have more trust in Anthony Richardson because he doesn't done anything. And when he has done something, it's been interesting. The same issues that he had at Florida have followed him to the pros. So now, and Shane Steichen, you're right now. Shane Steichen is the guy that can fix him. He is the guy that can fix him. And I hope that they bought a slip and slide like the Bears with Caleb Williams, and you teach him how to slide. Just because you 6'4", 250 don't mean you need to go try to take on somebody that's 6'4", 250.
That is true. You have to protect yourself. But with that said, for me, I bet on Anthony Richardson at Florida. I said, hey,
I know you did.
I'm
That's
looking
why
at this guy. No, if I bet on you and you prove me to be right, I'm riding that horse until that horse throws me off. And my eye test told me, hey, this guy's going to get drafted pretty high. Now, I didn't expect him to go quite as high as he did, but I did expect him to be a first rounder when some people said that he would be in the XFL supplemental draft. That's another.
I said third to fifth round, and his talent tells me third to fifth round.
Now, well, we could go back. Now, at one point,
it's right there. It's right there. Yeah. There was no way I said he was going to be a first round pick, and I still don't think from his production at Florida and everything that he was a first round pick.
If you go back and look and redraft that, he's still right there, undeniable. But that's beside the point. At the end of the day, I think that Anthony Richardson has more than enough to get it done. He has the right coach, and he has just enough that the offense should work. So yes, I'm taking the Colts at 2, Titans at 3, and then everything that I've said about Trevor Lawrence has come to fruition. He's not that guy. I knew he was going to get paid, and he's still not that guy. He didn't get money and then just mysteriously get better. So for me, oh no, barbecue chicken. He's the worst value. He's the worst value at quarterback in the AFC South. Easy.
So mine is going to be Texans, Jaguars, Titans, Colts is probably where I would land. I think the Jaguars are 2. I think the Titans are 3. I think the Colts struggle a little bit with Anthony Richardson. They probably play spoiler. This division always has a spoiler the last part of the season. If you're in 4th place, you're going to make sure 2nd place may not get the wild card. So,
you know what? I'm getting kicked out of the club, but let me tell you, you going with me.
So, I mean, you're right, though. This is a very intriguing division because outside of 1, and really, 1 is just a bad day away from being, 1 through 4 is very interesting.
There's a team every year that turns into a pumpkin. We don't want it to be the Texans, but because they got a black coach and a black quarterback, and we want to see them be successful. I mean, and of course, shameless plug, I live here, so it's just better when the team is good. But yeah, they could turn into a pumpkin. We've seen it happen too many times.
Yep. So we made our picks. Texans division winners. Norwood has the Jaguars 4th. I have them 2nd. Then the Tennessee Titans and the Colts round out. All right, and finally, the AFC West. Look, we'll go team by team. I promise we will.
Yeah.
But it's the Chiefs. We can go to order first. It's the Chiefs and everybody.
Right. Look, let's make this very simple. Broncos, Sean Payton and Bo Nix. This marriage is interesting. It seems like they like each other now. I'm interested to see what happens when they start losing. Will Sean Payton maintain his patience? Because the losing is on the way. And just because you lose doesn't mean that this situation is bad or untenable. But you're going to lose.
Well, before you move on.
The wide receiver room sucks.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. No, go
And
ahead.
I just don't know what this like. What is the expectation of this team? You can't tell me the expectation is to win the AFC West.
Ooh,
Yes.
that defense is Patrick Surtain and the Pips.
Yes.
Ooh.
So, like, that's my thing. Is like, what do you even expect for us to do
I'm sorry.
with this sorry ass roster that you have? Do you expect us to be like competitive? Because we're not even in the same. Sean Payton, you're not Andy Reid, and Bo Nix ain't Patrick Mahomes. So stand a chance you do not. I don't know what they're doing. They're in the same. They're like in the same category to me as the Steelers. Cut your losses. Prepare to just lose.
I
Tank
think
the
Sean
fine.
Payton could lose this team quickly. Here's
Me
why.
too.
You got Bo Nix, who's already penciled in as a starter. Jared Stidham and Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson may be the only guy. He may have been. Reality made him. He got a reality check early. So he already realized I'm a backup quarterback. Jared Stidham is out here in real life, on real television, and in real articles, giving interviews saying, I feel like I'm the starter of the Broncos. He's saying this out loud.
And that's real dumb. And that's really gonna get you to the XFL. Well, we're gonna really see that you're not that good. Let me tell you, Stidham, whatever you want to be, you're not the starting quarterback on a bad team in the NFL, bro. If somebody else wanted you, they could have you. Let me tell you that. Nobody wants you. And you're in the same division as a team with no quarterbacks. Ravens.
Yeah, so, and then you look at the Broncos.
Are we still talking about the Broncos?
Well, I want to talk about the receivers real quick. Cortland Sutton was a good number two. He was a decent number two. Now he's your number one receiver, along with Josh Reynolds and Marvin Mims, with Bo Nix out there. I don't know.
Why ain't nobody call Hunter Renfrow? Y'all told me he was gonna be good. He's available.
He was good. He was good slot receiver.
And he's available.
Yeah, somebody will get him eventually. Somebody will get him. Somebody will get him. So, the Broncos, look, man. Y'all act like y'all playing for 2024. We call that cosplaying. We know that y'all really playing for 2025 because y'all need a receiver. Need receivers.
This team is gonna blow up. Can Sean Payton?
My bad.
It's Sean Payton. I just don't trust him not to not piss this team off, or them. Somebody. I just feel like they're gonna lose, even though they should lose, and somebody gonna get cussed out for no reason because the team stinks. You can't like as much. Like I think that Bo Nix has shown some improvement. He might be starter level in the future, but this year you won't be able to tell. This team sucks.
And then you go literally to the opposite end of the spectrum with the Chiefs. And the thing about the Chiefs, their roster ain't the greatest. Like their roster ain't just what it used to be. Before it was Patrick Mahomes, but he has so much help with Tyreek Hill, with all these with Travis Kelce, a young Travis Kelce. He had running back. Like he has so much help. Now this team, first off, their defense is for real.
Stacked.
They are for real. And there's nothing you can do about it. But y'all messed around and let him get 4-2 flat or 2-2 or whatever he run. He's faster than Tyreek, allegedly. Xavier Worthy to go along with Rashee Rice. You got Hollywood Brown if he can stay healthy. You got, and then you have a whole lot of possession receivers and Juju Cole Hodgson, Sky Moore still. They are trying. Shout out to Andy Reid. He's trying to make Sky Moore good. He is putting him everywhere. Return kicks, return punch, running back, slot receiver, whatever. And whatever. They got Pacheco, they got Samaje Perine, which I don't know how good that is as a backup. But this team goes as far as Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, and Noah Gray. That's his, well, not Noah Gray, Travis Kelce. Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce.
So for me, there are a couple things. Number one, three-peating is extremely difficult, if not to this point, it's been impossible. But
no, Patriots
the
did.
Magic 3 in a row? You're right. Correct. So damn near impossible. Now
Yeah,
losing Clyde for like the first 4 games, I'm gonna say I don't Go get Jerry. Go get him back. He was a stable player on y'all team. He knows the offense. There's not a person that protects Mahomes better than Jerry. You need to go make that happen ASAP. They have piecemealed enough of a wide receiver room, like you said, Rice, Juju, Keys. I think that people are giving Xavier Worthy an unrealistic expectation. You've seen a very fast guy be very successful in Tyreek, and now everybody say, I expect him to be in the Tyreek role. Hell no. Hell no. Be the best Xavier Worthy you can be. I don't think that Xavier Worthy and Tyreek Hill honestly, may never be in the same football conversation.
They're not. It's not. It's less more about Xavier Worthy and Tyreek Hill versus Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, and you being able to scheme open and just get Xavier Worthy to run past somebody. Tyreek Hill, after the initial burst on the scene of speed, is when you was like, oh, well, wait, he can actually run routes and he can just run. That's when he was quick. But at the initial thing about Tyreek Hill was that he was fast and they would throw the ball and he would just run past you, which is what they want Xavier Worthy to do.
But he can make you like Tyreek, as a wide receiver guy, you have Xavier Worthy, high end, top end speed, fast, straight. I don't know if he has the make you miss. No. He has the acceleration. Does he have the make you miss? And can he do more than just run straight? That is the difference. If the ability to run fast is cool, but you have to be able to get in and out of breaks. Or all I'm gonna do is put the safety over the top and be like, hey, just don't let him kill me. That's it. That's it. Cover 2, the safety over the top. Just stay behind. Just don't let him get past you. Outside of that, everybody else
same purpose.
Yeah,
that means you running cover 2 the whole game, and I'm gonna kill you with Patrick Mahomes. I'm gonna pick you apart.
I'm just drop my backers in the zone, and you're gonna have to let Kelsey kind of live, but that's it. And if that's the way that I lose, that's the way that I lose.
Bro, they won a Super Bowl doing that last year. They literally ran a Super Bowl, him dinking and dunking all the way to the Super Bowl. They did the same. They did the exact same thing.
It's Mahomes. I just told you the man might be the greatest of all time. And let me tell you,
they are gonna go get Jarek back though. They did the same thing last year. They're gonna go get Jarek around the second, around week, whenever
makes
it's over with.
Too much sense when you had to replace a guy this late. You know he's in great shape, and he's the only person who can At the end of the day, Mahomes must be protected. He's got to be. And I know that Samaje Perine, he don't have the tape of being that man's bodyguard like Jerry has. That's it.
Yeah. You're right. So, in the Chiefs defense, they get players. They lost players last year that got hurt. They get all of them back.
Correct.
They could be a problem. They could be a number 1 seed in the AFC. If that offense can do what it does, because they are scary.
Raiders.
But the Raiders, look, they have no quarterback. Brock Bowers out there showing out. That's all they talk about is Brock Bowers, which is scary because you have and the defensive end. But that's all they got. They don't have any tight. What's their depth chart look like? Their depth chart is just Gardner Minshew. Zamir White has developed into a really good back. Devontae Adams is disgruntled. He does not want to be there. Jacoby Myers and Trey Tucker, cool. Brock Bowers and Mike Mayer are probably going to be their complementary pieces to Devontae Adams. Max Crosby, Christian Wilkins are going to be a problem. They're going to be a problem together. But they ain't got nothing after that.
No, they don't. But if you can cause havoc up front, then you could cause problems. But realistically, they don't have wasting everybody's time here. Not getting a quarterback, this is a waste of a season. I don't care damn near if you're not Kyle Shanahan, that no quarterback shit is not gonna fly. I hate to tell you, the rest of us are mere mortals. We need a quarterback, and they don't have a quarterback. So I don't want to waste a bunch of time to talk about the Raiders, because if you don't care enough to have a like, it's one thing not to have Patrick Mahomes. You're right. Everybody can't get a Patrick Mahomes, but y'all doubled down and went Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew, and I think the Gardner is, he's a bridge quarterback. But if you're saying I'm starting the season with Gardner Minshew and that's my plan, I think that your plan is to fail.
I think they got screwed over by the Steelers. I think that they were going to try to go get. I think they were trying to get Justin Fields.
I don't care. I'm gonna tell you why I don't care, because Jameis is available. There are quarterbacks that are available that you could have got. There are you could have got. I would have taken Huntley or the other backup from Cleveland. You have to make a deal and get you a guy. And they have made it very clear that they're not even and I said it. I was like, yeah, eventually they're going to get a quarterback. They're going to find one. They're going to get one. Boy, how stupid do I look? I was wrong. I thought y'all had at least limited intelligence, and you don't.
Setting Antonio Pierce up to fail, unfortunately.
Yeah. That's the most frustrating part to me is you got your Max Crosby, you got your Christian Wilkins, you got your Devontae Adams. You could, if you had a quarterback, you could kind of walk yourself into second in the AFC West. Now you're going to dogfight.
Yeah, with the Chargers. And the Chargers have Justin Herbert. They just signed Taylor Heineke, or traded for Taylor Heineke. They lost Keenan Allen. They do have Jim Harbaugh. New regime, new year, new me. Lad McConkey, who you don't like.
I wish you could see my notes right here. Lad McConkey, number 2, ? Wide receiver 2, ? No.
Wide receiver. He looking like he might be wide receiver 1. Josh Palmer. Quentin Johnston is probably going to get traded or lose his spot. Then you have Brendan Rice, DJ Chark, and Darius Davis. Will Dissly, Hayden Hurst at tight ends. Running back is Gus Edwards and J.K. Dobbins.
I actually don't hate that. Didn't they both play with the Ravens?
Yes. At the same time.
Give me the Ravens' old running back room. I'd love to have that.
They just don't have a go-to receiver. If they had a go-to receiver, this would be an interesting team. But they don't have a go-to receiver, and their defense looks, let's see, Khalil Mack.
Nah, defense is stacked. Asante Samuels, Derwin James, Joey Bosa. They are stacked on
Christian
defense.
Fulton, yeah.
You need a receiver. I mean, and honestly,
Bud Dupree. Wow.
You might as well call Hunter Renfrow. You got Ladd, just Georgia that thing on out. Just get a bunch of guys who look like a bunch of guys.
Hunter Renfrow wouldn't be bad because he could play. They don't have anybody that looks like could work the middle of the field except for maybe Ladd, but Ladd is faster. I think the Chargers are in purgatory. Personally, I think that defense, while it's good, Khalil Mack is older, Bud Dupree is older, Denzel Perryman is older.
Joey Bosa
wants money. I believe he just resigned. He just resigned, right?
Future Hall of Famer? What you mean? Gonna pay him. Last name Bosa, pay him. All of them. Every
Poona
one
Ford is good. I don't know about Morgan Fox. This team on offense has to figure out their identity.
Oh, you know what it's gonna be? Tough
3 yards in a cloud of dust.
Yeah, like he's not changing up. He's an old man.
That'll get you second in the division. That's gonna get you smoked against everybody else, though.
Oh yeah. I think that just the stability out of Justin Herbert. This will come straight down to quarterback play. Magic Man Mahomes is going to lead them number 1. The Chargers will be at 2 because Justin Herbert will be able to do enough. And then the Raiders don't have a quarterback, and the Broncos don't have a team.
The Chargers have a cupcake schedule, though. Woo! They play the NFC South and the AFC North.
Do you trust them? Do you trust them not to blow it?
No.
Okay.
But so ranking them, you said Chiefs, Chargers, Broncos, Raiders is what you said?
Chiefs, Chargers, No, Raiders, Broncos. I would be surprised if Sean Payton doesn't emotionally break this team down and make everybody either hate each other or hate him.
Yeah, I got Chiefs, Chargers, Raiders, Broncos. But the Raiders, they don't have any. Yeah, I'll take the Raiders. I just said Devontae. I'll take the Raiders. So Chiefs, Chargers,
But don't be surprised if Devontae is ready to leave.
Raiders, Broncos.
If I
I
was
think
him,
Devontae is going to somewhere. I don't think he's staying.
If I'm Devontae, I wouldn't even start the season with them. No, don't ask me to come here for what?
I'm telling you, Justin Fields, somebody else, and a pick. Or Russell Wilson, somebody else. Probably Justin Fields is more attractive because he's younger. Somebody else in a pick for Devontae. Devontae Adams. I'm talking about getting Devontae Adams to Pittsburgh with Devontae Adams and George Pickens. You have the tradable pieces. You can do it. You can make it happen. And if you do that, because the Raiders already wanted Justin Fields.
I'm not giving Devontae up. I like Justin Fields, but there's a high probability I can get Justin Fields in the offseason. And this season's already. I'm not giving you.
Well,
Devontae.
I said you got to add another player and a pick or two. You'd have to. It's a 4-for-1 asset trade.
Oh, Danny Ainge. I'm making Danny Ainge deals. If I can't get everything I want.
Yeah, I would do it. I would make that work. Because then Pittsburgh, for Pittsburgh, I mean, it's still stagnant. I don't even think that makes you it's still stagnant. But we won't belabor the point. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we picked the AFC, we picked the NFC. We'll post the graphic to show our picks before kickoff. This is Tuesday, the day after Labor Day. We're finishing up recording. The NFC comes out tomorrow, may come out tonight, and the AFC comes out tomorrow for sure. If we ain't miss anything, take us out.
We didn't miss anything. All 32 teams, immense, fantastic coverage across the board. Or is it 30 teams? All of the teams.
32, 30 NBA, 32. 8
That's
divisions of 4.
Correct. With that said, fantastic coverage. Excited about the football season. Y'all, let's rock and roll. We out.
We out here. Peace. Hey, Monday Night Raw next week. Tune into the college football preview. Some of our college football preview picks are already slayed. Thank you to the Seminoles.
Free Shoes University, baby.
We'll see y'all next time, man. As always, remember, like, follow, subscribe. Love y'all. Peace. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, with our final segment of part 2 of our Splashcast College Football Power 4.2 preview. We are going to talk about the Big Ten. We talked about the SEC, the ACC, the Big 12, the SIAC on our HBCU special, the CIAA, the MEAC, the SWAC, and the 8th, known as the Colonial Athletic Association, with North Carolina A&T and Hampton. So we have literally covered it all, ladies and gentlemen. And we are going to finish with the Big Ten, another team or another conference that's just full of alignment. I am your co-host, Reggie. How you feeling, brother?
I'm your co-host, Norwood. I'm feeling good, man. I'm just so happy that Florida State lost. I'm rocking with that. That's going to fuel me for the rest of the week. That's all. It's all the fuel I got and all the fuel that I need.
Yes, sir. So as I said about the Big Ten, man, they're another team that has added schools because of realignment. I think the SEC added 2 schools in Texas and in Oklahoma. The Big Ten added added Oregon, UCLA, USC, and Washington.
Added a bunch of stuff that don't make any sense. Let's say what we're really thinking here.
From the Pac, used to be the Pac-12. So they got the blue bloods or the powerhouses of the Pac-12 in Oregon, UCLA, USC, and Washington added to the mix. So now they are the number 2 conference, far and away behind the SEC. All of this to challenge the SEC.
This is just another formation of the alliance. The alliance just molds and changes into different things. You can dress it up and make it and call it what you want to. It's just the alliance. It's the SEC, and then the rest of you guys standing around in the corner waiting on somebody to call you for the playoffs.
Yeah, but the Big Ten, I will say, they do have a legit 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 teams that could get into the playoffs that I see out of that. Versus the ACC and the Big 12 maybe have 2 between them, and the Pac-2.
Fair. I don't hate that 4. I guess it's got to be 4.
Yeah.
Now that we've done the math backwards, or you could just do like we really know the answer to be, and just worry about the SEC. The SEC champion be the national champion, and everybody else just go on home.
Yeah, I mean it's gonna get to that, but I mean the Big Ten, I will say they're going to be competitive and entertaining, and that's what you really need. The Big Ten, here are the power rankings that were released by. This one came from On3, but they get theirs from ESPN. And this has been pretty. It's been the same amongst all of the sports outlets, national sports outlets. So Ohio State is number 1, Oregon is number 2, Michigan is number 3, Penn State 4, and then after Penn State, you have 5 through 9, which is Nebraska, Iowa, USC, Rutgers, Washington. And then you have the right side of the league, which is that right side is tough next year. So let's break it down and talk about next year first. It's tight because those teams came from the Pac-12. It's tight for y'all. Those Wisconsin, Michigan State, Illinois, Maryland, Northwestern, Minnesota, Purdue, Indiana, UCLA. UCLA will probably end up being 10th in this league, somewhere at the top of the next year type teams. But that is so top heavy now. Like, this is a really top heavy league.
Yeah, well, the thing is, number 1, Minnesota and PJ Fleck. What are you guys doing?
Go to the Big 12. That's what I'd have done. I've been Purdue, Big 12. I've been out of there.
PJ Fleck, at one point, like, you were right at the precipice of being like the next guy to get one of those jobs. I think
he
that
turned
you're
it down, I believe.
Yeah, and I think that might be regrettable. I think that you in Minnesota, it's probably time to go in a different direction, probably for both of you guys. UCLA is a work in progress. I'm very interested to see what Deshaun Foster and that coaching staff can do in the years to come. I'm very interested in that. They let him pick they let him pick his guys, and he definitely picked his guys. I wish him the best of luck. This just ain't your year. Mike Locksley in Maryland, I think that they're getting that program together. And me and Reggie say we support the blacks around here. I think they have a black AD, black head coach.
Black president.
All of that at Maryland. Yep, all of that at Maryland. So I'm going to keep my eye on them, but I'm going to be very honest. When it comes to football, they're a right side team.
Well, they lost Talia. So losing a quarterback that started for you for 3 years was a big deal.
Absolutely.
And they don't,
which is a problem for a bunch of people in this conference.
So I don't know what they're gonna do. UCLA, yeah, Deshaun Foster's cool. You got to build that program. PJ Fleck, though, what do you think about? I think he's actually waiting for that. He needs one good year. He needs to have a shocking, put me back on stage type year or win in order to get his name back into those jobs. Because all these other jobs, Nebraska's pretty new. USC's not going anywhere. Washington just hired their guy. The only jobs that you could really go up from out here would be
Oh, it's nothing. It's nothing.
Michigan
Nothing.
or Iowa.
You're not getting that Michigan job. Whatever happens, you're not getting it.
Iowa would be
being-
a step up for him, and it would be a gradual
I
step
agree.
up too, because you
I
still
agree.
stay
That
with
would be
the
a
zero
safe step up.
expectations. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. So yeah, that right side, that's cool. What about the left side? You got Washington at 9. Washington got their new coach.
So much turnover. No Odunze. No
Nobody.
Michael Penix Jr. No Kalen is the coach at Bama now.
Yeah, they got Jed Fish.
It's very interesting, but that's also the program that Belichick is secretly working for. And I guess not
Washington?
secretly. Yeah.
Well, they brought in Will Rogers from Mississippi State, who's a dual threat quarterback. But they've lost. They got 9 players back on defense, but they've lost all of their offense. They lost everybody.
And they were a high-powered offense. I think that the only thing that I have an issue with is y'all got to be better than Rutgers.
They lost all 5 of their O-linemen.
Correct. But you just got to be better than Rutgers. When I look at Washington and I look at Rutgers, one of these is a football team and one of these is a basketball team. Find a way. Figure it out. That is unacceptable. I think that USC is in a very similar situation to Washington. Losing Caleb Williams, who was the equivalent of losing all those players at Washington, I think it's a lot of pressure on Lincoln Riley with a lot of expectation. Because Paul Feinbaum going to be on Lincoln Riley's ass if they don't win.
Yeah, he hates Lincoln Riley. I don't
Yeah.
know. I know
Hey,
Feinbaum
Feinbaum be
doesn't like
talking
anybody
that.
that's not SEC, but he goes at Lincoln Riley.
And
So-
he disrespect the SEC guys when he get a chance.
But Lincoln Riley and USC said the team gained 1,400 pounds of muscle, which is a cool stat. Basically saying everybody gained almost 30 pounds. If you got 50, well, that's NFL rosters.
Yeah.
Everybody gained about 10 to 15 pounds, which is cool. So they should be because they're playing a different brand of football now. I did say it puts pressure. The Pac-12 puts pressure on the Big Ten, but the Big Ten puts pressure on the Pac-12 now. You about to play Middle America football. You about to play Heartland football. They are going to Wisconsin. That Wisconsin USC game gonna be interesting. Just because USC is gonna score when they get the ball, but y'all got to be able to stop the run.
Willing to punch you in the mouth, yes. And
That
that's
is what
one
they're
thing. There's
known
2
for.
things that they're gonna have. Wisconsin's gonna have linemen and running backs. And if you don't like to tackle in the fourth quarter, you do not want to play a team with good linemen and good running backs because it will be stressful.
Yeah. You got now USC and UCLA also got to travel. I mean,
Washington, throw Washington right in there too.
Yeah, Washington too. All those teams got to go. You got to fly to Maryland. You got to fly to Indiana, Oregon too. Like that. Now that's not gonna be easy. You're not doing as bad as the ACC, but you still traveling. You traveling.
USC with the name and the branding and the coach, they're in quite the conundrum. You need to be pretty good, but you don't have. I don't see you having enough to be good, which is bad. Iowa is just consistently, they're like the Ole Miss of the Big Ten to me. You're never really competing. Yeah, they're never really competing to be a champion of the conference, but they are competing to ruin your chance at winning a national championship. And everybody above them.
I root for the punter.
Yeah. I came here to, like that's their thing. And for them, that's when are you guys going to step into the next step? That's the same thing I said about Ole Miss.
PJ Fleck.
When are you guys? Yes. When are you going to step from being? I could just be a spoiler to I am an upper echelon team. I am a contender for this championship, for the playoffs, and for a national championship. That's what they have to answer.
Well, the nepotism kind of played a little into that. He hired, the coach hired his son and they've been like the worst offense in the history of the program. And he had a stipulation: if you don't score, if you don't have 1,000-yard rusher or 1,000-yard or 2,000-yard passer or whatever, you get fired. And he got fired. He had to fire his son.
Hit him with the Sammy Sosa. Peace out. Hey, get
But
that head, get that
I mean,
bread, and then
again,
leave.
like you said, I think Kirk Ferentz is gonna have to leave, but I don't know if he will. But PJ Fleck is it. PJ Fleck is the answer for you to at least come into the 21st century of football.
Chip Kelly. Chip Kelly's the OC at Ohio State. We're gonna get there, but I think he took that job for a reason. Now he took that job for a reason and for just a season.
So let's
next
talk about
up,
let's talk about Ohio State then. Oh, well, go ahead. No, you want to keep talking about Penn State?
No. Yeah, Nebraska. No. I was gonna go to Nebraska next. They have Dylan Raiola, if I remember correctly, they have Matt Rule, who's trying to rehab himself after the debacle in Carolina, which seems like ownership was the problem more than him. But they're a team that is there's going to be a level of expectation because Nebraska is just Nebraska. And you have a lot of pieces. You got Dylan Raiola, and then you have Matt Rule, who just came from the NFL.
Yeah, I don't think they have enough talent. I do think they do have a lot of freshmen. Now, if they can keep Rule didn't go crazy in the portal. So if they can keep those freshmen and sophomores there at least 2 years, 2 to 3 years, if you could keep those players there to at least their junior year, at least in the classroom, you could at least get them on the field. He's got a lot of freshmen. Dylan Raiola is it. Now, one thing that will help Matt Rule is if Dylan Raiola turns out to be good. If he turns out to be good from like day one or season one, and you can see the switch flip, you can see the switch flip, you'll have players coming to play with him because then he can then elevate you to get to the pros.
But isn't that the job of Matt Rule, who's supposed to be like an offensive guru, is to get the guy who we believe to be a good quarterback and make him look good?
And that is it. So if it works, it works. I don't know if I would have them up here at 5, or really I would really have them down near Wisconsin. You probably have to prove to me more. Really, I'd have them down near UCLA because you'd have to prove to me more. All this is speculation. We don't know how good
I'm putting them in the group with Rutgers and Wisconsin, right there. And I mean, that's not an insult. It's just I need more information to trust you.
Yeah,
I think that Washington overall, turnover included, just a better organization top to bottom. USC, better organization top to bottom. Iowa, they know who they are. I think that's limiting, and it doesn't allow them to compete for a national championship. But I think that also lets them know that there's a floor to this. Iowa ain't the one thing that Iowa's not going to be is terrible. We can't be bad.
You get to the top 4: Ohio State, Oregon, Michigan, Penn State.
So let's talk about these 4. One of you guys don't belong. And to me, it's Penn State. Penn State is basically in the same situation. They're Iowa with a better brand. At the end of the day, y'all haven't competed for a national championship and looked like a national championship team since Kerry Collins and Kajana Carter. You guys just have a really good brand. You have a big stadium, and you guys get a lot of TV games. But when are you guys going to step into the conversation with Michigan, Oregon, and Ohio State? And Oregon is tricky because Oregon kind of belongs there, but not really because they just trick it off consistently.
Oregon. Oregon.
Yeah, but Michigan, I'm talking over the last 20 years. We've all waited to see Oregon get to the place, and then they just don't win. And Michigan was there until last year, and they cheated. I don't like to even put Michigan in that because of the way they cheated. And they cheated. Let's be very clear, they cheated.
Yeah,
Cheated,
but Penn
cheated,
State
cheated.
also what I am noticing that these teams like Penn State, these middle teams,
Stuck.
but the transfer portal is allowing them to go kind of get to the SEC. So they've got 2 or 3 players from the SEC, one from Georgia, one from Florida by way of Georgia. Then they've got a few players at DBs, which is what they needed help with. I don't know, and I don't know their receivers. I don't know anything about Penn State's receivers. If you really want to
James
go,
Franklin, I like him. I like
Mark,
him.
He's Mark Richt. This looks like the Mark
You
Richt.
read my mind. Yes. It's the same. It's the perpetual next year is our year, but then we get to that year and then we have to beat somebody who we need to beat and we can't ever do it. But
and they be having the talent too, though. He has talent.
Yes.
He's upgraded the talent on that roster
Absolutely.
severely.
and still just can't get it done. But I'm going to be honest, I don't think that there's a better option as far as a coach for Penn State than James Franklin.
Really? Yeah. No.
He's a hell of a coach. He's Mark Richt. Mark Richt is a hell of a coach until it's time to win a national championship. Outside of that, look at what you had to get to replace Mark Richt. You had to get Kirby Smart. Congratulations. You won. But outside of that, if you didn't get Kirby,
that one.
If you didn't get Kirby, you could have got any number of.
You wouldn't have left.
Okay, it's really the difference between being Georgia and being Florida. If you replace that person with the right person, then you're Georgia. If you replace that person with the wrong person, you're just grabbing coaches every 3 years like Florida. That's it.
Yeah,
Florida got the talent. Penn State got the talent.
But they have the talent and they have the opportunity. So you did say something about Michigan. I want to talk about Ohio State first, just because they're number one, and they got to the college football playoff last year, or 2 years ago. Then they got the transfer portal, but they've lost to Michigan. This transfer portal is kind of, What?
I have a question
About the transfer portal?
How? Well, finish your statement, then I want you to ask me.
So they have gotten everything. They got the best safety, the number one player in Caleb Downs from Alabama, thanks to Nick Saban. They got Julian Sayin, was the number 1 or 2 quarterback in his class, who was a freshman, transferred. They had the number 1 running back from Ole Miss, Quinshawn Judkins, transferred. They got the number 2 lineman, and I think the number 1 lineman ended up going back to Alabama. They got number 2 lineman from Alabama, Seth McLaughlin. He's the center that messed up the snap, but other than that, he was really good. They got Will Howard from Kansas State, and then they got the number 1 tight end out of the MAC. So they look kind of crazy. What were you about to ask?
How did Ohio State do better in free agency than the Dallas Cowboys?
Money. Ain't no cap. Ain't no NIL cap.
There it is. Jerry, spend that damn money. Spend that damn money. Ohio State said, hey, we got a bag. We'll spend it. This is it. I was talking to my brother yesterday about the transfer portal. You're right. And he was like, I understand it, but I would rather not get guys in the portal. And I said, yeah, kind of. You don't want a bunch of guys. You don't want 20 or 30 guys in the portal, because then that means you're having too much turnaround. But what I would like to do is handpick the best transfers, and I want those guys. Everything else in the middle can go. But those guys who are good on teams where things have changed, I want all of those. And that's what they did. They went right in there and picked Alabama clean. Safety, quarterback, inside,
Center.
lineman.
Yeah, center. Yeah. So Ohio State is consistently number 3, number 2 in recruiting every year. It's always Georgia, Alabama, Georgia, then Ohio State. And they always hit on receivers. I think they've had a receiver go in the first round
Every
year for the last decade. And they do well on DBs too. Quarterbacks, they're okay.
And their quarterbacks, they may not be NFL ready, but they're damn good. They get damn good college quarterbacks, and they be. You got to think about the college quarterbacks they threw away. They threw away Quinn Ewers. They threw away Joe Burrows. So they've had them, and for what you need them to do.
But I just don't understand. And you go to the defensive side of the ball. They put in linebackers. They put in defensive. They've defensive end. But they just can't win, and it's really Ryan Day. And at this point, you have no excuse.
Yep.
Not to win. No.
Well, Reggie just took my point, but that is the answer. Don't look left. Don't look right. Ryan Day, you win or go home. That's it. There's no more, hey, I got close, win or go home. That's simple. And on top of that, if I remember correctly, Mike Vrabel is on that staff now. And I'm telling you, if you don't win this year, Mike Vrabel will be the head coach of Ohio State. And he has NFL ties. Number one, he's still very respected in the NFL. And he is going to, yes. And on top of that, he's a motivator. And they're going to be happy to have him because they've given you all the runway.
He's their Harbaugh.
They've given you, yes, minus the cheating, hopefully. But y'all do be cheating. But for me, yeah, you better keep your eye on your staff. You better keep an eye on your ass, and you better try to win some games. If you don't, cheat. I'm gonna be honest, cheat. Pull a Michigan. Do whatever you have to do. Honor Alliance, his brother. Find his twin, his alias, whoever that might be, and you need to get him. Because not winning at this point is not going to be good. And I'm talking about winning damn near everything.
Yeah, you gotta you look at Michigan. And if this is gonna be on your way out, go ahead and be on your way out. Because Ohio State being always in the playoff, Ryan Day was never gonna lose his job. Losing to Michigan 3 years in a row and having Michigan win a national title, it don't matter if they cheated or not. Having that happen is unacceptable in Columbus. That's unacceptable.
And I'm going to tell you right now, Dan Lanning is coming there to shut your trap down. He wants to be the lead dog in this conference. He wants to be the lead dog in college football, to be completely honest. That's going to take a little bit more time.
He's the new Kirby.
But
Kirby's
the first thing that he can do is punch you in the mouth. And if he shows up in your conference, which we've always believed has mostly been a one-man conference for the last 20 years, and punch you in your face, oh, man, Ryan Day, you will be going somewhere else, coaching somewhere else.
Yep.
Preferably not Florida.
So Oregon does look good. They are. I mean, there's really not much to say about Oregon. I mean, they're kind of like Georgia now. They're just consistent.
Yeah.
And they are there.
Yes.
So they did bring in.
And they don't have the pressure.
Well, they brought in the Oklahoma quarterback that's from Hawaii. He transferred to Oregon. I forgot his name. Dylan something. He started out at Hawaii, transferred to Oklahoma. No, he went to Central Florida. Started out at Central Florida, went to Oklahoma, and now he's at Oregon. So they have experience at quarterback, which is what you need, and they got all the skill positions and all defensive linemen that you could want, because he is recruiting the SEC. So Oregon's there, but let's go to the cheaters. So you got Jim Harbaugh, 4 years, received a 4-year suspension for his role or ignorance in the cheating scandals that were going on in his
scandals with an S. So many scandals.
So he's gone for 52 games or 4 years, which nobody cares because he's never coming back. The sign.
I do have a question.
Yeah.
Does he have to just wait 52 games before he can come back, or does the team have to like employ him and then him miss 52 games, then he'd be able to coach?
That's actually a good question.
because like with the NFL players, you just can't be like, oh, well, I missed 4 games. Boy, you wasn't gonna be on nobody's team. You have to come back. You have to come back. You have to sign a contract, then sit out, then play.
I don't think it's. I don't know. If the way the NCAA rules and how they lean towards breaking the rules or breaking their own rules, I believe it's as vague because it allows them to evaluate that at a later date. So if he decides to come back in 4 years after the Chargers doesn't work out,
I hate that. I hate that. You manipulated the system. You cheated, and you cheated with everywhere all the time. And it's frustrating because, I mean, he did the whole hamburger thing. He's stealing signs. You just cheating.
I must say, you cheated everywhere all the time. This ain't the first time. This ain't the first 2 though. Remember, it was something else that they got off of.
Exactly. And I think that you stole a national champion. And I think that you should have to serve your penalty. Serve it. Not just wait it out. Not the time heals all wounds.
Now you got Sharon Moore. You set him up. Because I do think, even though he was part of it, he's the new head coach at Michigan. Even though he's part of it, I think he was doing this at the behest of others. I'm not going to say he's absolved. I think he chose to participate. But there's no way he was doing it and Jim Harbaugh didn't know. I think he was just somebody who tried to make him the fall guy.
Try it. You know how they had them boards, and then they had the strings and all the murder mysteries, and then they had a person who's the patsy. It you, my boy. You did not know. You was up there boo-hooing, crying, talking about this opportunity. You did not know that they were setting you up the whole time. And this is the thing. What does he do? You don't delete the 52 text messages. You don't take the job of your dreams. You become a whistleblower. In college football, where will you be coaching next year? Middle school.
Bishop Sycamore. He'll take
it. Maybe. No, I'm not sure. He's gonna be like, I can't trust you. You might tell on me, and and he definitely doing something illegal. So yeah, for me, this is
Stallions who he's not a defensive coordinator in high school. He scouted 13 future opponents 58 times, famously getting caught. I think it was on Central Michigan sideline. And I'm like, dog, if y'all first y'all cheated, and then y'all cheated stupidly. Why would you scout Central Michigan? Central Michigan ain't the team that's going to beat y'all straight up. That ain't the team that's going to beat you and challenge y'all.
Cheat for the teams that you need to cheat for. Just don't cheat for everything.
Yeah, that's
you cheating on an open book test now. Come on now, what you doing? The answer's right there. Just read. Damn son.
It might have been Minnesota. I don't know. It was one of them. It was a purple and gold.
The team you should have beaten. Yeah. But my thing with Connor Stallions, and even allowing him to coach at the high school level, I don't agree with. Like everything has some type of code of conduct, all of that, and just letting him coach in high school. I mean, first of all, what type of message are you sending to the athlete? Oh, I got caught cheating, so I'm just gonna come over here for a little bit.
It's the same. Well, I mean, serious this out, Reggie. It's the same thing that goes on in law enforcement. Somebody shoots somebody, kill somebody, they go to another place, hang out for 3-4 years, and then go right back to being. And it's the same principle. He's gonna go down, sit down there. That team, he's gonna be the same defensive coordinator. Don't let that team be good. He's gonna get another shot at Tupelo.
That's it.
And then he's gonna end up.
That's the other part about it is who's hiring him, because if you are good,
Tupelo,
then they're gonna be like, oh man, he's good because he's probably cheating again.
West Virginia School of Miners.
Cheating Connor.
Yeah, so it don't matter if they win. It don't if they win and you can't prove that he's cheating. Hey man, I just made a mistake. I'm white and I'm about to make it, and that's what's gonna happen. They're always going to get a second chance.
That's the frustrating part about it is,
think about it. They cheated and said it's cool. They cheated and it's like, yo, we're not going to make them vacation.
They trumped that
They're
thing.
going to be the Michigan.
Them felonies don't matter. Them felonies don't matter.
They said cool. They was like, no suspension. Sharon Moore may get in trouble, but probably not this year. We're gonna suspend Jim Harbaugh because he's not there.
And if anybody gonna get in trouble, surely the black guy.
Yeah, like Jim Harbaugh, you're suspended. What? I'm in San Diego.
Yeah, I'm gonna be what y'all think? Okay, suspension, cool. I'm gonna go ahead and apply for a whole other job.
You ain't even got to tell me, hey, we're gonna arrest you. No, no, you won't.
Who?
I ain't do nothing.
I won't be there.
I plead the fifth, sixth, and seventh.
I'm like Magic Johnson. I ain't
gonna be there. But all right. So who you got? We just kind of ran it a little bit. Who do you have actually winning the Big Ten?
Oregon. Dan Lanning, come on in and slap Ryan Day. Slap him right on out of there. Ryan Day fired. Billy Napier fired. Fired.
Let me tell you something. If this ends up being Oregon and Georgia somehow in the college football playoff championship, y'all wouldn't be able to tell Nick Saban not a thing. That would be Kirby. That's 2 Saban disciples.
Yeah.
First and second generation. There ain't nothing you can do. Let's talk about it. I'm going to pick Ohio State. I don't want to. I'm not an Ohio State fan, but I think, yeah. Well, okay, you picked number 2. like you picked number 4. You ain't picked Penn State,
but not 1.
I think Ohio State's just too strong. I think they're too strong. You want to make a bet? Bet a 6-pack? It's gonna be one of them too. Ain't nobody else gonna win the Big Ten. Let's just be honest. It's gonna be one of them too.
Rest y'all just practicing. I'll take Oregon. I'll take that. All
right, 6-pack. Stamp. Ooh, first
12.
report of the year.
Better 12.
12-pack.
I mean, we gotta wait till the end of the year. At least I can do is get 12 out of that. 12 beers. 12 beers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 beers.
Oh man.
Clarify.
So we got beer. We are doing beer. So I'm taking Ohio State. You're taking Oregon. In the Big 12. Who did you take in the Big 12? Utah. We both took Utah. I'm tripping.
Yep.
With that being said, I think that we are complete, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
That's it, right?
We've covered all of college football as a preview. We got a chance to dance on the graves of Florida State as their season started and ended on the same day.
In the same hour.
I want to give y'all an opportunity to once again like, follow, subscribe, follow us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or X. Also, training camp playlist coming out every week. We'll be back here soon. Next week, full episodes, Monday Night Raw. What else you got for them, Reg?
Y'all stay tuned. We will be coming out with the NFL preview. I don't think you said that. That will be coming out next week.
You right.
Again, we will be recording our shows and doing premieres. We will have live on Mondays to react to the football weekend. That's it. We appreciate y'all tuning in, man. Oh, fantasy football. You want to tell them about that?
Finishing that up. Yep, reaching out. We're at like 6. I think I'll be at 8 here by the end of the day.
All right. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, if we didn't miss anything, we appreciate y'all. Remember, like, follow, subscribe. Peace. We out of here.
Peace.
Welcome back for the third time. We are back again. When I say third time, this is part 2
of the college football Power 5 preview for 2024 by the Splashcast. We also have our HBCU segment where we preview the 2024 football season for the SIAC, CIAA, MEAC, and SWAC, as well as the 8th, known as the Colonial Athletic Association, Hampton and North Carolina A&T. I am your co-host, Reggie.
I am your co-host, Norwood, and the reason that we keep starting this show over and over and over and over again. That's fine, though, because I'm excited. As y'all see, I have my glasses on, means I'm feeling good. And the reason that I'm feeling so good is we had the opportunity to watch Florida State blow their entire season yesterday against Georgia Tech. That brings me joy. It brings me happiness. Yeah. You went all the way to Ireland to trick it off. That's a long flight back.
Woo! Especially for all them transfers. You left Alabama for that. You left Georgia for that.
If you didn't play, you might want a red shirt. Red shirt, red shirt.
I only got to play 4. Hey, I'm out. Nah, but so if when you're listening to this, know that there are the ACC and SEC part 1 of this video that's already out. Part 2 is the Big 10 and Big 12, what we're talking about today. And we will also have the HBCU out there as well. With that being said,
let's get to what we've been trying to get to.
We have.
If you Florida State, my boy, we forgot.
Oh man. So we're gonna start out with the Big 12 today. The Big 12 today. The Big 12 today. Pause, and pause. Before you guys know, all of the conferences look different now. There's Tupac down there, as Norwood calls the Pac-2. Tupac.
Yep.
The SEC added Texas and Oklahoma. The Big 10 added everybody else. The ACC added California's prep schools. And the Big 12 added the licorice jelly beans of the bunch, the ones nobody wants. So the Big 12 lost Texas and Oklahoma, and they gained Colorado in original. I don't know. I don't know if it was an original member, but it was Big 12 has been. Colorado has been there for a while. They left again, and then came back. They added Utah, which I think is a good move because that's a
fantastic addition.
That's a steady, stable organization to replace Texas and Oklahoma. Not saying they're as big, but they're gonna pause. But they're gonna win. Cincinnati's been there for a while. UCF is there now. They added them last year. Then they added BYU as well. So, in Colorado, like we said before. So, the Big 12 does look different, and they are technically a Power 5 school. I mean, Power 5 program, or Power 4 now. Power 4 program.
I was about to say 1, 2, 3.2.
Does the Big 12 deserve an automatic qualifier?
Nobody deserves anything automatically. And the reason that I believe that is because I got a chance to watch the ACC #1 team lose to Georgia Tech yesterday. Punch your own ticket. Buy your own ticket. If you can't get your own ticket to the dance, stay at home. ACC, all of you. You get no automatic bid to watch what?
So you taking the Big 12 or the ACC? You two, chat. Y'all taking the Big 12 or the ACC? Y'all let us know.
Big Mid. Put them together. All of us the same. All of it is the same. It's 3 or 4 legitimate teams, maybe, and then everybody else is just hanging out, trying to clean up on leftovers.
You could say it's 3 legitimate teams because the first one of the 4 lost yesterday.
Oh, the ACC is down to 1 shot, 1 kill. Clemson. If you don't get it done,
what Big 12 got? Utah.
Yes,
Clemson
correct.
Over Utah.
Oh, Big 12. Welcome. Come. Hey, welcome. Let's go ahead and get it. Let's get to it here. Give me a reason to care. BYU, you won't. Arizona State, you won't. Cincinnati. Desmond Ridder is available. Y'all want him back?
Oh.
He owed me an apology. He owes me a motherfucking apology because I knew he was trash in college. Then he came to my Atlanta Falcons and showed that he was really trash. Send him back to Cincy where we thought he was. And Houston, what are y'all doing? Not playing football. Next, you got the guys in the middle that are interesting to me, but I feel like they're just there in the way, not really doing anything. Baylor, are y'all ever going to be legitimately good, or y'all just going to relive that petty RG3 era for the rest of your lives and wait for Art Browse to come back, but y'all won't let him come back?
Yeah.
Colorado?
I mean, yeah. That's what most schools
Colorado, y'all 1-8 out of y'all last 9 games. When y'all come back, are y'all going to look like that, or y'all going to look like the first 4 games of the season? Who are y'all? I do think that Travis Hunter, he's it. He's one of the best players in college football. They say that Shedeur is the best quarterback in college football. I'm interested to see what that looks like.
Well, let's okay. So you kind of like running through it, like we ain't sitting talking about nothing. So you got the Big 12, you got the power rankings, that are there, which I expect for out of these power rankings. If you think about the 12-team college football playoff, I can't believe that they have Oklahoma State so high up at 3. I think that's more reverence.
Best running back in college football. They got to pass and attack. Their defense is where the question is. And this is a high-scoring conference. So if you can put up a bunch of points, I feel very confident them being top 3 or 4, very reasonable.
I think the only teams that have a defense in this conference are Utah,
My boy
Iowa
Cam Rising out of
State.
Utah.
Iowa State, and Arizona. Maybe Kansas. Kansas is iffy. I don't know anything about BYU.
Yeah, like that's the reason I'm saying that bottom 12.
Arizona State must have lost everybody in the transfer portal.
12 to 16. We don't even need to talk about you. Y'all getting ready for another season in another sport. I'm going to be very honest. Still with Colorado. The reason we're talking about Colorado is because of the Sanders family and Travis Hunter. The expectation isn't there. I don't believe that they suddenly became one of the better teams in this conference. I think an accomplishment for them would be lucky to be 500. Lucky.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
TCU, we know what it was. Y'all had that one good year. Then y'all go back right. Y'all gonna turn right back into the pumpkins we knew you were. You got drugged. Texas Tech, you better call Baker. Don't care. UCF, West Virginia, Iowa State.
So out of this teams, I think you got Utah is probably a contender to make the college football playoff because it's 12 teams. I think the Big 12, I think the ACC is so down bad now because Florida State going to beat Clemson. They're going to beat Clemson. And Clemson going to beat somebody else. And they're going to be down bad. They're going to be so down bad that you're only going to get one ACC team. If you only get one ACC team, and I can't really see more than two Big 12 teams, even with that. So that gives you 3. So that means 9 teams are coming from the SEC and the Big 10. 9.
5 and 4. See how easy that math is? But you're going to get Utah. Utah, y'all on the way. Easy money. Y'all deserve to be there. Y'all consistently one of the best 12 teams in college football. It gets murky next for me, but I don't trust these rankings at all.
Yeah, that 2 through 5, 2 through 7,
Salute.
2 through 2
well, I'm going to tell you how I go for
2
me.
through 11.
Oklahoma. Nope. Oklahoma State, I think, is firmly entrenched as number 2, in my opinion. And then Arizona, with their passing, attack, and wide receiver, I think they're number 3. So those 3 teams, and I think there may be a path. I would have to look at their schedules a little bit better to confirm if there's a path for all 3 of them to make it to the playoffs. But everybody else, Everybody
think
below
there's
that.
no path. There's no path where you get 3 Big 12 teams, unless the SEC cannibalizes itself and everybody's 6-4 or 8-4 at the end of the season. That's the only way I see that happening. I do think my sleeper team for the Big 12, just because the way they have it ranked, it's got to be Arizona. Arizona finished strong with that defense. Now, they may have lost a few people. They got a strong defense. Ironically, it's Arizona's offense that's in question. Arizona's defense is actually pretty good.
So this is the thing. Oklahoma could lose. They're probably going to lose to Utah. But they could run the table. Oklahoma State, yes, the Cowboys. They could run the state with everybody. I mean, they could run the table with everybody else. South Dakota State, they need to beat Arkansas. They can beat Tulsa. You lose to Utah. Cool. It is what it is. Kansas State, West Virginia, BYU, Baylor, TCU, Texas Tech, Colorado, Big 12 championship. If you only lose to Utah, you'll probably play them again in the Big 12 championship. If you lose to Utah twice,
and I don't think that should. Yeah, Utah ends up undefeated. Then,
well, even if they don't end up undefeated, as long as they're the number one team and you lose to the number one team twice, I wouldn't put you out. They're just a better team.
So on that, you talking about Oklahoma State?
Yes. So if Oklahoma State, you lose in the regular season to Utah. It's kind of like playing Alabama in the SEC champ. How it used to be playing Alabama regular season, then catch them in the SEC championship. If I lose to them twice, yes, they're a better team than me. But put me in the playoffs just because they're better than me, I'm still better than a lot of these other teams. I'm still a top 12 team. It's just one team that I can beat that you've seen.
I don't see that.
So yeah,
I see Oklahoma State choke. This is literally what they've done every single year. They've choked away a game that they weren't supposed to lose every single year. Every year.
I wouldn't put my money, like the money that I earn from the job that I go to every day. Hell no. You think that I will take my money over to Prize Picks and say, "Oh yeah, let's bet them"? No. I pick myself. I pick love.
Yeah. I again, you gotta like Utah because they got a team of 30-year-olds, and then you got Oklahoma State with a 28-year-old quarterback. So,
I mean, and if you look at Arizona, they're kind of in the same boat.
They got all
New Mexico lost.
They got a lot of transfers.
New Mexico lost to I don't know what that was. I'm here.
Okay.
The Florida State fans, it's fine. It's fine. Y'all can be mad. I didn't play on your sorry ass team, and I'm not the reason that y'all lost to the University of Engineer mining team. But what I was saying before the Chinese weather balloon started hating. New Mexico, they lost to Montana State. They must be offended because as soon as I said that, they cut everything. Northern Arizona, Kansas State. You could lose to Utah. Then they could potentially run the table again.
You know what you're saying? You saying who are you talking about at this point?
No. I mean,
you talking about Kansas State, or you talking about Oklahoma State, or you talking about Kansas? You talking about Arizona? You know what this says to me? That they all are the same thing, bro. You saying, hey, Oklahoma State, if all they're gonna do is lose to Utah, that's pretty much guaranteed. But they could. Kansas State, all they're going to do is lose to Utah, but they could. It's the same thing. Kansas State could. Oklahoma State could. Kansas could. But you know what that is? That's the definition of mid.
Okay.
It's the definition of mid. When everybody can beat everybody except one team, that means everybody else is mid except for that one team.
I agree, but what I was saying was this would be your pathway to get 3 teams or 2 teams into the playoffs. Is they could just do what they're supposed to. And honestly, only one of them is going to lose. Only one of them is going to no, I'm not going to say that they're going to do this, but they could both run the table. And then whoever doesn't end up playing in the championship, it's like losing in the SEC early. Oh, well, I'm only going to have one loss. What I'm saying is there's a potential.
Because the Big 12 got destroyed. This is the reason they did all of this. It's because
no. They're going to get invited to get stomped out.
The
sure.
Big
Now,
12, the new mid-major.
I he call y'all Coastal Carolina, and I'm gonna get out of the way on that. I'll call y'all the Chanticleers. But realistically, there is a pathway for them to have probably two playoff seats.
You went all that way to say what I said.
Oh, then yes, we agree. It's fine. Players fuck up. It happened to the best of us. I'm excited.
Said 2,
man.
1 plus 5 plus 4 is 9. And see how good that math is. That's what you said at the very beginning.
And then I did the math. I said 4 and 5. Man,
it went all the way back
I'm
around.
excited,
Like, yeah,
man.
2.
Relax. I want y'all to understand. I have a newfound enthusiasm. College football season is here. College football game is here. It's week 0.
You a Drake fan, and you operate as the college football Kendrick Lamar. You are more energized off of hate than I've ever seen you off of just exuberance. Like, you are.
I don't have joy in my life. I don't have any joy in my life. What are you talking about? None. You want to know what the biggest accomplishment for my football season will be? My coach getting fired. That's all I'm looking for. You're looking for a national championship.
Y'all gonna beat Miami. I already told you y'all gonna be 6-0.
Reggie, don't make me cuss you out. Please don't make me cuss you out.
Y'all gonna be 6-0 by the time y'all play Georgia.
Just
y'all gonna be
fire
right top
my
5.
coach. It don't matter. He goes 6-0, still gonna lose 5 games.
Yeah, he
when
gonna
he
lose
gets to the end of
5.
that schedule, it's gonna be an ass cutting.
But that's not. But that means you will lose because he'll keep his job.
Not save you. Not now, not ever, Billy. You gonna be a fired ass.
Oh my God, Norwood, you are insane.
Fire the coach. Shout out to my Uncle Curtis. Fire the coach.
Oh Lord. Well, ladies and gentlemen,
and the only thing I can ask for is when you are misery is what? Company. Come on, friends, have a seat.
All right. So we have come to the end of the Big 12. We don't care about the rankings. We literally said, hey, it's Utah and everybody else. And it's literally Utah
I think Arizona's
and everybody
good
else.
in Oklahoma State.
Arizona,
my sleeper
was Arizona, just because they coach very well on defense. They do rely heavily on the portal, which they will always do. But at this point, it is what it is.
But that passing attack and that QB, legit.
So
Arizona is not a team to be played with. Utah too. Now, I like you guys. I've followed you for the last 4 or 5 seasons. I think that Cam Rising is a very solid player. But if y'all play with Arizona, as good as y'all can be, you can lose.
You can lose.
And
I will say, don't sleep on
like Florida State.
Don't sleep on Iowa State. Don't sleep on Iowa State. They for some reason can play defense. They're in the state. They're football players in the state of Iowa. They can do something well.
You got an air mattress at your house?
Yeah.
I'm going to sleep. Right to sleep. Not worried about them at all.
What's it? Iowa State. I tried, man.
The Cyclones?
But
is Tyrese Halliburton playing quarterback or no?
Would have been a good one. But ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the Big 12 segment of the last part 2 of the Splashcast Power 5 or Power 4.2 college football preview. We'll be right back. If you're listening to this on Spotify, you'll cut to the next scene and we'll talk about the Big 10. If you're watching on YouTube, just go to the next video and we'll talk about the Big 10 breakdown in a moment.
Wait. Like, follow, subscribe. Follow Out Team Media. Peace.
We'll be right back. Y'all stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our CIAA segment of our HBCU 2024 football preview. Again, I am your co-host Reggie. That is my co-host Norwood. We just
What up,
finished
though?
Good, man. We just finished SIAC, so we're gonna jump right into the CIAA. This is every time I think of CIAA, I think about basketball, but
Yeah.
you better put some
You
respect
don't
on
really
their
think
name.
about basketball. You really think about having a good time in the name of basketball, to be completely honest.
Sometimes you have a little too good a time. You end up on the internet.
Excuse me, say what?
Another story for another day. CIAA, man, y'all better put some respect on their name. They definitely have Super Bowl champion alumni, including Mr. Williams from the Kansas City Chiefs and with the Fayetteville State University. So without further ado, let's get into it, man. Let's get into it. The CIAA, big news. They are following the SIAC and the model that a lot of these other conferences, both FBS, FCS, 1A, 1AA, Division 2 and 3 are doing. They are eliminating divisions. So they are making it to where it's just the top two teams, kind of like the Big Ten. Shout out to the Big Ten. We give you a lot of flack, but y'all were one of the first to do this among major college football, was to eliminate divisions. No, it's Big 12. I'm sorry. Big 12 was to eliminate divisions and go ahead and just make it the top two teams. That was the Big 12 that did it first. So they're doing it now. So this should be fun.
I think a lot of that is due to the
Numbers.
fluidity of these conferences.
Mm-hmm.
Just if the team is having the right type of season, or they don't like the way that the conference is going, or hell, if other people in the conference don't like the way that it's going and they want to jump on the bandwagon and run away, then they can do that. And I think for the conference, I have to continuously restructure if it's East and West. Now I can take the sides out of this. If you're the best, you're the best, and we can figure it out from there.
Yep.
I think that's just more of where we are as far as the times than anything, which is crazy.
Yeah, man. So they got rid of the Northern and Southern divisions. I agree with you. CIAA, they have 23 returning players from the all CIAA team, including 18 first teamers combined. Of course, Virginia Union's Jada Byers and Isaiah Freeman from Lincoln headline those players. Jada Byers was the CIAA leading rusher, 1,100 yards on 16 touchdowns with an average of 118 yards per game. Wow. And Isaiah Freeman.
I don't care where you're playing football. That's damn good football.
Woo, that's fundamentals. That I am going to run faster or be stronger than you or both.
That's a rough day for somebody too, boy.
And then Offensive Player of the Year, Isaiah Freeman from Lincoln threw for 2,300 yards, 25 touchdowns, and ran for 500 yards. So he had about a 3,000-yard season with 25 touchdowns. So it's going to be an interesting. There's a lot of parity in this league. I believe Virginia Union won Virginia Union won last year in this game, in the championship game. So without further ado, let's get to the preseason rankings for these teams. Virginia State. Well, we'll start at the bottom. No, we won't. We'll start at the top here. Virginia State and Virginia Union are the flagship schools of right now, and Fayetteville State. That top three has separated themselves from everybody else. If you look at Lincoln at number 8, we just told y'all they had the CIAA Player of the Year, and they are picked to finish 8.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, for me, one of the things that I was looking at, especially, we'll talk about Hampton a little bit later, but the MEAC is precedent. A lot of it is how many players you have from the 757, how many players you have from Virginia. Virginia State and Virginia Union being at the top of this is they're getting a lot of those players. Mm-hmm. I think that's one of the things that, and I'll talk about it when we get to Hampton, is you have to recruit your state, and you have to recruit your state very well to be successful. If you can't consistently be the winner in your state, then to a certain degree, you're going to be a loser.
If you're not first, you last.
Well, if yes,
all right, Ricky Bobby.
if you're not recruiting your state well, then it's going to show up in your record.
It
And
can.
I think that's very prevalent, specifically because if you look at these schools, CIAA, that's Southeast. If you look at the MEAC and the players who are all conference, they're mostly Southeast or Eastern kids. The SWAC is mostly players from the Southwest. So if you're not winning, then to a certain degree, like I said, you're losing. You really scraping up on whatever's really left. You're surviving on leftovers. You can live on spaghetti, but you ain't thriving.
Throw a little Kaneka, throw a little Kaneka in there for some razzle dazzle.
Dress it up and make it real.
And the thing about Virginia State and Virginia Union, though, that is interesting is if you look at the key players or the all CIAA preseason all conference team, all of Virginia Union's players, except for maybe a running back, and I'll even throw that in there, are all like smash mouth players. Kalen Carver is a do-it-all tight end. Then you have offensive lineman Matthias Nelson, offensive lineman Jamie Moyer, for Virginia Union, Virginia State, offensive lineman Bruno Anwazar, got it. Bruno Anwazar from Virginia State. And then you have the running backs from Virginia Union. And then even on defensive lineman Isaiah Anderson, as well as linebacker and defensive back Shamar Graham. So, like, the front seven for these two teams, Virginia State and Virginia Union, are dominant. And they seem to be ready to punch you in the mouth. And if you're not ready, you can go ahead and fold it up.
I mean, that's life, right? If you're not ready, you get punched in your mouth. The rest of your day is probably not going well. This is no different.
Yep. Now, Lincoln has a pretty good passing attack. They're expected to take another step in their passing attack. They have Malachi Langley, as well as we talked about the player of the year in Isaiah Freeman, who's a quarterback. There's a team here, though, that's pick number 5. Bowie State, before last year, I don't know if they graduated those players or whatever. They had like a 3 or 4 year run. They were pretty good, especially defensively. If there's any team that I expect to be pretty good and rebound, it's Bowie State. They don't have anything written up about them, which kind of makes me nervous. But Bowie State would probably be my team to jump up and scare a lot of these players.
That is a thing that scares the hell out of me, and it frustrates the hell out of me. To a certain degree, there should just be more information on these schools. Yeah, there has to be more information on these schools, and there needs to be more outlets for each individual school.
Now, I'll plug CIAA, SIAC, MEAC, and SWAC. I will say, gathering some of this information, they are definitely getting better. The thing is,
I'll give them that. I will give them that.
They are still catching up. So, like the SIAC, for example, has a strong social media presence. CIAA has a pretty decent social media presence. So you can go right there to Instagram, TikTok, or Google, and it'll come up right there. Whereas the MEAC, you kind of go, and the SWAC, you kind of got to go to
fishing.
the actual website. You have to go to the website and then follow all these links. We passed those days. That's crazy. To go to a website is the olden times. Now, you got to have an app. You got to have something. So shout out to the CIAA for making all of this readily available.
Make this available for your uncles, man. Help us out.
Yes, sir. But as I said before, I look for Bowie State to challenge. Ooh, y'all know my wife went to Virginia State. So I got to pick Virginia State to hold on to the number 1 spot.
You don't got to do nothing. Stand up for yourself.
I'm not, no. Bro, I done had peace.
Get on up.
I done had a whole lot of peace. Shout out to Claflin College down there. They don't have a football team. So it is actually, I think it's 13 teams. or 12 teams in the CIAA. It's actually a bunch of teams in the SIAC. Claflin doesn't have one. Lenoir Rhine in the SIAC doesn't have one. So there's a bunch of other schools that don't have teams. But for the ones that do have teams, CIAA, Virginia State, Virginia Union is going to be a hell of a game. Fayetteville State is there. Johnson C. Smith and Bowie State. I think the top three have separated themselves. I think Bowie State could probably get one of those two teams. Virginia State, Union, or State, they could catch them on a bad day and could win that game because of defense. They muck up the game. But those first three,
I
Virginia
definitely
State,
see what
Union
you
State,
did with the left and right, though. You definitely sent a message with teams on the left. Y'all are competitive teams on the right. Get right.
I didn't, but I mean it's 1 through 11. So I mean, after about 4, if you on the right, you trying to just see progress. No shade, but anyway, that's the CIAA. Really quick, like I said, it's 3 teams. We talked about Isaiah Freeman, Jada Byers. They are Virginia Union is predicted to finish second. Fayetteville State finished runner-up, and Virginia State just missed the championship game. So that should be fun. I believe the game was played down here. Wasn't it played in Atlanta too, right? The SIAC? The championship
Correct.
game? So I'll be looking forward to that. Splash Cast will be out there. Do you want to take a break or you want to keep going? Go straight to the MEAC.
Let's break it, beer it, and then come right back. Short break.
Short break. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. We finish our CIAA segment. Y'all stay tuned. We'll be back with our
hold on,
MEAC.
man. Stop. Hey, y'all do us a favor. We know y'all, this is the favorite podcast in the world. We know y'all hop up every day, listen to us bright and early in the morning on your way to work. Do us a favor, like, follow, subscribe. Send your friends a text. Tell them you love them. We out.
We'll be right back. Y'all stay tuned. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, with our MEAC segment of the 2024 HBCU football preview special. We are back. We are going to talk about the 6 teams. The MEAC is, they went through a transformation a few years back. They have 6 football teams. Where are we going to start? Let's start with last year. North Carolina Central and Howard have pretty much separated themselves from the rest of the MEAC. Central had won 2 or 3 MEAC championships in a row. Now Howard won last year.
Wait, Howard went back? This is 2 years in a row for Howard, if I remember correctly. I think Howard's looking for a 3-peat.
Wow. And then Central. So the last 5 years has been Central and Howard, which for those us old heads, that's astonishing.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of back of what. I mean, you gotta think when we were there, Hampton won the first 3 years, back to back. We were dominant too. Boy, let me tell y'all. Take a little break here. Listen to y'all. Y'all didn't want nothing to do with Hampton. That little 2004 to 2007.
Yeah, 7, 8. They putting people in the league. Jerome,
Boy,
was it Mathis?
Putting people out of there. Yes, man.
Laying people out. But
that
yeah,
was the
so
original transfer while you playing.
Yeah, Hampton had everybody. Shout out to Big Joe Taylor. The MEAC preseason honors: Howard's Jared Hunter and Kenny Gallup were named MEAC offensive and defensive preseason players of the year, which is crazy to have both of them on one team. But Kenny Gallup is returning from last year. He was first team all everything. 2022 MEAC and HBCU national champions North Carolina Central were selected as the preseason favorite to win for the second straight year. They were the favorite last year, and they got upset because they were averaging like 40 points a game or something crazy like that last year. They were mowing people down, and then Howard just played ball. Again, Jared Hunter rushed for 626 yards and 9 touchdowns last season and averaged 257 yards. Now, remember, they only play like a 7-game schedule. So this is different from when you play 12. I think SIAC is playing 12 games. Yeah, so if you take those numbers and extrapolate it over to maybe 13 or 14 games, he's at 1,300 yards rushing and 600 yards receiving. That's pretty damn good. Kenny Gallup had 2 interceptions, 65 tackles, 4 tackles for loss. He got the Aeneas Williams Award for the top defensive back in HBCU football, and he is back for Howard, which is still crazy. With all of that being said, North Carolina Central was picked to, as I said before, picked to win it this year because they have a proven product.
Yeah. I've been rocking with Central the last 2 years. I hopped on the bandwagon at the right time. But really looking over Howard's team, they got a bunch of studs.
Everybody.
They have 7 all-conference players. They looking to do repeat, and they're running back Jared Hunter, like you said, and Eaton James.
Yeah, that's the other one I can't
Not playing. This is a really good team who's used to winning. I have to give, as much as I hate Howard, I just do. It's tough for me to give them credit. At this point, especially with the influx and everything going on at FAMU, I think that Howard right now across the board when it comes to HBCU athletics is setting the tone. And they're doing it on across all sports, and they're doing it in the marketing and branding world too. Good shit, man. I don't have anything negative to say. And I think I would like to see Central win. I think their team is a little, yeah.
No,
and I just don't want to see Howard win. But if you have to respect them, you surely better respect them. I will tell you that much.
Yeah, you said they got 7 all-conference players. They have 3 first-team all-conference players on offense alone.
Jared Hunter, Eaton James, Casey Hawthorne.
Yep. And then they have first-team defensive player with Kenny Gallup Jr. Now, Central ain't no slouch.
No, not at all.
They've got Jaden Taylor. But again, no shade, because no shade. But when they say, hey, they have top talents like defensive lineman and punter, and the other team is like running back, defensive line, running back, tight end, it's like, Howard is set up to be dominant this year. And if they can be dominant, they will be a scary, scary team. Now, Central has 8 players that are picked to be pretty good, especially on offense. And Central's always going to have a good offense. But Howard right now is good. Go ahead.
The thing that Central that concerns me a little bit is 22, they had 17 all-conference players. 23, they had 13 all-conference players. This year, they have 8 all-conference players. So it seems to be going not in the right direction. That's got to be a level of concern. Where are these other players going and why? But that's also because the last 2 years in a row, you don't win the championship.
Yeah, but again, there's all BCU problems. When players are good, they get picked off to go other places. FAMU had a good problem to have too. So you got the revolving door now. But the biggest threat to Central and Howard ain't all of that. It is Chennisberry down Orangeburg, South Carolina. They have 10 players, first team offense and first team defense. They have a lot of seniors, a lot of graduate seniors, a lot of redshirt seniors. They got a lot of transfer players. And he is putting I have followed this team. They have stepped up in every way, shape, or form. That whole athletic department or football department
looks like a whole new organization.
They are shooting documentaries about the summer camp.
And that's what happens when, unfortunately, you just go. It's kind of the same thing that, when you look at Hampton, like with Dr. Harvey. You just have an older regime who's not in touch, who's not near, like, been a good steward of the program. Buddy
Shout
Pugh
out
did
Buddy
an
Pugh.
excellent job. Yeah, did an excellent job with the program. But where we are now, you got to do the stuff that we happy that they're doing. You got to shoot the clips. You got to put out the social media. It has to look right. I'm going to give Deion the credit for that, moving HBCUs into the social media era probably a little bit faster than they were interested in doing. But it's got to look a certain way. And that's Deion Sanders Jr., who really quietly deserves a lot of credit for moving HBCUs
Well
forward.
off entertainment, yeah.
This is what
I
it's
was gonna say
supposed
that.
to look like. This is exactly what it's supposed to look like. And if it doesn't look like this, that's fine. But just know you're not competing with me.
I was gonna say that about Deion. There was a lot of things that we had problems with the way that he left, and for lack of better words and talking. I mean, he's having kind of those same problems. More money, more problems. He's having the same problems in Boulder that he had in Jackson, right? So, but the thing that he did, he branded. Deion is a marketing genius, and he branded HBCU football. And if you don't fall in line and do the same thing, go follow South Carolina State on Instagram, YouTube, for Facebook. They got all of those pages for, and they reach a lot of people because they're trying to raise money. And if they become good,
It looks like money, and it looks like, hell, send me some pads. I'll suit up and I'm ready to play with the speeches and stuff that they got going on over there. It looks good, and I'm happy about that. At the end of the day, me and Reggie are advocates for HBCUs, and we want to see them get to the highest of highest, get the recognition, notoriety that they deserve. In order to do that, you got to put yourself in a position for people to do that for you. And my personal thoughts on South Carolina State is, first thing they got to do is figure out what their expectation is. Don't worry about your play matching the marketing yet. You can come in right now, Delaware State. It ain't there. They damn near missed the bus to get to Hawaii. Norfolk State, their quarterback.
They missed the flight.
And then they said it's an internal. I wrote it down. Internal scheduling malfunction.
Bus caught a flat tire.
And we just wasn't there. That's really the answer. And then so for Delaware State, I don't think they're there. Norfolk State lost their quarterback. South Carolina State, you probably can't get to Central or Howard. The best thing that you could do is get to third place. I honestly think that South Carolina State probably gonna be better than Morgan this year.
You said Norfolk State ain't there, but they got 11 players on the all-conference team.
Quarterback suspended for four games.
Oh, I just read that an hour ago, and I forgot about it.
Yes, sir.
Dawson Odoms, I was pulling for you.
Otto Kuhns, first team, all conference, academics, 4 games.
Dawson Odoms is the head coach. He used to coach at Southern.
Oh,
correct.
Correct.
And they didn't want to pay him. So that's why I said Dawson Odoms. I'm rooting for you, but I forgot about that. Otto Kuhns from Columbus. Yeah, senior too. And they were good.
Yeah.
Norfolk State wasn't bad. Dawson Odoms gonna get you to
Correct.
play some good football. Morgan State has good defense. Morgan State's always gonna have a good defense. But I don't know if they'll listen, I'm a believer in Chennis Berry. I'm a believer in Chennis Berry. I think he's going to end up being 3 or 2. Yeah, so as I was saying, man, I really, really like Chennis Berry in South Carolina State. I believe in him. He makes me want to go play football now, and that's not going to happen. So I believe in him. Morgan State, they're good on – I said they're good on defense. I meant offense. As I look at my notes, they actually have a lot of all-conference offensive players.
They got 10 conference. I mean, they have 10 portal transfers.
Yes.
But I looked at them. Didn't love them.
Ain't great.
Didn't love them. I'm looking like I'm breaking them down. Boom, 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 boom. And then I'm getting there and I'm like, I'm always open to being wrong. One thing that I want to make sure I communicate this year to the podcast supporters is I'll be wrong sometimes, but within that, this is when I looked at it, didn't love it. Last year when I saw Central, I said, "Oh, that's it. This is the team to beat." This year, my gut is telling me Howard is the team to beat.
The paper telling it to you too. They got the offensive defensive player of the year.
I mean, you're right.
They are.
They love that Jared Hunter kid.
Yeah, they do. They do. And then Delaware State. I mean, I think they just put y'all on the list to be nice.
Yep.
Because
when you should go into this when you miss the bus. When you miss your flight to Hawaii for game 1, and y'all about to fly out to Honolulu, no rest, long flight, and get
no activities. You go out there for the activities that you missed, and
you're going to get cooked by the Rainbow Warriors.
The times we live in. But yeah, so Central, Howard, Morgan State, South Carolina State, Norfolk State. The thing about having only 6 teams is you only need 1 or 2 upsets, and then you're in the catbird seat. So, I mean, that's what happened with Norfolk State last year. They were like right there, and they ended up losing at the end of the season. So, with that being said, you're picking Howard. I hate to say it, I'm picking Howard too. I want Chennis Berry to do well. I would love for him to make it to the MEAC championship game. They don't have a championship game. They just have a champion. I don't think they have a championship game. But I would love for him to do well. And if he does well, y'all let Chennis Berry end up 1 or 2 this year. You might as well kiss the baby, as Chad Johnson used to say. It's over with. Over with. With that being said, we come to the end of the MEAC segment of only 6 teams. So, didn't take long. Of the HBCU 2024 football preview. You want to take a break or you want to go straight into SWAC?
Quick break, and then we will talk about the SWAC showdown.
Ooh, woo. We'll be right back. Y'all stay tuned. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Splash Cast. We are here. Football season has arrived, and you know what it is. We start out with our HBCU special. I am your co-host, Reggie.
And I'm your co-host, Norwood. Our powers combined. We are your HBCU homeboys. And like Reggie said, welcome back. This is the HBCU preview.
This is the HBCU preview, brother, man. Hampton. I ordered my Hampton fitted, snapback 3 weeks ago for this moment to have Southern and Hampton on. Hampton is not here. I need y'all to get it together.
They're always in your hearts.
Always in my heart. Kicks up right leg. But I need y'all to make sure y'all get me this because this will be the entire.
Let my soul do the singing. And y'all need to learn the alma mater, man. I had a discussion with some people recently that don't know the alma mater. Embarrassing. Whatever HBCU you go to, learn that.
One thing. Oh, we here now, y'all. Welcome. Y'all know what it is. It's called the Soapbox 2024-2025 football season. You know, it wasn't cool to learn the alma mater when you were like a freshman. Or like when you were like having to force to go to convocation?
When you were in University 101 for a whole semester and you went there every day?
Every day. Shout out to Dr. Freddie Davy.
Excuse me, was that? Maybe that was Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
No, it was Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or Tuesday, Thursday. But it wasn't. No. It was Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. It was like calculus. I remember.
Don't tell me about that. No
Boy
calculus.
said I ain't take no calculus. Calculus was.
I know about
But anyway,
calculator. It's time for the calculator.
Oh, no.
It's time for the calculator.
I was in the math classes with no numbers. Calculators couldn't help you.
Mm-mm. Thoughts and prayers to you, my boy.
Yeah, but what I was saying, like when you didn't know the alma mater, like when you were like a freshman, but as soon as you get to like you get towards the end, you like, man, I'm gonna miss all this stuff. You start learning all the. I used to know all the words to the alma mater, to the extra stanzas of the other song. I used to know everything. I'd be doggone tour guide at Hampton and Southern now.
Yeah, you know, I'm a student leader. You can't not know that.
I was
Lift
a fake
every
student
voice
leader.
and sing. Yeah.
I was a fake student. I never actually signed up for it. I just showed up.
Guilty by association.
Just got a couple T-shirts and moved on. Said my name was Kev Sumner. Shout out to the roommate.
Wow. Shout out to Denmark.
He's still in Denmark. But y'all know what it is, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with our HBCU news around the culture. This is our special HBCU preview for football. We're going to talk about the SIAC. We're going to talk about the CIAA. We're going to talk about the MEAC, the SWAC, and 2/16 of the Colonial Athletic Association.
1/8. 1/8 of the Colonial. Colonial don't sit right with me. I don't think we enjoy it.
I don't know why we went over there. We went all over there to decolonize. The decolonize. We were right over there. Kendrick done messed up the Colonial Athletic Association now.
Colonizer Athletic Association, boy.
They're playing Rhode Island. Boy, they ain't even seen us. That's
Right,
Newfoundland.
right
That might as well be.
Street.
That might as well be Newfoundland.
Are you playing? Hey, Greenland, all of that. We never get to that.
Nope, that's ice. But all right, ladies and gentlemen. So, how do you feel to be back, man? We are gonna do our SEC Power 5, whatever. Power 34. I don't know how many teams there are, and I don't know how many conferences there are. We'll do our FBS later on coming up. I believe we're doing that tomorrow, right?
We began to rock.
So that'll be out soon.
Steady. Yeah.
How you feel to be back?
Y'all, it won't come out for y'all tomorrow anyway.
Oh,
How about that? Go ahead, buckle up. When you get it, you get it.
How does it feel to be back?
I'm happy. Football season it's amazing how we survive without football season. I don't know how I did it. I'm so thrilled. College football video game
Olympics.
out. Oh man.
You watch the
Y'all
Olympics?
I wasn't feeling Olympic this year.
It wasn't as captivating outside of basketball. I will say, I think there was a little bit of haterish news going towards Noah Lyles just because he kept running his mouth. But other than that, I mean, basketball was good. I always tuned in the track.
As the fastest human on the planet, I think that's a person who deserves to be able to run their mouth. That's always been a thing.
So
what fastest man on the planet do you know who's humble? That's the benefit of being the fastest man on the planet.
Well, he got torched in the 200 though. And I mean,
nobody cares about the 200.
Everybody does. Nobody would have cared if he didn't come out and say he had COVID and end up at a.
Now that is an interesting story for a different
party.
day. But COVID, then I'm turning up. Now I don't have COVID.
In 6 hours. What COVID pill? I know the one that's supposed to work in 24 hours.
That's COVID-20, not COVID-19.
I got the 2020 medicine. You need 20th edition of the medicine.
That's that Dr. Umar COVID. Come and go.
Bong. Oh, man. So let's get started, man.
I'm happy football season is back. This also means the homecoming season is on the precipice.
Homecoming season.
Yeah. And all the things that we love. And beer.
Yeah. Shout out to Party of Two Brew Crew. They will be giving us on Saturdays. They will be giving us beer recommendations. As you can see, the notes on my board back there. Got the MEAC, got the SWAC, everything up there. So let's get started, man. Let's get started with the SIAC. Before we even go into the preview and everything, shout out to Arthur Blank and this 32-year-old picture that they used.
Is this ChatGPT? Is this Grok? What is this? Y'all didn't shine them up. And I mean, why does he look like Sam Davis Jr. a little bit?
Well, you know, there's a white twin or an opposite race twin everywhere. There's a twin. There's your twin that's white, Spanish, Asian.
Arthur Blank looks bored. He look. Are we gonna? I mean, he looked light skinned to me. I'll be honest.
Looks a little Creole-ish. He could be Creole. He could be Armenian. He could be Italian. He's just racially ambiguous right now. With that
look like he look like one of LOA uncles.
Oh man, for y'all that are listening, man, we started off with Arthur Blank and the Blank Foundation. The Blank Foundation renovated 4 SIAC school fields. They resurfaced them via $6.5 million grants. It was Albany State, Clark Atlanta, Miles, and Savannah State. Clark Atlanta went viral actually for their red turf. The second school I remember, I think Eastern Washington was the first.
Correct.
But this is great, man, because it immediately gives these schools a facelift, especially to be able to money attracts money, as a billionaire would know. So now they look like they got a little bit of money.
Yeah, so for me, number one, anytime you revamping facilities for HBCUs, I'm on board. And you're right, money attracts money. But for me, I look at this is an opportunity now to host different games, classics like high school classics, jamborees, those type of things. And you got a state of the art feel. So yeah, let's find a way to make some money back and invest back into the school, invest back into the program. And once again, when people support HBCUs, thank you. I don't think that's said enough.
You didn't have to.
Thank you.
You didn't have to, so we appreciate
And
it.
a lot of folks don't. What you talking about?
Oh man. So let's start out with the SIAC. The SIAC eliminated the East and West divisions in 2023. So last year was the first time that they had, I think, 1 through 11 or 12?
1 through 13.
1 through 13. And it was actually probably the best thing that they could have done. Because if you remember, we talked about, I got my notes right here, so that's why I'm looking. They had a 4-way tie between second place. It was Benedict and everybody else. Remember, Benedict and Chennis Berry, 13-1, 11-0 in the SIAC.
And everybody else just practicing.
But for second place, it was Albany State, Miles, Tuskegee, and Fort Valley, all at 6-2. Now, Tuskegee and Fort Valley had the better records. I think they were 8-3 and 9-2, 8-3 and 9-2, or 8-3 and 8-3. But Albany State had the better conference record because they upset Miles. So they ended up going to the championship game and got boat raced by Benedict 47-10.
Didn't matter who was going, you was going to lose. best thing that could happen to y'all is Chennis Berry is now head coach of South Carolina State.
Got a lot of movement. He took a lot of the thing about the when coaches move now is a transfer portal, and he took a lot of players with him over to out down to Orangeburg from Columbia. They are looking for their third straight championship, but
yeah, they're gonna have to look somewhere else for that.
Well, I don't know, man. They look pretty good. So here's the preseason all-conference breakdown. You got Tuskegee has 8 preseason All-Americans. Savannah State has 8 as well, which is surprising as Savannah State has not been great. They are been in a forever or perpetual rebuild. But they got 8 preseason all-conference players. Miles with 7, Allen with 2, Clark with 5, Eastern Washington Lane, Fort Valley with 4, 5, and 6 to round it out.
Edward Waters.
What I say? Edward Waters? I said Eastern Washington.
No,
Edward Waters. Yeah. Edward Waters. So,
and with Savannah State, if you have 8 all-conference players, the expectation is to win or go home. You have to know that going into the season. You can't have this level of players and not find success, or success better find you.
And
unemployment will.
We'll get to so the SIAC during their media day actually released the preseason rankings.
I'm sorry, preseason finishing, who they thought was going to win the conference, who was going to go to the championship game. And it's interesting, these numbers from Tuskegee and Savannah State, they have 8 preseason all-conference players, but they are like, I know Savannah State has to be like 12 out of 13. So, but
8 out of 13. But that's too low with 8.
well,
and that
they
basically
only
means
won
you
like
had,
one game last year, though. So that's
so you got 8 all-conference players. You play 11 on 11. However you split that, you should one side of the ball. Either you should be really good at or you should be balanced. But you can't suck unless the rest of the people are terrible. You're not getting it done.
yeah. The SIAC has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They have 5 players ranked in the 5 teams ranked in the HBCU Division II coaches poll. Fort Valley at number 3. Albany State at number 5, Benedict at 6, Miles at 7, Tuskegee at 8. This is the 3rd year of the HBCU Division II coaches poll. So you're right. There are some expectations here. These teams seem to be. Go ahead.
If I can say anything that will cover this entire football season at every level, I think more than ever before is expectations. There are so many teams with expectations and realistically just not enough opportunity to go around. Somebody is going to be butthurt soon and very soon.
Yes, sir. And here are the preseason final rankings right there.
Reggie say, hold on, let me cut to the butthurts.
Hey, yo.
No Diddy.
Oh, hey, no, hey. I want no smoke. But these are the preseason final rankings right here. There's a lot of
unintended.
A lot of meat.
Hey, yo, my boy. That is egregious.
It was. It was. I apologize, y'all.
Y'all can y'all tell we happen to be podding again? Always remember,
man.
like, follow, subscribe. Your favorite podcast in the world.
Yeah. So SIAC during media day ranked their teams from top to bottom. Starting out, we'll go from worst to first. Morehouse, man, they finished 1-9, 1-7 overall last year. The only notes that I have, they got a new coach. They got Terrence Mathis, Falcons legend. He's the new coach. He's
Go to class.
Teaching.
Hey, keep on going to class. That's the best thing I can tell you for right now. Congratulations on Terrence Mathis. Perfect attendance to the rest of y'all.
The receivers are expected to take a big step, and the offense is expected to take a big step here under Terrence Mathis. He just got to get his.
At a place like that, man, with what they had and trying to get it to, trying to really stabilize yourself as a legitimate program and just have the amenities to compete when there are so many different places to play now. You got to give him 2 or 3 years before you even look his way, I think, personally.
I think this is why HBCU jobs are going to be more attractive now. Because of NIL and everything that's happening between NIL, you're expected to win right now. Where HBCUs, you are already operating from a deficit. Yeah. So if you're already operating from a deficit, you're normally given maybe 2 or 3 years unless you lose the teams you ain't supposed to lose to. Like, you can't go 10-2 and then lose to 0-12 team. That and losing to your rival will get you fired. Trust me, I know.
Yeah, but with that said, Morehouse, and if you've ever met anybody from Morehouse, you know how they feel about their university. Hey, y'all need to spend some money. Sam Jackson, Denzel, Spike, hey, y'all need to get on the horn and get that NIL money. I'm laughing, but I'm dead ass serious.
LBVS.
You have way too many. You have way too many notable alumni. I mean, you see how the rest of these schools are going. You see what Oregon is doing. Phil Knight say, "Hey, open up the checkbook. What do y'all need?" Well, Morehouse.
I might do that on a smaller.
Love
scale,
you guys,
because
absolutely 100% on a smaller scale, but still needs to be done. Is what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. This is your opportunity to truly throw your weight around and your visibility around. Y'all are one of the few schools that, get a check every time. So yeah,
From
y'all
everywhere.
need to do something on it. Yeah. Y'all are on that excuse my I just say it, what they call the Power Five. Y'all gonna get money every time. So if you're gonna get the money and the notoriety, y'all need to invest in this athletic program, especially in the location that you're at. You're Morehouse. There's so many good football players in Georgia.
And
look what Georgia State has done. Yeah, look what Georgia State has done in no time.
Game
exactly.
Year. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I expect Morehouse to be better than 1-9, 1-10. Coach Vaughn Brown has standouts. The SIAC's leading rusher, Kellen Dewey, is coming back along with defensive back and defensive lineman Kadarian Jones and Ashar Hassan. So they should be pretty good. I'm sorry, that was Morehouse. So Lane with Terrence Mathis has Vaughn Brown. Lane is supposed to be 12. 2-8, 2-6 in the conference. I ain't gonna lie to you. They have no notes for Lane. They have 2 players and a coach.
Ain't got it. Ain't got it.
they paycheck to paycheck.
We did not have the capacity.
Shout out to Lane, man. Y'all just show up and try hard. That's what y'all need to do.
Yes, keep doing what y'all doing. Go Dragons.
Kellen Dewey, Kadarian Jones, and Ashar Hassan should be pretty well. Allen University is 11. Now, this is interesting. Their head coach from last year, Teddy Keaton, left. They had the number 1 offense in the SIAC and a top 5 offense in all of Division II. The SIAC Player of the Year, David Wright, was a quarterback, along with Teddy Keaton and Cameron Ivory, who was the leading tackler, all transferred from Allen to that team above them, Clark Atlanta. So now the player of the year, I think the SIAC, he wasn't coach of the year, but I think he was runner-up, as well as the leading tackler, all leave. He had 4,500 yards passing as the top passing game.
He sound like them boys. He sound like them boys from Miami of Ohio. They stole our kicker.
Alabama said, "Yo, nah, he went into the portal. We just said, hey,
into the transfer portal. I got him. Ain't that how it works?" Well, yeah, essentially that's what happened, Alan. I hate it for you. Thoughts and prayers in advance. I hate it had to be you, but it is in fact you, Clark Atlanta at 10.
Clark Atlanta at 10.
You literally stole the show.
You did. And I actually expect for them to be better than 10 by the end of this. With the SIAC Player of the Year, with the new coach, with no learning curve, yeah, they should be a problem. With that, and you better make sure Arthur Blank money go towards something now.
Yeah.
You better not be 1-9 out there on that red turf.
And you in the black and red, we don't want you confused with the Falcons, and the expectation in the state of Georgia is up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So then you have Central State out there in Ohio is coming in. They had a 5-5 record. Again, we are in the lettuce, tomato, mayonnaise portion of this sandwich. Central State is more, they are kind of like just the mid. Hate to say that. But
I mean, it is.
They have 26 new recruits, though. 26.
This is your, honestly, this is your opportunity zone. The bottom is the bottom. It's no looking up. I'm going to be honest, man. I'm not wasting nobody's time this year. It is what it is. The bottom, I think y'all guys, especially 11 through 13, y'all looking at 2025 at the earliest.
Y'all should have the highest GPA in the SIAC.
Go to class. Make sure that y'all get good internships. Drink your water. And enjoy your time in college, because you will be going pro in something else. Now, this I think I'm gonna put Clark at the bottom of the middle of the pack, and I'm gonna put Benedict at the top of the middle of the pack.
That's fair.
And I think that all of these teams are very similar. They have the ability, they have the roster, to jockey within this position and maybe attack like that fourth position at Tuskegee. I don't think that they get to the top. I don't think that anybody's touching Albany State, Fort Valley State, or Miles. But I think that middle of the pack, you can fight it out. And I think Benedict just being back-to-back champs, even if you lose your coach, that program was left with a decent amount of stability. I think that they're still top of the middle of the pack, considering that they were at the top of the pack. They're the leader of the pack the last 2 years.
Yeah, you're right. The system is there. They just got to refill the players, the cogs of the system, but the system is there. What's interesting about this next team, and we talked about it, Savannah State is supposed to be ranked 8. And I honestly think in the SIAC, I think 8 through 4 is going to be a dogfight. Now, remember, we told you that Savannah State led with 8 preseason all-conference team players. 8. So if they're going to have 8, they finished 2-8 last year, but they have 8 preseason all-conference players, and they have the returning quarterback, Jaden Adams, who I expect Savannah State, Kentucky State, Benedict, Tuskegee, Edward. I don't know about Edward Waters. We'll see. Well, actually, we know about Edward Waters. We'll talk about that later.
Decent football team.
They all of these teams from, and you could really stretch this from 10-5 if you wanted to, 10-4. We don't know about Clark and Central State, but 8-4, dogfight. They have 4 teams finished 6-2 last year, and I expect now you take away Michael Jordan and the Bulls, you take away Chennis Berry, and now all of a sudden it's wide open. This is gonna be fun. Shout out Savannah State. Smartest move ever. We told some of y'all schools.
It's going to be fun for some people. It's not finna be fun for them.
Boy, when you 0-9, I know that's just another practice. Like, we done practice 5 days, and now y'all go out here and practice again. And get beat down. But
at least they have a practice field this year.
But shout out to Savannah State, though. If you
don't forget about
dang,
that.
This is super old, though. This is going to date us. Savannah State used to be in the MEAC when we were in school. And
Correct.
They used to get just absolutely beat down.
I vividly remember us winning a football game. Shout out to Scorpio. Taj Mallory was the running back there. Scorpio was like, I broke smart guy arm or his leg. I can't remember what it was, but Taj was done.
I think he ended up leaving.
Pirates got him on out of there.
Shout out to Scorpio. He went to Morehouse too. He transferred to Morehouse.
He did. Surely
but
did.
Savannah State, I expect them to be pretty good. Kentucky State. Ooh, y'all, they have a sneaky good offense. They have an all-conference offensive lineman in Walter McClinton. They should be one of those teams that beats the 9 through 13. 9 through 13, they should probably be 5-0. They should beat Allen Lane, Morehouse, Clark, Central State.
What can you do when the competition looks a little bit more like what you look like is the question.
I wouldn't be surprised if Kentucky State finishes in the bottom 11 through 13, though. Because all of these other teams have 9 and 10 all-conference players. They have new coaches. They have, we just said, Central State brought in 26 new recruits, not including the portal. And the way the recruiting is in with the portal now, it's hard to get big classes when you're a smaller school. You can't, because now Georgia, Florida, all of them are taking 35 players in recruiting classes and then taking the players out of the transfer portal. So it's less players for you to pick against. So you have to bring in a whole lot more players.
That is true, but it's also guys entering the transfer portal a lot faster now. You just got to be at the forefront. You got to learn how to work the portal. You cannot be what's your boy at Clemson, Dabo, who just don't believe in it. If you're not playing in the portal, then you're not playing football. You're watching other people do it.
Yep. And now, if you look at the graphic, if you're watching this, if you look at the graphic, there's 13 teams. So the right side of the graphic is a little smaller than the left side of the graphic. That's more like JV and varsity. Because once you get to Edward Waters, this is when it's a dogfight for everybody else from 6 through 1. Edward Waters is picked to go 6. They finished 6-4 last year, their best
Remember, they just became a university while we've been podcasting.
Yep, 2 years.
And they finished 6-4, their best season in a decade. They returned 4 all-conference selections, including Dylan Lemon and Johnny Jones. That's a team that could sneak up and leapfrog Benedict.
Those are the teams that are the scariest to me. They already have their systems and processes, playbook in place. They're just looking to improve their rosters on the edges. And, man, you have continuity. Like Benedict being at 5, going from 1, that's impressive. That's super impressive because of the massive overhaul. Versus Edward Waters, who's had a little bit more stability, they should really have the higher expectation. To me,
they might. Again, it's like I use your Oregon analogy. Oregon was terrible. They were terrible for a long time. And then when they started to become good, it's like, I don't believe it. Like Edward Waters is in that I don't believe it category right now. 6-4, y'all just missed being,
show me.
Yeah, you got to do it. You got to do it now. So they may be able to. Hopefully they will. But hey man, they are picked to be 6th. And then you get to what? Benedict. Benedict is picked to be 5. Again, lost Chennis Berry to South Carolina State.
Back-to-back champs, though.
Back-to-back champs. He took a few players with him, a few recruits. He's right down the road. But again, they are strong on defense. They are strong on offense. Chennis Berry had a 2-deep rotation at every position. So even if you take 10 players, you left me with 34 players. Plus I get to recruit. So they've got it booming over there. New coach Ron Dickerson is there. I don't expect he'll change much. I wouldn't.
He was already in the program, though. He was not an outside guy, right? Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah. You'd be foolish. And again, sorry, Chennis Berry, offensive coordinator at Southern. They just let him go. Let him go to Benedict. Went out there, and then they didn't even interview the man. Didn't even interview him. Then they tried to circle back this year.
Are you upset about this?
A little bit.
Hurt?
We done fired 3 coaches since he done won the SIAC twice and went to South Carolina State. And then we'll get to the MEAC. He gonna crush the MEAC. He gonna crush the MEAC, bro. But I expect Benedict. This is like when Alabama is allegedly going to have an off year. They may have an off year and lose 2 games, or they may win the SIAC and blow everybody out. You never know.
That's the other thing about this is if your team is, if your game plan is installed, you have a team that's kind of used to doing this. Injuries always play a part in the football season. And if you can stay healthy, give yourself a fighting chance. They're what they don't have in what they lost in the overhaul, they also have in other guys with experience. And that's valuable.
Yeah. Yeah, they did play a lot of players, and that definitely is going to come back and help them. So shout out to Benedict. Tuskegee, championship contender. 7-4, just missed out on the championship game. They returned star linebacker Malik Moe and defensive back Michael King. They had one of the better defenses in the SIAC. They should be even better. I believe they have 8 preseason all-conference players. This is it, Tuskegee. This is when you make your jump. And they start out, I think they play either Alabama State or Alabama A&M this year.
And this is your opportunity. Like you said, Benedict is out of there. If you believe that, you are what you say you are, this is your opportunity to prove, hey, we're a legitimate football team. We're champions here. Yeah.
Yeah. Tuskegee, now you're getting into what is going to really be a dogfight. Because then you got Miles is supposed to finish 3rd after them. They finished 7-3 last year. They had I want to say the biggest turnaround in the SIAC. They had 1 win in 2022, and they went 7-3 last year, and they narrowly missed again. They ended up missing the conference championship by 1 game and a tiebreaker. They returned 5 all-conference players. So I don't even know if that's called rebuilding. That's kind of reloading, and they have 7 preseason all-conference players, so they added 2 to the 5 that they brought back.
My only thing with them is when you kind of go from a bad season to a really good season that quick.
Is it one-off?
Is that you gotta ask? And is that you? Is that did you have just one good season, or are you about to turn it back into a pumpkin? And that's their thing. Can you stabilize this thing and make it where you have a winning program, or are you just going to be up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down?
Well, I think that a different way of saying that is you can't sneak up on anybody. When you go one win,
oh yeah,
we've all played sports. You could play video games. You could play whatever you want to play. When you play somebody that really don't know how to play or isn't that great, well, that is Reezy. Hello to our executive producer who has learned how to open the door.
Big Reese, what up, though?
Shout out to Reesington. But Miles, man, if they can they are on the precipice of becoming a powerhouse in the SIAC again. Because if they can string together 2 or 3 good seasons, now you get, because HBCUs are playing for the transfer portal. We play for recruits and transfer portal. If they can turn into what we think they can turn into, woo, boy, Lakewood going to be jumping come the fall. All right. Albany State and Fort Valley. I believe the runner-up to play Benedict came down to this game last year, where Albany State ended up winning. Fort Valley finished 8-3. 8-3 last year. They lost to Albany State 13-7. I mean, that's one of them games you cry.
Way to go home too.
Yeah, that's a cry game. If you're
13
a senior,
it's not even like it was a shootout. It's a dog fight. 13
in the cold. In the cold. That was a November game.
No, thank you. That's the part of football I don't miss.
No, yeah.
But once again, this is your opportunity to get your get back.
Well, they're led by preseason All-American graduate running back Brandon Marshall. He had 1,000 yards, averaging almost 5 yards a carry, 9 touchdowns, rushing and 2 touchdowns receiving. 1,000 yards on 200 attempts, basically. Then they also bring sophomore DB back, Kamari Blankumsey. He led the team with 4 interceptions. He's a preseason All-American, preseason All-Conference player, Division II All-American, I believe. So he should be one of those guys that you may end up seeing him play on Sunday, low key. So they're there.
If you see ball, get ball, man. If you can do that, they don't care where you were at. Come on.
I actually went back and looked at a little bit of his tape. He's definitely a ball hawk, but he's kind of technically sound. Like, he's kind of sound when it comes to going for the pick and coverage.
That's such a unique gift. Like that, like you look at a guy like Ed Reed, that's what he was really able to do, is just find a way to make a play on the ball consistently. And he, nothing wrong with I'll give you an example, like for us, AJ Terrell's of the world. Just solid defender.
Yep.
But just don't have that. That's fine. But when you have that ball hawk, it's something different. It's the Jesse Bates effect.
I wouldn't be surprised if AJ Terrell gets 4 interceptions this year. But that's another discussion for our NFL preview, which is on the way. And then finally, coming in at number 1 is Albany State. Again, Albany State is picked to be number 1. And I don't even think they had more than 2 preseason conference all-conference players. But they're picked to be number 1. That tells you about their continuity.
Balance.
And their balance. Xavier Henn and Ahmad Grima, offensive line and tight end, are their best players. And they got a lot of new faces. Graduated a lot of players last year. So I expect Albany State, they may bump down to 4, but they are picked right now to be number 1. And it wasn't really close.
That's something to watch, is without the superstar player, especially when you get to the MEAC, you look at certain teams that are full of studs. Can you do it this way, the old-fashioned way of just, hey, let's play really good team ball. Let's be disciplined. Everybody play assignment football and win. Or do you need to go into the portal, find these transfers, and try to win that way? It should be interesting to see Albany State's success level doing it this way. I say that.
Yeah. I mean, if they can do it, that's the Nick Saban Bible right there. Just do your job, and we'll take care of everything else. If you can pull that off, you're pretty good. But, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the SIAC preview. Before we move on, let me ask you, now that you've seen and we talked about it, who are you picking to win the SIAC? On the spot.
I'm picking Fort Valley State. I like the idea of Albany State, but I think that Fort Valley State has a mixture. I think they're just I've done a lot of research, and I look at each team in each different conference, and you could just kind of you can look and see the team that I believe each year is picked and ready to go and ready to win. There's a lot of parity between all of these, so it's not like it was before. If Chennis was here, then we pick Benedict. Easy money. But with the movement being so consistent, if stability in this case is very, very valuable. And I think that Fort Valley having star players and still having a level of stability is going to put them at the forefront of this. I think they win. Albany State, valiant effort, but I think that the talent is going to win. But I'm open to being wrong for sure.
I like the Fort Valley State pick. They have all these players returning. I'm gonna go Miles. I'm gonna go Miles. You have seven preseason all players, 5 all conference players returning, and then you add 2 more, and you finished tied for second last year, and now Benedict is out the way. Miles, this is your chance to solidify yourself as a SIAC. You're already a SIAC contender. Now you are a championship powerhouse if you could win this year. You establish yourself. And in Alabama, you know they love football in Alabama, especially college football. Ain't nothing else there. So I didn't mean that as a joke, but I meant that as I didn't mean it like that. It's just Akimbo. It's no professional teams is what I meant, man. So
he said it ain't nothing in Alabama.
But ladies and gentlemen,
go down there and make a straight.
We'll be right back. We're going to take a break as we get ready for the CIAA breakdown. We'll talk about the same thing. Then we'll do MEAC, SWAC, and again 1/8 or however many teams there are of the Colonizer Athletic Association.
An eighth.
We said what?
Oh, hey. All right, go get your beer. Come on back.
Oh, no. Nope, I don't know what you're talking about. We'll be right back. Y'all stay tuned. NFC East, Cowboys, Giants, Eagles, Commanders. Start with the Cowboys, man.
That's how the Cowboys are right now. What you see in Reggie's face is what the Cowboys are at this very moment.
What the hell did they do this offseason? I mean, they signed CD. Smart move. Did not extend Micah Parsons. Did not extend Dak. They have DeMarcus Lawrence that they have to sign. They have so many players to sign.
DeMarcus Lawrence? You mean Micah Parsons? You mean Dak Prescott?
Yeah, that's 3 of the 7 they have to re-sign.
Hey, DeMarcus.
The whole O-line. They got a young O-line. They're ugly. It's ugly in Dallas.
So, for me, the first thing that they did this summer is their owner and general manager beef with the quarterback. That's the most interesting thing that Dallas did. This team doesn't seem to have direction. It doesn't seem to have cohesion. And I can imagine that most people this organization is a bunch of people who don't like each other. And then the real thing that nobody's talking about is everybody. I've watched the Talking Heads for the last like 3 or 4 days just kick Dak's ass, like stomp him out, and everybody forgets he came in second for MVP last year.
Dog, y'all, they be talking about Dak Prescott like he was awful last year.
Like he's Daniel Dimes.
Dog, Dak Prescott is the reason the Cowboys were okay. Like he's the reason, and he about to parlay that.
I want to know how Mike McCarthy seems to never take any of the responsibility when I think that everything begins and ends with him.
Boy, Brandon Cooks, Jalen Tolbert are the other two.
It's not. Let me tell you, the Cowboys roster is not as interesting as you think it is.
Ooh,
It's not.
Ezekiel Elliott, Rico Dowdell, and Dalvin.
Why? That's okay. You're 2 for 2 right now. Zeke Elliott, why is he running back number 1? He couldn't
Why
be
is he
running back
around?
number 1. Come on, Kendrick.
Hey, you
But-
remember them stories that came out?
Oh, them not stories we saw.
Footage.
Freaky Zeke has calmed down. Let's also give him a little bit of credit here, man. As a young man who got into college, made a bunch of money, and made a bunch of mistakes that we were able to see, I have to give him a ton of credit. He's been very disciplined. He's been quiet. He's kept his nose clean, pun intended. You know how Dallas get down. and he's as many mistakes as he made, he's really been a good team player.
Mhm.
And he cut the shit. So I'm happy about that. I want to make that very clear because people kicked this back in for a minute. And well deserved.
I about
But
to say
nobody's
now, I
come
mean,
back.
you know,
I understand that, but we all make mistakes, especially as
Right.
much money as he was getting.
had that
But-
delivery service out there, bro.
Man. He was
So
crazy.
all right, back to it. So the Cowboys, I didn't think this roster was great when the offseason started. They have they have
Tela
young players.
Novella.
They have young players on the offensive line. They have to still sign Zach Martin. They have to sign him. This team, I don't know if they make the playoffs. No, they make. Well, we'll see. This team is okay.
Walk off.
This team is okay. It's not great.
Yeah, but this is the thing. As much as we talked about the Saints, if things don't go swimmingly, then it blows up.
Mhm.
This is that with kerosene all around it.
Yeah.
this
And
this
the owner,
only
the
needs-
owner holding the match too. Like,
man, no, just smoking a cigar. If I drop this at any point, everything blows up. It is very clear that Dak is extremely unhappy. And when your owner, GM, and your quarterback are not on the same page, I dare say in full Crip blood beef, better yet, Kendrick beef, I don't think that sets well for this team. And yeah, I think they're competing for a wild card at best.
I
We
think
can
Jerry
go
need
ahead
to
and-
sit down. I think Jerry need to sit on down. It's over with.
And
But
he ain't gonna
not.
do nothing but stand on up.
Yeah, he
he
not.
do nothing but stand up.
So the favorite in the division are the Eagles. Somehow they started out 10-0, finished what? I think they finished 13-3, or they lost their last 5. I want to say they were 12-5, and they ended up, crapping the bed. You got Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts kind of at odds personality wise. They don't seem to mesh. They re-signed Devontae. They have Devontae Smith. They already have AJ Brown. Somehow they got Saquon Barkley.
I never understood.
Fletcher Cox retires, but they have so many young players. They get Nakobe Dean back, who was pretty good when he played. He was just kind of undersized, so he keeps getting hurt. But they seem to have reloaded at a lot of key positions, except corner. They did draft the number 1 corner in the draft, which was cool, didn't they? From Toledo.
Oh, we're gonna see Cooper DeJean soon and very soon.
Yeah, they didn't draft him. They drafted him too. They drafted 2 corners, didn't they?
You're right. So for me with the Eagles, let me see here. First thing is
Cooper DeJean is going to be a safety, by the way. Y'all didn't want to say it was going to happen. We tried to say it wasn't going to happen. They said second practice safety.
You know where you belong. Get on back there, boy. Not so fast, my friend. But with that said, yeah, I think that this is a must win, at least NFC conference. Yeah. You have to get to the NFC championship game, or this is all for naught. And Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts not getting along. Nick Sirianni, you are going to be the person who's ass out this time. They paid a bunch of money to Jalen Hurts, and this offense is kind of stacked. They will find somebody else who is 24 years old, and they think is an offensive guru. You will be replaced, my boy, soon and very soon if y'all don't win.
And Jalen Hurts is face of the franchise. He don't get in trouble. Like he just there, like doing everything, all the right moves. So, but before you move on,
and there are plenty of other teams that will be more than happy to take Jalen
pay him,
Hurts
especially
right
once
off
Dak gets 60.
Yeah.
I forgot they drafted Keely Ringo from last year. They had that. Oh, go ahead.
Well, go ahead.
They had that debacle with Reddick, which turned into a Jets debacle with Reddick. They drafted Quinyon Mitchell, and they also have Darius Slay. James Bradbury is now on IR. So all of these young players that they've stacked all of these young players over the last 2-3 years. They drafted all of Georgia. Now, and then they drafted everybody else. This is the time for them to step up. You have no choice.
Well, for me, I don't know how you left these guys out, but Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter.
Mm-hmm.
Who are you guys and what are you going to do? This is your time. You could make everything a lot easier for everybody. The secondary has new additions and old questions. But if those two guys up front can be aggressive and cause havoc, then you'll make everybody's job exponentially easier. But you got to show it. And you guys have been drafted highly touted. You're in your second year, Jordan Davis. You're in your third year, Jordan Davis. You're in your second year, Jalen Carter. Mm-hmm. Y'all know it now. This is not learning. This is execution at this point. And I want to see it. I believed in both of you guys. I threw a fit about us not getting Jalen Carter last year.
I think they misused him last year, too. He started off just absolutely crazy. And then they started moving him around, trying to play him at wide side D end and all this stuff. I was like, man, y'all put that man over the guard and let him go to work.
Let him destroy somebody for a couple hours.
Yeah, like, what y'all doing? So,
but that's my biggest thing is because if you can get those two guys to be who they were when I had the misfortune of watching them play for University of Georgia, then everything should be easy for you guys. You make it very easy for. I mean, you dominate the NFC East if you get a lot out of those guys.
Yeah, because that creates one-on-one matchups for everybody else in the front seven.
Yeah,
because you still have Josh Sweat there too, which why they let Reddick go. So you're right. They if those two guys those aren't the only two defensive tackles they have. They have like 2 or 3 more.
Correct.
They gonna play a lot.
What I'm saying is, you look at Danny Dimes, not a great quarterback. If you can get that internal pressure on him, check him out. He already know he's about to be fired. Jaden Daniels, he's a rookie. I think he's good, but if you have those two men in the middle, you can shake him out of his boots. Then it's just you and Dallas.
And we don't know what we just said. We don't know what Dallas is.
Yep.
So the Eagles, they're the favorite. They're stacked. They are stacked. They have almost every position. They have this. Speaking of teams not getting better at some key positions, they really didn't do any. They addressed corner. Quinyon Mitchell he's the nickelback. He's listed as a starting nickelback. He's going to have to step in and be good immediately. And then they're going to have to use Cooper DeJean as kind of like that. Quinyon needs to be the other corner. It needs to be Darius Slay, Keely Ringo, and Quinyon need to be the 3 corners on the field. And y'all figure it out from there. And then Cooper DeJean could come in as the dime or as another safety or a robber or whatever you want to call it.
Dress him up in another position, but
as long as it's another position.
Yeah.
And then, of
Or
course,
get cooked. Get the air fry treatment.
yeah,
Not my
they're
problem.
gonna isolate CD on you, bro. Unless they travel, they gonna put CD right on you, big dog.
CD is nuts.
So then you have the New York Giants and the Commanders. We're gonna start with the Giants because the Giants and Danny Dimes have hard knocks. They drafted Malik Neighbors. They already have Wan'Dale Robinson. They re-signed Darius Slayton. They have a good left tackler, Andrew Thomas. I know nothing about everybody else. No, they got John Runyon. They did sign Brian Burns. They kept Dexter Lawrence. Azeez Ojulari played pretty well last year. They need help at corner. Cordell Flott is small. They signed Adoree Jackson. And they got Deonte Banks. Malik Neighbors looks like he's the real deal. The thing is, outside of Malik Neighbors, you got a lot of mid on that team, on that offense, starting with Daniel Jones, with Drew Lock as the backup.
Ready for me to go? Let's go. I'm gonna tell you what my notes are. Get the season over with. Note 1. Number 2, fire everybody. If you was there, fire them. Build around Malik Neighbors. That's it. Very simple. This is best case scenario that you can get rid of all the bad contracts and build around Neighbors. Find you a new quarterback. Now, funny story. There's this guy in Dallas who seems to be relatively disgruntled with his current employer.
I said the same
And he will be
thing.
highly motivated to kick their ass. You might want to go ahead and reach out to him. Just say, hey, man, just like a homecoming text. Just checking in on you. Hey, big head, what's good with you? Ain't heard from you in a minute.
I don't know if Dak would really
Unassuming, polite. Just back in the Facebook days, I probably wouldn't even send you no DM. I just would have poked you. Pause if applicable. See with the poke button. And they poke back, then say, hey, now
I don't know if
that.
Dak goes to the Giants unless the Giants were to add in a whole lot of money to the surrounding roster, which if they cut everybody, they would. But Dak is at the point where he's trying to win now.
We're going to have it. But Falcons just did it. We're going to have a ton of money, and we already got one wide receiver. We will build the team that you want. Matter of fact, we're going to fire Brian Daboll too. You get the coach that you want. One thing that we can do is poach the quarterback from the Cowboys. That immediately puts us as second.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then if they can get to second and be competing for a wild card, until the Eagles break this up and somebody asks for some money, that's what you're really competing with. You're not going to outright build a team that good in the next 2 or 3 years. No, you don't have a way. But the best thing you can do is get the Cowboys out of there. That would eliminate a lot of pressure.
Boy, if you get Dak and become good as the Giants, that would force Jerry Jones to pass the reins to somebody else. He would have to.
I ain't gonna say what I thought you said there, but I was like, damn.
So you got the Giants, and we don't know what they are. Daniel Dimes, I don't expect him to have a good year. His first pass, I believe, was a pick six. I expect him to be bad. I think Malik Neighbors is going to be the second coming of OBJ for them in the rookie year anyway. He's going to have a dynamic rookie year. He's really, really good, really fast. He makes all the catches. He's feisty too. But I don't believe in their running backs. I don't know about their offensive line. I do believe in their defensive line because Dexter Lawrence is for real.
Fire.
And they got Brian Burns.
Kayvon Thibodeau. I like Thibodeau too.
And you pair him with Brian Burns. They did lose their safety though, Xavier McKinney. So that's an interesting thing.
Everybody can go.
And then you got the Washington Commanders. New old coach. What do we tell y'all when y'all keep hiring Falcons old work? It don't work. You hire Dan Quinn. He's the new head coach after getting away from what was the old coach for them? Playing for the Bears.
Ron Rivera, Riverboat
Ron. So I don't know how much of if this is a lateral, a step up. They almost are the same coaches to me. Ron Rivera and
you put
Dan
your
Quinn.
left foot in, you put your left foot out, you put your right foot in. You're just spinning around and doing the hokey pokey, you damn fool. But that's fine. If you want the leftovers, you can have them. You can have them. You want Dan Quinn, let me tell you, there will be one group of fans that will not fight you and will be thrilled for you. It's the Atlanta Falcons fan. Because if you want to scoop your coach out of the trash can and prop him up, then that's fine. Good luck and Godspeed.
Oh, they just traded Dotson to the freaking Eagles.
Yep. Jahan Dotson. So, yeah, I mean, I'm rooting for Daniels.
That's why you keep him. That's why you can keep him.
I'm rooting for Daniels. I want to see him succeed. Everything else there, as far as I'm concerned, ghetto.
You got Jaden Daniels. Brian Robinson Jr. turns out. We knew he was going to be a good back because he was from Alabama. And he's 6'2", 220. Like, it's very difficult.
Receivers not good enough, man. Receivers are not good enough.
What's interesting is they got Austin Eckler, who is a good back. They don't believe, nobody wants to believe in paying him any money. But he's a good back. They got Terry McLaurin, who Norwood never really gives any credit. I always say he's pretty good. They got Olamide Zaccheaus from wherever he came from. He started out with the Falcons under Dan Quinn. Noah Brown, Zach Ertz on offense. Nothing is really special. And then on defense, you got Cleveland Farrell, who is on the borderline of being a bust. Daron Payne, Jonathan Allen, who are your bookend defensive tackles. Dorrance Armstrong and Jean-Baptiste. Don't know who that is. Well, they just drafted Jean-Baptiste. And then you have Bobby Wagner, who's 1,000 years old, but he's going to be helping out a lot of players. Frankie Lavu, Dante Fowler Jr., who, again, came from the Falcons. Dan Quinn got a whole lot of people that he knows. Jeremy Chin. And, of course, their cornerbacks are suspect.
Barbecue and chicken. The only thing that, like, I want to be excited because I want to see that team just not be the pit of misery that it's been. Mm-hmm. And you want to see the culture change, but I don't think that Dan Quinn is the guy to change your culture. And I think
go ahead.
I don't trust him. I don't like him. I don't think that he's the guy.
The future
what?
Metro.
Yep. Damn, I ain't mean it like that, but I meant it just like that. We don't trust you, my boy. And I don't think that one thing that I've taken note of is the defensive head coach and the quarterback. Those things, I see why more owners are going after the younger hotshot offensive coordinators because they're vested in keeping a great relationship with their quarterback. And if you have a great relationship between your head coach and your quarterback, then your offense moves better. You have a lot less beef. You have a lot less of all the rest of the stuff that you typically that you might get from a defensive coordinators who move to head coach. Defensive coordinators are tough. They ain't there for that. Hey, quarterback, do your job. We've all been in football practice. Defensive coordinator don't care about you playing quarterback. Do your job. That's it. Offensive coordinators, quarterbacks, coach going to treat you a little bit nicer. They're going to love you a little bit differently. Defensive coordinators want results. Now, I will give DeMeco Ryans a ton of credit. He's been able to foster that relationship with C.J. Stroud and do a really good job. But outside of that, I 100% understand that defensive coordinators and quarterbacks are not a match made in heaven.
Well, first off, Dan Quinn is a good coach to change the culture because he's going to be there. He's going to instill discipline. He's going to instill a whole lot of optimism, and he's going to work with the team. And in 2 years, you're going to fire him. And the culture going to be there. It's going to be changed. It's going to be positive. They going to be there and play football. Man, he was a player's coach. He was great. I'm just so sad we couldn't get it done for him. That's what we heard, all the cliches. And then going to go get another coach. It's going to happen. So he's there. He's going to do the job for 2 to 3 years. And then they're going to get rid of him. And Jane Daniels is going to get the young hot shot guy. You're going to get a defensive coordinator that's going to be old as Dan Quinn. And that's how you play it. It's the Sean McVay, Wade Phillips play that's going to happen over and over and over and over again. But Dan Quinn is only going to be there for 2 or 3 years. Jaden Daniels is cool. You and Bobby Wagner can be best of friends. Dan Quinn can wear his hat backwards and do all of that stuff. It is not happening. Y'all going to be fourth. So how I got, since it's my turn to go first here, I have Philly, Dallas, New York, Washington. I have Philly winning the division, Dallas coming in second, New York coming in third, Washington coming in fourth. I'm not confident in New York. I really think Washington could come in third, but I have right now New York coming in third.
Number one, I think that's back-to-back sacks for Boston College. Florida State, this is slipping into darkness. But for me, I have the Eagles at 1. I think that's easy. That's chalk. Cowboys at 2, as long as they don't start out rough. If they start out rough, it could be an explosion. I have the Commanders at 3. I think that they're going to compete. I think they're going to have a better roster. I think nobody there is also planning to get fired this year.
Yeah.
I think that they have
less
more
pressure
optimism.
for sure.
Yeah. More optimism, less pressure. And then the Giants, I feel like they're just waiting to get fired. You just like, all right, well, when is it going to happen? Dabo, you're going to be fired. Daniel Dimes, this is the part of the relationship where y'all not seeing eye to eye. Y'all really like, she's your girlfriend, but by title only. You guys don't even talk every day. You send a text because you obligated. Good morning. Then you don't text again till it's the end of the night. Good night. The rest of the day, you don't care what she got to say. And I feel like that's where the Giants are. I feel like they're just waiting for everybody to get fired. And if you're not one of the 5 to 7 people they like, you're going to be looking for a job somewhere else next year.
Yeah. I can't fault you for putting the Giants last. I don't know. I don't have the same way you have no faith in the Giants. I don't have no faith in Dan Quinn. So, either way.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, you're not. Washington Commanders, New York Football Giants. Close. Very close.
Y'all cousins. I think we got one more slide. The NFC North. Bears, Lions, Packers, Vikings. Start out with the Lions. Won the division last year. Came within 2 minutes of being the representative of the NFC in the Super Bowl. Really should have beaten San Francisco, and I think if the Lions make it to the Super Bowl, I think they give Kansas City a problem. I don't know if they give them more of a problem than San Francisco, but in terms of coaching and doing what they do, they're an interesting team. They have made some changes. Let me pull up their depth chart real quick. They made some changes. Not many, but Jamison Williams is supposed to be the next guy over there. Jared Goff, David Montgomery. They signed Amon-Ra St. Brown. I don't know who their third receiver is. And then, of course, Sam Laporta is that dude. And then on defense, they got Aiden Hutchinson, Marcus Davenport, which was a crazy signing from the Saints. I can't believe they let him go. And then you also got Terrion Arnold and Carlton Davis from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and they also drafted Enos Ragshaw. And they drafted Brian Branch. I forgot they got Brian Branch from last year, and got Jack Campbell. This team is loaded with Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery. Go
All
ahead.
right, so I'm gonna get to my point. Then we're gonna celebrate. First thing I said here, Goff is the elder statesman of the NFC North. At quarterback, he's the adult in the room. Caleb is a rookie. Jordan Love is a young man. Scam Darnold is playing on borrowed time. This is your opportunity to. Yeah, I said we're gonna celebrate here momentarily. So, so for me, Goff, this is your opportunity to kick the Rams in the ass. I think they traded you a year too early. I think you could have won that Matt Stafford Super Bowl and was not afforded the opportunity. So for me, this is your chance to show the world who you think you are. With that said, it's been a very, very, very long time since the Lions have played with house money. I think that they go into it the favorite. I think that Dan Campbell is a very good coach, and I have the same notes that you have here. This team is good everywhere.
They are
Up
loaded.
and down the roster, across the board. Detroit, do not go full Detroit. This is your opportunity to turn around all the bad juju that you've had.
Bruh, they are legit too deep, dog. Everywhere.
Yes. The Calvin Johnson bad juju, the Barry Sanders bad juju, just the Detroit juju in itself. This is your chance to get away from all of that. So for me, I want to see you guys do what you need to do here.
Yeah, they're good, man.
I'm actively rooting for this team.
They're obviously. I'm not even gonna say obvious. They in any other division in the NFC, I think they would be the hands down favorite, not just in the NFC division, but to go to the Super Bowl. But in this division, you still have this other team that's out there who did the quarterback thing right. It worked, and they have Jordan Love at quarterback, and they have all the receivers. Christian Watson, Romeo Doubs, Jaden Green, Tavion Wicks. They got Luke Musgrave at tight end. The Green Bay Packers offense with who should have been the Atlanta Falcons head coach or offensive coordinator after the Super Bowl, Matt LaFleur. Dan Quinn messed that up.
Surely did.
This team, he's from the Shanahan tree. This team is lethal because Jordan Love knows the offense, and they don't have a go-to receiver. So there's nobody that you can't travel. You can't guard them. You saw what happened to Dallas. Dallas got absolutely smoked. Now, their defense is a little interesting because those cornerback, they did sign Xavier McKinney and they drafted Javon Bullard, who are starters. Eric Stokes has been playing well when he plays, but he gets hurt so much. And then of course, you have one of the best corners in the league in Jair Alexander. So you have these guys. Of course, you have Quay Walker. Rashawn Gary is back after being hurt. Devontae Wyatt, Kenny Clark, Preston Smith, and TJ Slayton. This team could win this division. They could beat the Lions.
This is where I just don't see it.
Really? Wow.
I don't see it. I'm not going to say that I can't be wrong, because clearly I can be, because I sure as hell didn't expect Florida State to lose back-to-back. Oh, and slew my boy. So it's no way that I can admit that sometimes I'm not perfect. We all fall short of the glory. I don't see it for the Packers. This is the Jordan Love era. I'm skeptical. I wish him the best. I like him, but I'm skeptical.
Well, I have more faith in the system, in the Shanahan system. That Shanahan system, no matter who runs it, it's like the McVay system. Those two guys they always end up being pretty well. But before the Vikings decided to get rid of all of their dudes and go young, Kirk Cousins, before he got hurt, they was out there putting up Justin Jefferson
Yeah.
You got
And
the
Thielen and Diggs and whoever.
then you
Yeah,
got the Bengals had a one of those just offensive guy. I believe in LaFleur. I believe with the pre-snap motion, they're one of the best schemed offenses in the league. That defense is no longer young. That defense was young for the past 2 years. All those guys are in their second and third and fourth year. So I expect for them to put it together. I expect for them to be a legit threat against the Lions. I expect for them to fully get at least a wild card, and it would be a disappointment if they didn't at least get a wild card. Big disappointment.
Yeah. All right, so
nobody
let's talk
coming
about
The Bears.
Let's talk about the Bears.
The Bears. Shout out to the Bears. Unfortunately for Justin Fields, they decided to make all of the changes that you would have needed to be the quarterback of the Chicago Bears after they traded you. With that being said, there's a clear difference between you and Caleb Williams. There's a clear difference. Caleb Williams came in and lit that place on fire. They got DeAndre Swift. They added Keenan Allen, drafted Rome Odunze. Shout out to the Falcons. We could have had a 4th round pick for nothing. They still have Cole Kmet. They have a decent offensive line. Defensive line wise, they still have DeMarcus Walker and Montez Sweat. They did try to go get Judon. Shout out to the Falcons for getting Judon. They have Tremaine Edmonds. Jalen Johnson looks like he's going to be one of the best corners in the league. Tyreek Stevenson, quietly as kept, was really, really good last year out of Miami/Georgia. Kevin Byard, they have him at safety with Jaquan Brisker. They did lose Eddie Jackson. Their right side defensive end is probably a little skeptical. DeMarcus Walker. They have Gervon Dexter and Andrew Billings at defensive tackles. Gervon Dexter is supposed to take a big step this year. He is a massive individual. He's probably Jordan Davis, just more athletic. Jordan Davis is 350. He's 300. So he's a little bit more athletic, but he's still both 6'6". Both can move and do all of those things. So the Bears, along with Caleb Williams, are set. DeAndre Swift, Khalil Herbert, Roshan Johnson. They have an interesting roster. It's how quickly they can put everything together and get on the same page. Because Keenan Allen is and Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze, they are a beast.
That is,
and DJ Moore.
Those are my 2 things. Number one, you are starting a new culture, completely new culture. Not just like, hey, we've struggled for like last 3 or 4 years. This is the first time in Bears history that they're supposed to have a high-powered passing attack.
Yeah.
It's never been their thing. So, number one, that's the start. The second point is have so many new toys. Is figuring out a way to make sure that everybody gets enough touches to be happy, and where can we make the most hay while the sun shines? So where can we be the most effective at the same time with keeping everybody happy? Because we got to keep these people happy, because we don't need to give up any of these guys, because we got to keep these guys for the QB to be happy.
Not skill positions. I think the biggest question mark, if they have one, is offensive line. If you've seen Caleb make some of these plays, they are spectacular, but he is on the move, which doesn't bode well for eventually when you get to the pros. It's very few times where the defense can't scheme you up after they see you for 1 or 2 drives, couple quarters. It's only a few that you can't, especially a rookie quarterback. Now, he does have the ability to break the scheme, because he could just extend the game. He could extend the play. But I do expect for them to have some growing pains, but I don't expect for them to finish last. I expect for Minnesota to be dead awful. I expect for them to be trash. Minnesota's going to be bad.
And don't forget, the Bears have Montez Sweat. I think that if they can get everything else to be pretty good, and then you have to invest your future picks on offensive linemen, that's a solution to a problem, a simple solution to a problem. If honestly, that's all I'm looking for now. Every year, let me just draft 7 offensive linemen. And if we can find 5, we'll be good. That's all we got to do for like 3. Just go full Cowboys. That's what the Cowboys did. We're going to get these offensive linemen. We're going to get the guys who we need in order to protect the quarterback. But this team, this is a better roster than
they've had in the last 10 years.
Oh, I'm not even considering the Bears. I'm talking about the rest of the NFL.
Oh.
Boy, y'all back trash. TRASH, trash. The only thing that I'm thinking about is you're probably better than probably the top half of the NFL. I think this roster is top half of the NFL roster.
So you think
Maybe
the
top
NFC North
third.
gets 2 teams in, or 3, or 1? 4 division champs. 4 division
we
champs,
can be
3
quick.
wild cards.
We can be quick with the Vikings. Scam Darnold, your quarterback. He's trash. Fire yourself. I'm wondering, can they keep this team together to make it to next year when J.J. McCarthy will be your starting quarterback? If I'm Justin Jefferson, I
Team
told y'all.
together. I mean,
I want out of here. I want out because I don't even really want to play with J.J. McCarthy. I sure as hell don't want to play with Scam Darnold. So that's really my question is, can you keep this team wanting to compete as a team? Because your quarterback play is going to be terrible. And like, what is the
your
expectation of the
defense
Minnesota
is
Vikings
going
this year?
to be boo, boy. Well, I mean, so your quarterback, you're gonna get J.J. McCarthy back next year. This is you have Justin Jefferson under contract. Jordan Addison, if he can just not get in trouble, he's a very good number 2 receiver. He reminds me of Calvin Ridley, to be honest.
Yep.
Then you have Jalen Naylor. But that defense, when they let everybody go. They don't have really.
Well, they got what's his name from Houston? He played at Florida.
Jonathan Greenard.
Gosh,
yeah, that was in the trade
Bernard.
for but they gave up Daniel Hunter.
It wasn't a trade.
Yeah, it was. It wasn't on paper. It wasn't a trade,
mean,
but that was a trade. Yeah. They had to get rid of Greenard to sign Hunter. And that, to me, I like Greenard, and hopefully he has more of an opportunity to show his abilities. But that's a downgrade. As you look at it now, that's a Daniel Hunter. That's a downgrade.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you why. Because Hunter is older, Greenard is younger. I think they're about the same. But if give me the younger guy who hasn't got to his peak yet versus Hunter, who I think is seeing his best years. But even with that, we really
they are 19 months apart, 29, 27.
Damn. Oh, you're right, because he played at Louisville first,
and he had the COVID years
to Florida.
And he had the COVID years.
Oh. So, I mean, you're right, I guess. But at the same time, once again, we're talking about a team who we think. Let's go ahead and rank these teams. I got the Lions at 1, Bears at 2, Packers at 3, Vikings 2025.
Same. Lions, Packers, Bears, Vikings. I think the Lions are too strong. I think the Lions are too strong. I think the Bears will give the Packers a scare. The Vikings, I wouldn't even. If I'm Justin Jefferson, I have a lingering high ankle sprain for the rest of the year. Like, I'm not.
What?
I'm
not even wasting anybody's time. I want out of here. Y'all are not gonna get it together until my prime is over. I'm not wasting no more days here.
They just made him the highest paid receiver, which that contract is gonna be a steal in the next 3 years too. Anyway, because Jamar Chase about to redo that, so it's unfortunate for the Vikings. They kind of were like right in the midst of being a contender in the division, at least for the division crown. And then Kirk Cousins was like, "Nah, I'm out," and they just
nope. That's not what did them in. That's not what did them in. The Falcons ruined them. I think they had a very, very confident thought process. Penix solves their problems.
Oh, well, yeah.
Penix would have solved every problem they had.
Mm-hmm.
Cheap quarterback. He can chuck it. You had your 2 receivers. We can now allocate this money that we had spent on Kirk in the past, and everybody's on about the same timeline. Now we're stuck with, and stuck with this first year. I just got to coach this team with Scam Darnold playing quarterback, a travesty. Then when I get my starter back, I get the guy who's never been an elite passer. JJ McCarthy wasn't an elite passer for Michigan.
He ran the ball. Jim Harbaugh got him drafted.
And I have 2 guns out here. I got arguably the best wide receiver and quietly one of the best steals of the draft in the last few years. And JJ McCarthy, he gonna run the ball and then hand it to him? How does this work?
It's ugly. Yeah, Justin Jefferson may try to force a trade, but if I'm Minnesota, if I do that, then I'm building everything around JJ. I might as well trade Jordan Addison too, and just get all of the draft picks that I could possibly get and rebuild around JJ. But then you risk of putting JJ. I mean, you can, or you can do what the Bears did with Justin Fields. I mean, there's ways that you can play it. It depends on your patience.
Look at JJ McCarthy. Like, you also have to assess how good the asset is. If it don't work with, what do you think the chance that it was going to work with JJ McCarthy? You can look at the guys over the last 7 years. He ain't going to be one of those top 10 guys.
No.
He's not going to be better than Richardson. He's not going to be better than CJ Stroud.
You think they forced his hand? Do you think they forced their hand this year? The Falcons.
Best available. Yes. Best, like, after the Falcons broke the draft, they broke the draft for this year, for the last draft that just happened, and this draft. Because now there's a higher value on these draft picks, and there's just less good quarterbacks to go around. Like Quinn Ewers and Shedeur Sanders and maybe Carson Beck.
Jackson.
But I don't love any of those guys as much as I love Caleb Williams, and I love Michael Penix Jr., and I love Jaden Daniels. None of these guys is the romance there. It's like, I guess I'll take you.
Yeah, it's tight. It's tight. So we have the NFC North. We have the Lions winning. The NFC West, we have the 49ers. The NFC East, we have the Eagles. NFC South, we have the Falcons. Those are our 4 division winners for that. We won't do wild card just because you have to kind of go through the schedule to do that, because wild card don't depend on division. So what we'll do is we'll release our bracket, just kind of showing our playoff picks, and we'll go from there. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of part 1 of the Splashcast NFL preview. We've done the NFC. We were going to take a break. Y'all go like, follow, subscribe, and then we'll be back for the AFC, which is going to be a little bit more debate, I believe. NFC is kind of cut and dry a little bit. AFC is going to be a little bit more debate.
Numero uno. This is a great way to get us back into NFL football. I'm happy about it. With that said, see y'all soon. Thank you guys for rocking with us. Adios, mi amigos.
We'll be right back. Y'all stay tuned. Appreciate it. All right. Let's press pause. All right.
Let's go again tomorrow.
What time?
6 my time. We already ready to rock.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another bonus episode of the Splashcast, our NFL 2024 season preview. I am your co-host, Reggie.
I'm your co-host, Norwood. I'm blessed, highly favored, and happy to be here to talk NFL with my boy, Reg. How you feeling, my boy?
Man, you see it. You see it. It is football season. We are here. You see Falcons legend in the back. Deion Sanders jersey. You see the flag flying. You see the hat. I'm excited about this year, y'all. I'm excited. We actually have some hope for a team. We got rid of a deadbeat coach. We got rid of a dead on arrival quarterback.
Two deadbeat.
We got rid of everybody, and we got a new general manager. A new coach. We built the team. I am excited. I'm excited. So y'all know what it is when it comes to our NFL preview. We're going to talk about them divisions, the NFC conference. We'll go by divisions. It's just kind of talk about the teams, who we think's going to win each division, who also is going to possibly have the best record in the NFC, depending on schedule and everything, of course, talent. And then we'll also do the AFC as well. How you feel on the first week of football being back, college-wise?
Well, that was a setup question. You got me. Tag, you're it. I am thrilled for quite a few different reasons. Florida State.
Here we go.
Week 0, you got it done by losing to Georgia Tech. Then you're coming back, and it looks like week 2 and going to lose again to Boston. Again. So I'm thrilled about that. I'm gonna let this truck come on by. Shout out to that guy. I'm very happy also because my Florida Gators did the needful here and lost. They lost to Miami. They got their ass whooped, and it looks like they will be fulfilling my request and getting rid of Coach Billy Napier sooner rather than later. And on this, I don't want to see a player get hurt or injured at any point, but I do believe that DJ Lagway is the future of the not the Atlanta Falcons. We already got 2 quarterbacks, thank the Lord. But I do think that he is the future of the Florida Gators, and it looks like he will be taking the first team reps this week and will be leading us in our first game on Saturday. So I'm feeling great. It's up and it's stuck. What you talking about?
Well, we're not in the same position as the Florida Gators in the NFL. Our Falcons have to show some life. We've made a lot of moves. So without any further delay, let's go ahead and get started, man. We're gonna start out with the NFC conference. We're gonna start out with our Falcons. You see it. We're gonna start out with the NFC South. The Atlanta Falcons. They made there's a lot of trending news going on in Atlanta. Young talent. Kirk Cousins has been added at quarterback. Surprised the world. Drafted Michael Penix Jr. Didn't really do much in the offseason from June to July. And then August came and the bombs were dropped. They got Matthew Judon.
Unless you plan to bang.
Got Matthew Judon. Got Justin Simmons for the other safety spot. We also got Raheem Morris as our new old coach. So however y'all want to call it. Zach Robinson is who everybody is really, really hyped about as offensive coordinator. He's from the Sean McVay tree. Then you also get Kyle Pitts back. So the Falcons plus you get Grady Jarrett back, who was out last year. You still have those young defensive linemen. We extended AJ Terrell. So now we have a corner, Westlake.
At a reasonable price.
Yes, sir. So it looks like this is our year to actually to make some noise, man. How you feel about the Falcons?
I feel invigorated. When the rest of my team seemed to be melting down, Braves included, just injury after injury, the Hawks, I don't know what we're doing. And then you and the Gators. I'm waiting for the rebuild to begin with those guys. The Falcons have done everything that we needed them to do. I wanted to make sure that you once again, and I'm going to hold your feet, both feet, left and right feet, put them right to the fire. We're going to thank Terry Fontenot again. Reggie at one point thought this man was an undercover, and he has brought nothing but blessings to us. Bountiful blessings.
Yeah. Gumbo. He gumboed it up. So you started out like, man, what you doing? You up there got some chicken? Like, what you?
Hey man, let that rule. Let that rule.
Let me tell you something. When he signed Kirk Cousins, I was like, dog, this is awful. Then they showed all the money, and you were like, man, this is crazy. Even though we did give Kirk Cousins that signing bonus, it still was ugly. Those moves came back to be so key in the offseason now that we've seen all of this stuff with Dak Prescott, which we'll get to. All of this stuff with these receivers, which we'll get to. All of these holdouts for all of these stars. Everybody we've signed and have signed, except for maybe Judon, kind of look like a steal. And Judon, as you said, is a rental anyway.
Let's say a couple things here. He is a man of plan and action. And when I say plan and action, I mean tampering planning. First year, I don't care what you say. He tampered and got Jesse Bates. Jesse Bates was signed, sealed, and delivered. No Stevie Wonder before free agency even began.
Yeah, he was there.
and that's the number one safety in the world. Then you come
shout
back.
out Joe Lyles.
Yes. Then you come back, re-tamper, got caught, don't care. Nobody cares. You got Kirk Cousins. Everybody said, whoo, y'all paid him so much money. Funny story. Look at the price of quarterbacks now. And like you said, we paid him up front. Ain't no backloading, no stretching. Let me tell you. And if there's anybody who knows about backloading and stretching, we're going to talk about Deshaun Watson. And he know about backloading and he know about stretching.
Yes,
Pause,
sir.
if applicable. But we not behind on the money. The money is not funny. We got AJ Terrell on a deal.
Falcons look good, man. And what?
And we got him away from the Saints. You never arm your enemies.
Oh yeah, Justin Simmons. Yeah. So the Falcons look to be the favorite.
Terry Fontenot.
Oh, Terry Fontenot and Justin Simmons. Justin Simmons came down to sign it between us and the Saints. So you have the Falcons, who to me are the clear-cut favorite. I wouldn't say clear-cut, but they're the favorite in the division. Then you also have. Let's talk about the Saints. The Saints, I don't know what they are with Derek Carr. It seems that Spencer Rattler has created another quarterback controversy. I think the Falcons kind of, the way that they did it by not playing Penix, they was like, we don't want no parts of a quarterback controversy. The Saints, on the other hand, the writing is on the wall that you're not going to win with Derek Carr. He's a serviceable, really good version of something. Trent Dilfer?
Is he serviceable? He's a car that needs to be serviced. It's expensive.
He's not bad. He's a zero. He's a placeholder. He's not bad. He's just not good.
But if you're going to pay that much, I don't want a placeholder.
Well, that much is relative because now his contract don't look that bad.
We got to see what he's getting paid. But if he's getting paid anywhere near, I mean, he ain't that far off from Kirk. And I would assume that the Saints would rather have Kirk than him.
Kirk off an Achilles. Yeah. So, but they did add Kool-Aid. They added Kool-Aid McKinstry in the draft, where they got him in the second round. I think that was a steal. They got Spencer Rattler. They have Chris Olave already there. They have what's the other corner that plays there came from Ohio State? Number 22. Him and Julio used to always go at it. Well, they have a stout defense in terms of just overall defense, but the thing that they don't have is a lot of playmakers anymore. Cam Jordan's older. They don't create a lot of turnovers. And I don't really know what this offense is. I haven't heard anything about Alvin Kamara. I haven't heard anything. I don't know what they plan to do. I know the coach's seat is warm because the offense was so inept, and you go from Sean Payton and Drew Brees to kind of what you got now. And they have weapons, but I don't know if they can put it all together, to be honest.
Whereas I look at the Falcons and I think, how does the offense, like how fast and how good can the offense be? I look at the Saints and think, man, you put a lot of pressure on Chris Olave. He's got to be the guy. And
Well, they got old boy.
if
They
I
got,
look at
they
Alvin,
got another dude from Wake Forest. He's supposed to be
Not
Marcus
enough.
Colston part 2.
yeah, good luck finding him. And if I'm Kamara, realistically, like you said, this team is not trending in a positive direction. I'm getting off before it hits rock bottom. I assume that this is the last year Alvin Kamara plays for the Saints happily. And I'm not sure if he's happy this year. So I don't think that this team is headed in the right direction. I think that the best thing that they can do is pull the plug, get rid of Carr, move on from Kamara, build it around Olave, and see if you can get some money back and get you a quarterback of the future. Because there are going to be quarterbacks available.
So you don't think Spencer Rattler is it? He's been making a whole lot of noise in that camp.
You're right. I do like him, but that ain't my one and done. I'm okay with a good, healthy quarterback competition. Now, if he wins the competition, fine. But I would be looking for an older guy who's looking to leave his team. I feel like they're going to be those.
I would look for the Saints. So I have the Saints, even though the whole NFC South has the easiest schedule. They have 4 of the 5 easiest schedules, and the other team is the Bears because we all play each other and we're all not that good. And I think we end up playing the AFC West and NFC North this year, I believe. I can't remember, but I don't think the Saints. I expect for them, if they're not in contention for the playoffs by trade deadline, I expect Alvin Kamara to be traded. I expect Derek Carr. Somebody's good. Minnesota could use Derek Carr right now. And I think Derek Carr's only got one more year of his contract, if I'm not mistaken. He shouldn't have a lot of years.
But they're gonna go with McCarthy next year, so I don't think that he is a viable future-facing asset. But I mean, Dallas, if you want to get rid of Dak, you can get something cheaper.
That's not gonna happen till the end of the year, though. I'm just talking about at the trade deadline. It's gonna be Alvin Kamara. I could see Cam Jordan getting traded to a contender. Like I could see a full fire sale happening if the Saints aren't good. And the thing is, I haven't heard anything. There's been literally no news about the Saints. Like they've talked about the Falcons, they talked about the Bucks, the Panthers, but everybody with the Saints is just like, we'll see.
Really? But I can't lie, the Falcons kind of outshadowed everybody. Bryce, the Panthers.
Well, let's move on.
We can talk about them now.
Right. Let's talk about it. They in a rebuild. They in year 2 of the rebuild of the owner's wife's plan to draft Bryce over CJ Stroud because he's a nice young man, and she's gonna build the team that way. They did draft Xavier Leggett. They got a few other players in the draft. The biggest thing that the Panthers did this year was retool their offensive line. I think they spent almost $250 million on the new offensive line. I know they spent $100 million on the guard, 4 years, $100 million. And I believe they got another guard that's 4 years, $80 million. So one thing that Bryce was doing a lot last year was running for his life. And they did offload Spider-Man. Defensive end went to the Giants. He had like 4 sacks against the Falcons in game. Brian Burns.
Yes,
but they do have
single-handedly.
But they have Horn at DB, so he's still there. I thought the Falcons were going to try to pry him away, but he's going to be one of those linchpins. I just think that the Panthers are still a receiver away, even though Xavier Leggett is supposed to be him. I think he's going to be able to run really fast, but I don't know if he's a great route runner. He kind of reminds me of DJ Chark. And then I still think they need a couple more pieces on defense. I don't know about their linebackers. Their D-line is kind of sus.
Losing Brian Burns is a big loss. They have to do a better job. I know they spent the money, but spending the money is part one. Then you have to actually protect that little guy in Bryce.
Mm-hmm.
The weapons are not enough for me. I like Leggett a lot, but I gotta see it on the field. I think that Adam Thielen is still their wide receiver too. That is not enough. That is a problem.
No, it
That-
can't
that
be
ain't-
because they got old boy from
Yeah, it is.
Mississippi the year before.
Go look at the depth
Golly.
chart. Go look at the depth
I
chart.
don't-
Go look
I
at the
don't-
depth chart.
Oh, it can't be that bad.
And that to me leads to what we saw a lot of last year, which is the thing that they were most effective with. And that is their owner having meltdowns. So that's what I have here on my notes is when does
Throwing
David Tepper
drinks in
have a
people's face.
meltdown?
Ooh, they got
Yeah,
Chuba
and does
Hubbard
he-
and Miles Sanders.
Yes.
Adam
And does he throw a
Thielen and
drink at
Jonathan
somebody or
Mingo.
does he go into a restaurant and ask the restaurant owners to take down the sign that takes a shot at him? That's my question. That's it.
Yeah, they're a young team. They're a young team. Bryce Young.
It's a very nice way to say that your roster sucks. Don't
There's
worry,
no-
I have it in my notes here.
It's not bad, but they have to figure out a way to manage that roster. And they did get the offensive coordinator from who? They got an offensive coordinator from the Bucks, who is now their head coach. So
Is the last name of Nazareth? If it's not Jesus,
there's no way. So they got Deontay Johnson, Adam Thielen, and Jonathan Mingo. They run a 3 wide receiver and 1 tight end, 1 back set. There's no way Adam Thielen is starting over Xavier Leggett to me. You have to play Xavier Leggett, and Adam Thielen is just going to have to be a coach. You're going to have to be just a wide receiver assistant coach. Like, you can't be out there. You're too slow. But they don't have any
Rajon Rondo. Rajon Rondo.
because they got
Rajon
Deontay Johnson from
Rondo.
Pittsburgh. They got Deontay Johnson from Pittsburgh, though.
Lou Williams. What all of these people have in common with you is they should be coaching. Thielen, you should have.
Ooh.
I'll be honest. You should have been coaching since you left Minnesota. And some people believe that the only reason you wasn't coaching in Minnesota is because Diggs was there. But you, Scamathy.
They got Jadeveon
Scamathy, you-
Clowney.
Okay, congratulations. Anybody who wanted Jadeveon could have had him, and he's played for damn near half the NFL by now. Nobody wants to
Yeah.
keep him. Nobody wants to bring him back. And I said that, and I did say it on day one with Jadeveon Clowney. Low motor, and he's an NFL journeyman. Good enough, but nobody calls him back. And you know what they say
Yeah.
about the women that nobody calls back.
You waiting on me to say it?
Nope, I'm gonna leave it there. What is understood need not be said.
I know.
Got
Like,
it?
I was like, I don't know if I'm supposed to say that
You
part.
said what? I'm married. I am married. We support black love. Bro. What you talking about, man?
Well, the final game, the final team, of course, is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The Buccaneers lose their offensive coordinator. They sign Baker. They sign Mike
Good job.
Evans.
Good job.
They really didn't do anything else, did they?
Nope.
So they're just gonna. The thing about football, okay, so yeah, they got Rashad White at running back. He's actually pretty good. They rolling with Chris Godwin. He got hurt. Jalen McMillan is super fast, so he's pretty good. Cade Otton is all right. Their defense, they added KJ Britt. They got 2 different corners now. Davis he went west, if I'm not mistaken. So, and then of course they have Antoine Winfield Jr., who is the eraser back there at safety. I don't know what this team is. Vita Vea is older. He can't stay healthy. Kalijah Cansey,
happy.
he's supposed to be the next Aaron Donald or Grady Jarrett, but I don't know what this team is. They didn't improve to me. They just kind of was like, we're going to run it back.
I am happy you said that. I literally have here, what is this team's identity? I don't think that this team has an identity. It's different now for Baker. He went from, hey, can you hold this thing in the road? So now there's an expectation for him to be a decent quarterback. When I've seen Baker play in the past, when he's an underdog, when he was an underdog at Texas Tech, he walked on, he's a starting quarterback. When he was an underdog at Oklahoma, he walked on, starting quarterback, Heisman Trophy. He got to Cleveland where there was an expectation, dud, for whatever reason. Now, I don't put all of that on him. I think that Cleveland is a pretty poorly run organization. But then he came back to Tampa after Tampa Bay, no expectation, low expectation, exceeded expectation. This is once again a chance for him where he's going to be. I guess he's the incumbent. Like, he's the expected winner, even though I think the Falcons are better because they won last year. So with expectations, can he be successful? And that's the question I have for Baker. And it don't look good. I think Bowles gets fired.
I don't believe in the Bucks. I do think that that was my next point. I think this is a year of transition for them. It's hard for a defensive coordinator to win after losing your offensive coordinator or defensive head coach. I'm sorry, to win when you lose your offensive coordinator, especially the way that the league is going. So there's really, unless he hits gold with this new OC and he and Baker can hit it off, and they just, because it seems like to me their offense is going to be either throw it to Mike Evans or try to run a screen to the super fast kid. Like, there's not going to be there doesn't seem to be a lot of pieces for creativity on that team.
Yeah, for me, now I will tell you, there are two coaches that I'm sneakily scared of. Ryan Nielsen, who did a fantastic job with the Falcons and now has moved on to the defensive coordinator with the Jaguars. I could see him coaching this team. And once again, Zach Robinson, our offensive coordinator. In order for us to be successful, he's going to need to be successful and need to be looking for a job next year or two. So I think that they're going to move to a younger head coach in the future. I don't think that Bowles kind of fits Baker, and I think that Baker is going to be the best of what you can get available at that price.
Yeah, that's all business is a copycat, and this is a copycat league. If you can find the young hotshot OC to be your next head coach, they're gonna do that every time. So, who do you have win it? So, pick your order of finish. Or you want me to go first?
We'll go back and forth. I'll take this first one. I got the Falcons at 1. I have the Bucks at 2. Have the Saints at 3, and the Panthers will be lucky to be alive by the end of the season.
I agree. I had the Falcons, the Bucks, the Saints, and the Panthers. I'm telling you, if the Saints start out slow, that could really be the Panthers finishing 3rd and the Saints finishing 4th. Because the Saints are old. And they're old. They're at the end of the regime. Right. They want to get rid of the coach. It could happen. But I agree with you.
That's the undertone is, they want to get rid of Todd Bowles. And I think the Todd Bowles, honestly.
That's Tampa Bay. The Saints.
Oh, I think they want to get rid of Dennis Allen. I think let's just clean this thing up. Let's start it over. You're right. And worst come to worst, we can start with Spencer.
Yep.
Spencer.
We can get some for Kamara. We could trade some of these players because they ain't got nobody on defense other than Cam in the
and
front
even
seven.
If Spencer ain't the greatest, if we get the right coach, he can dress it up and make it real.
So we'll see. But again, the top two this is a battle between the Falcons and the Bucks, and we're both taking Falcons, Bucks, Saints, Panthers in the way that we take it. Falcons winning the division, so we have them as one of the 4 playoff spots. All right, so we finished the NFC South and the NFC East. Let's go to. I guess we'll go to NFC
North or West.
We'll go West.
No Kanye.
We go West. You got Arizona, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Seattle. San Francisco has dominated the offseason headlines because of the Brandon Ayuk saga, the Deebo Samuel saga, really, but they got Deebo kind of signed. So now they brought in Brandon Ayuk, 4 years, 120. Still have Christian McCaffrey. Still have the quarterback, 7th rounder, Brock Purdy. They still have George Kittle. Defense looks a little different. They lost Eric Armstead, who was the anchor of that defensive line. You still have Joey Bosa. They traded.
He's in Jacksonville, right?
Who?
Armstead.
I believe so. Or Houston, one of them.
Jaguars.
Yeah, Jaguars. Hey, he's only 30.
Uh-huh.
So they traded Chase Young, or traded him to the Saints. Notice we didn't mention him at all. So they still look different, but to me, they're still the favorite in this division. The 49ers are just so well built. And Kyle Shanahan is a great offensive coach and head coach all the way up to the Super Bowl. he get you there, but he gonna choke in the Super Bowl though.
Glad I didn't do what I was about to. Yeah, for me, the 49ers, it's a few things. I think it's must win or bust. And I'm talking about win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Anything less than a Super Bowl is not it. This is, on paper, this roster is nuts. Top to bottom,
Leonard
left to right,
Nick Bosa,
front to back,
Fred
everything.
Warner.
Everything you want, yes. And Fred Warner, future Hall of Famer.
They get Greenlaw back at the in November, and they got Devondre Campbell.
Probably going to be a Hall of Famer. Ayuk and Debo and Kittles, killers. McCaffrey, killer, probably a Hall of Famer. Now
you got to sign Trent. They better sign Trent.
That's what I was about to say. We're going to get to hear the tough parts of this. Number one, like I said, must win. If Brock Purdy don't get it done this season, how long before he's Jimmy Garoppolo? That has to be a legitimate question of a guy who is good-ish, does some things right for you, but can never get you over the hill. And we saw what Jimmy G was as soon as he went somewhere else. And I feel very confident that Brock Purdy is a derivative of that on another team. If you send him to the Raiders, he looks just like Jimmy G.
Well, it wasn't Jimmy G's problem. Wasn't necessarily with him anyway. They didn't feel that it wasn't the talent. It was, if I'm not mistaken, Jimmy G wanted that money, and they were like,
"Well, I mean, Brock is gonna want the money too." What you think?
And that's what I'm saying. If Brock decide to be like, "Hey, y'all need to pay me like I paid Dak, like y'all paid Dak," then yeah, Shanahan gonna be like, "Well, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you." Thing.
You basically been getting him for a steal for the last 2 or 3 years. You haven't paid him any. You haven't. He hasn't been paid any money. And when you're, no joke, but like basically Mr. Irrelevant, you're a 7th-round pick. I gotta get my money. I
fair. I mean, that's fair. That's fair.
I want to win football games and all of that, but I've been working at almost. Not quite almost like a salaried employee. Like I know y'all got this with I need life-changing money. I don't need
work.
It's
about that time. And it behooves I didn't think about that. It behooves him, Purdy anyway, to play well this year and then hold out. Like, all right, now I'm not paying on this rookie contract. No, I did 2 years. I'm good now. So I agree. I think
and
that they are
7th round. Let's look at let's put into context. You know, everybody thinks that athletes get paid a ton of money, and they do.
He is on a 4-year, $3.7 million contract. That's not even $1 million a year.
In San Francisco, that's
$900K a year.
That's a good job. That's
$450 a year after taxes.
That's a good job in San Francisco,
which ain't bad. I mean, I don't make $450 a year, but terms of in relative conversation, he's getting robbed.
But you got to think also $450. Like you've done your job for 15, 20 years and gonna do it another however long you want to.
Yeah,
he's gonna do this job by 3 or 4 more years, especially if he don't win a Super Bowl. So yeah, I mean, he gonna make $985,000 this year. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I need my money for my family.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's just got a different ball game. So I want to make sure. And just what are y'all gonna do with the money? Trent, Debo, you just paid Ayuk, you gotta pay Brock. How do y'all? We keep wondering how y'all keep collecting these Infinity Stones. Well, somebody's gonna charge you.
Well, this. If they're smart, they play the long game. They have to pay Trent, even if it's just
Absolutely.
a 2-year deal, because he is 30, whatever, 35, 37, even though he's still.
I don't care if he's 50. He's the best.
So, I mean, you still got to sign him. I would sign him to a 3-year deal and backload it. No, front load it, because you got to front load it because you got to pay Brock next year. So I would pay Trent $50 million signing bonus today. Give him a Kirk
You don't want to
Cousins
get
contract.
behind in the money. Yeah, you don't want to get. We have. If anybody can tell you about getting behind on the money,
Falcons fan. Boy,
it
pay
make,
man
it
Ryan
make you
all that
sick.
money. So we got the
He was
49ers
and
here.
the thing is, he was doing us a favor. It's not like he was like, oh no, I'll
It
take the
was
money
bad,
later.
man.
But
He was just kicking it down, and they were kicking it down the curb. So you have the 49ers. You have the Rams, who lost their defensive coordinator in Raheem Morris. They lost, I guess,
OC.
Was he their OC? He was. Sean McVay
Zach
is the
Robinson.
OC. He was more like a quarterback's
Ish,
coach with the
ish,
OC
yeah.
title. So he's now full OC in Atlanta. Aaron Donald has retired. So they have a lot of turnover there. They've got to figure out what they're going to do. You still have Matt Stafford. You have Puka Nacua. You have Cooper Kupp. And it seems like they may have found another
Aaron Donald.
Puka Nacua type receiver in Whittington. So, and then you still have DeMarcus Robinson.
And Kobe Turner was good last year, if I remember correctly. Is that the dude who went crazy? Yeah. 57 tackles, 29 solo tackles, 9 sacks.
For who?
For the Rams.
Kobe Turner?
Kobe Turner, yes. He's supposed to be the Aaron Donald.
Oh, yeah, right. Defensive. Yeah, I see him. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right. He's nice, but their nose tackle, Bobby Brown, is him and Bobby Brown that I think got the contracts. And you still have Kobe Durant, which and unfortunately Darion Kendrick tore his ACL. So they actually have a good secondary set up.
And got Jared Verse. Don't forget about him. He was out there. I saw him in some practices whooping ass.
They got Tre'Davious White. They've got some players. Yeah, Jared Verse is a big dude. So the Rams have players. They're a little young. They're kind of rebuilding a little bit because they also have the defensive. They have Braden Fisk from Florida State. They got him and Verse playing together. So
Right.
they're going to be formidable. I think that they're probably the second best team in the division despite all the changes. But that then leads us to talking about the Seattle Seahawks. Well, go ahead. Tell me how you feel about the Rams. My bad.
Well, Matt Stafford is a big question mark to me. Your boy Rocksteady is back.
With
I don't-
Jimmy G as the third.
Yeah, everything here stinks to me. Everything here belongs in one bag. Take out the trash. They pick it up at 8. And if you can get them to scoop all 3 of them quarterbacks up, you'll probably be solid. Stafford's too old. I don't trust Stetson, especially after, whatever happened. And then Jimmy's suspended. I think that's their biggest problem is their quarterback room is not prepared for the present and sure as hell ain't prepared for the future. I also heard that Kyron Williams is supposed to return kickoffs, which makes no sense to me. But if that's what you want to do, I'm not in the business of second guessing Sean McVay because he knows everything. And I think this is where the fuck them picks is kind of biting you in the ass. I feel like.
Well, I think they passed the fuck them picks though, because they got Jared Verse in the first round. They had him at 19.
Yeah, but I feel like ever since they won that Super Bowl, they just had this vacuum of not enough good players, and you're just trying to this.
That was like what, 2 years ago?
I know that everybody loves Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua. They're okay-ish. Wow. They're both. I mean, Cooper Kupp. You don't think that Cooper Kupp's a top 10 wide receiver anymore? You don't think that Puka Nacua is a top 10 wide receiver anymore? So you're looking at two guys that maybe, I think, probably 15 or worse. DeMarcus Robinson, you never believed in him. and you got Matt Stafford, who's only older and more rickety. And then your starting running back is returning kicks. I don't ever claim to be the smartest man in the world, but this offense seems like it's not prepared to compete. I mean, it'll, especially not with the 49ers.
So, wow, they got Ayuk at 8. So they got Puka Nacua ranked at like 11 and 12 in receivers. They got him up there with DJ Moore and Stephon Diggs right now.
If you got to pick a receiver, you want Diggs or you want Puka?
Based on stats, I mean, they're about the same thing.
No, based on your
he's only been in the league 1 year. Was it 1 year, right? He was a rookie last year, right?
Yes, correct. And you know enough about football. Look at both of those guys, and you say, "Hey, man, I got to give $50 to one of these guys." Who you giving your money to?
Stephon. I mean, right now it's Stephon. But I mean, Stephon. No, act like Stephon has just been like killing it. There's a reason they traded him or traded him to Houston. It's a reason he's on a 1 year deal. It's a reason all of this stuff is happening for Stephon Diggs. Now, with this team, so my whole point was I hate when you say that he's not a top 10 wide receiver. The Falcons don't have a top 10 wide receiver. There's only 10 teams that have a top 10 wide receiver. There's 32 teams in the league. So that is not a top 10 wide receiver. It's like a flawed argument to me. It's a flawed point. Okay.
So to me, I look at this team and I don't think they have enough offense to get it done. That's the quick and dirty for me. If you look at the Falcons offense and you look at our offense, well, you're right. We don't have a top 10 wide receiver. But what do we have? We have a top 5 receiving back. I think we're going to have a top 5 receiving tight end. I think that we're going to have a probably top 10 wide receiver in Drake London. So, yeah.
So you do think Drake London is a top 10 wide receiver?
I think that his production will say so by the end of the season.
Can't say Puka Nacua was 9 in production. So how you said and that's why I don't like that point. Because you pick and choose when to use production and all of that stuff.
Yes, because look at it. I'm looking at Sean McVay, who is the wide receiver whisperer. I believe that anybody last year was Tutu Atwell. Tutu Atwell was a world beater for like 3 or 4 games last year because Sean McVay is that guy. Cooper Kupp, I told y'all that. He's had 3 good seasons. That's it. Everybody thinks that Cooper Kupp is the greatest wide receiver ever played football. 3.5 good seasons. That's it. Puka Nacua, 1 season. Never heard of you before. I'm just not going to live in this prisoner of the moment that these guys are so much better than they are. They're just pretty normal receivers. That don't get it done against the 49ers.
Okay. All right. Pretty normal. If you're not top 10, which is Jamar Chase, Devontae Adams, Justin Jefferson, I would assume Stephon Diggs, I guess you would throw him in there. A.J. Brown, maybe. They didn't even have him top 10 in any of these. No. They didn't have him top 10.
Okay. Let's go ahead and talk about top 10 receivers here. Tyreek number
Hill,
1.
CeeDee Lamb,
Justin
Jamar
Jefferson,
Chase, Justin
Jamar
Jefferson,
Chase,
Devontae
St.
Adams.
Brown.
And they got Ayuk. See, Garrett Wilson, Ayuk, Matt Evans, and A.J. Brown. And what I'm looking at is the top 10.
Jalen Waddle.
Not top 10. Jalen Waddle's not top 10. Jalen Waddle is not a top 10 receiver.
They got Drake London at 12. Drake London at 12. Mike Evans at 13. Jalen Waddle at 14. Deebo Samuels at 15. Ayuk at 16. Nico Collins at 17. DJ Moore at 18. Neighbors at 19.
So all of them are regular receivers, according to you, right?
I think that they're all better than Puka, and I don't know where Cooper Kupp is. Cooper Kupp is 29.
Yeah, I mean he's been hurt. Yeah. You think Nico Collins is better than the Puka Nacua? Nico Collins has had 1 good year. One.
Let me tell you,
He actually
this.
had one good half
Let
a
me
year.
give you the list of the people who I think are better than Puka Nacua, and we're gonna move on.
Bro, hey, you about to Donovan Mitchell yourself again. Go ahead.
CD, Tyreek, Justin, Jamar, St. Brown, Drake London, Mike Evans, Jalen Waddle, Debo Samuels, Brandon Ayuk.
Why do you think? How? Go ahead.
Then you get into the interesting category, and I would probably push Devontae Smith up. I think he's probably better than this next group, but I feel like he's handcuffed because he has to play next to Brown. And I think that then it's the Nico Collins, DJ Moore, Malik Neighbors, DK Metcalf, Puka Nacua. He's in that list. So he's not in that one list. He's not in that two list.
What's the
He's
two lists?
in that
Wait,
three list.
What? So
Yeah. And
how
I
many
forgot about
tiers
Olave.
are there? How many? So what are you basing? So what are you basing this off of? Because before it was production. In production, I'm pretty sure he's higher than everybody. So do you only base it on eye test only, or do you switch back and forth?
It's a combination. It's a combination. All things have to be considered. I think that Sean McVay is Sean McVay and Shanahan are boosters. I don't care who the hell you are. If you play on their team, you're going to look a lot better than you truly are. When you go somewhere else, you're going to look extra regular, and everybody does.
Okay. So we talked about the Rams, talked about the 49ers. The Seahawks, I don't know what they are. They got Geno, you got DK. I think they still got Lockett. Their running back room is interesting.
No. Stay right there. Their receiver group is very interesting. DK, you got Tyler Lockett, and you got Smith and Jigba.
And the Viscous Chenault.
And you also have Geno on his, third year with the Seahawks?
He wants a new contract. And I forgot they got Kenneth Walker III and Kenny McIntosh. They're actually, no offense, they're actually not bad on offense.
Correct. This is a team
except for their line.
That their team is more stable than I think than the Rams. And I think that they're kind of out of the way. I think that the Rams are going to be a much more highly and closely watched team with a higher expectation because you have Sean McVay and you have Matt Stafford and they won that Super Bowl. I think that Seattle is the safer bet. I think that Los Angeles is in need of an overhaul and they're the last people to find out.
They play a tough schedule. That NFC West schedule is mean.
It ain't no joke. It ain't no joke. Let me tell you.
The first 4 games is okay. They play Denver, New England, Miami. And then they get Detroit, the Giants, San Francisco, Atlanta, Buffalo, the Rams, San Francisco, the Jets, Green Bay, Arizona, Chicago. That ain't no cakewalk.
No.
And to just mesh these two together, I don't know if I have them just that far ahead. I have them as number 2. So I have them as number 2. And I don't know. See, you kind of convinced me that the Rams may be 4th. But Arizona, I actually have them 3rd.
Whoa. Yeah, you're getting ahead of your skis. Ain't that what you say?
I got the Rams. I got the Rams as 3rd, and I have the Cardinals as 4th. The only reason I have the Cardinals as 4th is because I do like I think Marvin Harrison Jr. and old boy are about to be crazy, and Kyler Murray. I think because Kyler Murray likes to run around, and Marvin Harrison Jr. makes he's a really good route runner, but he's also really good on off schedule stuff. That's how he killed. It's basically how he killed Georgia in the Sugar Bowl until he got knocked out. So you have Kyler Murray, Marvin Harrison Jr. After that, Michael Wilson, Greg Dortch, Trey McBride. Trey McBride is pretty good. James Conner at running back. He's okay.
Arizona. Let's not. I'm happy that they got Marvin Harrison Jr.
That defense.
But I want to be.
Oh, they got Sean
I'm
Murphy
gonna tell
Bunting. That's what they got on Buda Baker.
Not enough.
Max Melton.
And let me tell you this. I know that everybody's excited because Marvin Harrison Jr. is here. But less than a year ago, they were considering getting rid of Kyler Murray. The only reason I think that they couldn't get rid of Kyler Murray is because of his contract. Now, there are other contracts that have come out and since made his a little bit more palatable, but Kyler's not, I don't think he's beloved in that organization. I think he is very much so in the prove-it part of his contract. And the Call of Duty shit is real. It's either poor timing or, I mean, it's Call of Duty, and they say this is going to be the best one yet. I don't trust, this is gas station sushi. I think that they're going to lose, and I don't think that Kyler is going to take losing very well, and I don't trust that this organization is stable. So no, they're a strong 4 for me.
So I got
1, 2, 3, 4
lottery. I had the 49ers winning the division. I have Seattle second. I have the Rams third and the Cardinals fourth.
Check.
What's interesting?
Now, I do think that Marvin,
neither one of those top 2 teams can afford an injury though. That's the funny thing.
Nope.
49ers lost all their depth.
40. It depends on where you lose. Where they. I mean,
they can't lose a receiver. They can't lose a tight end. They can't lose a quarterback. They can't lose a defensive end. They can't lose a D tackle. They can't lose a safety, and they can't lose a corner. They can't lose. The 49ers took all their. They didn't lose a lot when it comes to their starting players. That
they just
depth,
pushed all their chips in.
Woo, you losing Armstead is going to be a big deal for them. That's going to be a big deal. So, it seems like we're kind of on the same page when it comes to these divisions because the NFC is kind of cut and dry. If you want to be honest,
yep.
The AFC though, the AFC North, interesting. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our continuation coverage of college football 2024 Power 5 preview. We just finished the ACC preview. Now we're going to move on to the SEC. Disclaimer, again, we are watching Florida State and Georgia Tech play in Ireland 0-0. Week 0. It is 21-21 with 4 minutes left in the game. Georgia Tech is a massive underdog in this game, and they have the ball and are driving. So if we have random outbursts, I apologize, but
I'm not apologizing for anything.
Football's back.
Football season is back. It's week 0. Some of us have been waiting in the wings forever for this opportunity. Feel blessed and highly favored to be here, and hope and praying that Florida State blows their very first game of the season to Georgia Tech. So I'm not responsible for anything I say. I'm not responsible for my emotions. You should do just like me. Pour, drink, and enjoy yourself. That's what I'm about to do.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, with the SEC, same format that we do all of them. We did HBCU. We've done ACC. We will also do we'll finish up SEC today. We'll also do Big 10 and Big 12. So be on the lookout for all of those videos dropping. And then we'll also do the NFL preview very, very soon. With that being said, man, we talked about it basically in all of the Power 5, there's conference realignment. SEC added Texas and Oklahoma. Boom.
I'm happy real football is back. We've had to talk about all the rest of these teams and these JV squads and these high school teams. SEC football. Big SEC football. Welcome Oklahoma. Welcome Texas. Grab a seat, grab a dance partner. It's finna turn up. I'm excited about all of this. Where do you want to begin?
All right, so conference preview. We have here we go. So we have the SEC. We talked about the teams that they've added. This is the geographical location. I added the same thing at ACC. As you can see, bottom left, Texas A&M and Texas are still next to each other. Oklahoma was added. So it really doesn't make a big difference geographically like it does in the ACC. A lot of these teams, especially the Texas teams and Oklahoma teams, are in the Big 12. So they're right next to each other anyway, and they're going to play each other. Start out with the power rankings. Georgia's 1, Texas 2, Alabama 3. Oh, it's a minute 58 seconds left with Georgia Tech with the ball. 2nd and 7. Ole Miss 4, Missouri 5, Tennessee 6, LSU 7, Oklahoma 8, which is the left side. I did not do this on purpose, but if you
Allegedly.
look at this is not my graphic, but if you look at every
You found it on purpose. You got a thing.
if you look at every rankings that we do, the left side is always a dogfight. That right
Legit.
side,
Wrong. Left, legit, right, wrong.
So we can start
and
there,
this is
man.
no
So
different.
let's start 2023 recap. Bama upsets Georgia in the SEC championship game. Bama makes it to the college football playoff as the 4th team. Georgia, defending national champion, 2-time national champion, undefeated regular season, loses by a field goal, doesn't get a chance to even go to the college football playoff. So they feel like they're snubbed already. They then go to the Orange Bowl and even add more fire to the snub argument by beating Florida State 66-3. We thought that was going to be the talk of the offseason, that Georgia and Alabama coming back. And then Nick Saban just pops up and retires and said, you know what, I'm tired. I'm out of here.
Real quick. I'm sick of you. I'm sick of the NIL, the NFL. All y'all go to hell. I'm going to get a job.
And that's what he did. He went and left, got a job, and got 2 jobs. Left 1 job, got 2. One with the same employer, with the same office, in the same stadium, at the same address. And then he just flies out that's paid for by the other job to go
with
to
a ton of money.
With a lot of money. That's really, if you think about, let's pause right there for a second. Let's examine that. Nick Saban left the corporate job, retired, went back to the corporate job as a contractor, essentially. Got all the same perks and the same money, then went and got a second job to pay for the travel to go do the second job on TV and gets money and gets to get flown out to all the big games for free.
It's almost our favorite time of the year, Juke season.
Juke season.
And you know what I love about this? Because I just think he's a W-2 employee, and he has 2 jobs. So do they hit on the same week? And him and Miss Jerry just spending money, or do you get paid every other week? So you get a check every week.
Bruh, I don't even think he getting paid so much money and been getting paid so much money. He don't see no check. He got a financial advisor or somebody that's like, look, as long as my black card still swipes, we good to go.
That wire's still hitting on Fridays, though. I'll be like, oh, I can pay every week one of these jobs.
Can you imagine getting paid $1 million, $2 million, or $10 million a year from both jobs, and you get paid every week?
And I just go when I want to. Because let's be real, if he don't feel like it, I'm not up to it this week.
I'm not gonna be there. Don't ask me no questions.
Yeah.
And I won't tell you no lies. Like I ain't gonna do nothing. Don't ask me nothing. Were you here today? As far as you're concerned, my statue is right out there. I'm here every day. I'm here every day because my statue is
y'all
there.
should be happy to have me on any day I show up to this. I'm gonna be real. But yeah, I'm happy for him. He's put a lot of pressure on that program. I'm interested to see where they go and how they get there.
Yeah. The big games, the SEC. I will say, from this realignment and the ability to have 12 teams in the playoff, they planned this out very, very well. They being college football, all the board members, all that stuff. Because these conferences have big games immediately now. Notre Dame at Texas A&M. That's a big game. Texas at Michigan. Georgia at Texas. Georgia at Alabama. Tennessee at Oklahoma. Ole Miss at LSU. Georgia at Ole Miss. Texas at Texas A&M. Plus you have your regular rivalries of Auburn, Alabama, Ole Miss, Florida, Georgia, Florida, Tennessee, LSU, Alabama. Texas A&M. I said that earlier. This is going to be an insane first down, Georgia Tech. This is going to be an insane football season in the SEC this year. Insane.
There's so many things. This is proper execution given the opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
This is it. This is the best conference of football that's not NFL.
Mm-hmm.
It's more interesting than quite a few divisions in the NFL. They nailed this. And people are going to be mad, but you're probably going to get 3 or 4 out of the 12 out of here.
Wow. Yeah, only because you have to play yourself. Like the SEC plays itself so much. Like you're gonna like Georgia, Alabama's gonna have to somebody's gonna have to lose between Georgia, Texas, Alabama because they all play each other twice. So somebody's gonna have to lose something.
Well, the thing is, you ready to get into these teams? I'm ready.
Let's go. So you got the new look SEC. You got key transfers, which is a big deal. Texas A&M got the coach from Duke. He's there. He's a defensive guru. Got the former Big Ten sack leader to go there from Purdue. South Carolina, Ole Miss. Ole Miss had the best transfer portal class of the transfer era by far. They did lose their running back, but they
stole our player.
Yours. They stole y'all player, and then Texas A&M took a step back because of Jimbo left. So remember Jimbo had that historic 2021 class, and they got all of them players. They got all of them.
I'm saying now all seasons. They stole our kicker.
They stole everything. Well, I said they was in the portal. I just said hello. I ain't had to do nothing. She wanted to come with me.
She's single, right? I slid in the DM. She texts back. She kiki. Next thing you know, she with me.
But Ole Miss with the defensive end from Florida is a big deal, and then Georgia getting Florida's running back Trevor Etienne is a big deal. Those are probably the best 2 transfers that I've seen.
Yeah, so think about that, Billy Napier, you bum. The 2 biggest transactions out of SEC came out of your team. Both headed to much better situations.
Yep. Yeah. So I think those key transfers, there's too many. See, in HBCU, we could talk about the key players and All-Americans and all of that stuff because there was only like 8 to 10 per team at the most. If you had 11, you was doing it.
Not here.
Not here.
Everybody
the SEC,
got them.
It's 30. Georgia has 30. You can only play 22 starters. They have 30 players on the preseason players list. 30. So it's only so much.
So Georgia, let me go ahead and get this out for the start of the season. Fuck you. I hate you. I wish you nothing but losses and struggle, pain and strife. But this is the best team in the conference. I'm gonna tell you right now, nothing but pain and strife. I do have questions about Carson Beck and what is he? How good a quarterback is he? Is he Matt Stafford or is he Stetson Bennett?
Well, before we get into teams, let me ask you this. You got coaches on the hot seat. You got new coaches, coach at Texas A&M. Kentucky is on probation. Now, I have the coaches on the hot seat really in this climate. Billy Napier from Florida, Sam Pittman from Arkansas. The 12 and 13 slot, I think they are all Vanderbilt they don't have any expectations. Nobody's going to keep up with him. Auburn is still breaking in a new coach in Hugh Freeze. Oklahoma, Texas, Georgia, Alabama, Ole Miss, Missouri, LSU seem to be straight. I would probably throw Tennessee in there just because if they have another bad season, Tennessee, Florida, Arkansas, I could see some changes coming soon if somebody comes available.
So Florida, for sure. Billy Napier, cut the shit. Cut that guy. Get rid of him and Graham Mertz. I'm ready for Billy to be fired. It's not an if for me. I think it's more of a win for me. So I 100% agree there. Arkansas, you can be mad. You can want to fire your coach all you want to. What are you going to get better? And whatever coach you get, you're not going to be better than your lot in life right now. You're going to be a right side team. You'll be 9-16 no matter what you do, period.
If it wasn't for the money, they should have. If it wasn't for the money, they should go to the Big 12 because they would be better in the Big 12. But there's too much money in the SEC.
Calipari, you need to Arkansas. Worry about basketball. Congratulations. Worry about yourself.
Kentucky,
Tennessee,
Kentucky, and Arkansas just switch places. That's all they are.
Correct. No, well, Kentucky and Ole Miss are two in the same to me. They're both just playing to play spoiler for one of the guys who really matter. We know that you don't have enough to get it done and get to the playoff and win a championship. But the best thing that you could do is probably beat Georgia or Texas or Alabama. That's the victory to you. And that's my biggest thing with both of them is, can you get to the level where we believe you're one of the top three? And Ole Miss, I just don't believe you. Tennessee, I don't believe in Ole Miss.
So you don't believe in any other coaches? You think those are the only coaches on the hot seat? Those three? Tennessee, Florida, and Arkansas?
I really think it's just Billy. I think that Tennessee will be, because they won't have a good season and they have a reasonable schedule. So if you don't end up getting it done, then they're going to look at you like, if you can't get it done with a reasonable schedule, then we'll just move on again. They just feel like a program consistently in flux since Phil Fulmer.
I just don't think they'll be able to get anybody better.
That's the.
So, all right. So we know the coach is on the hot seat. I look for Billy. The only thing that would save Billy is if he were to win an improbable game, because he's going to get leeway for having the hardest schedule in the nation. He's going to get, unless a player goes in and says, I don't like him, it's either him or me, like DJ Lagway, then it's not going to happen. But now if they go 0-11, or like it starts off bad,
I don't think they go 0-11, but there's a potential for them to get whooped multiple times. And you take two or three 21-point losses,
yeah,
they're going to cut bait with you, and they're going to try to cut bait with you and see if they can salvage the relationship between DJ Lagway because he's so good. Let's not let everything walk out of the door here. Let's let Lagway, hey, we'll make you the cornerstone of the future of our team.
Oh, no. They still got ball. Okay.
Yeah. They will make you the cornerstone of this team, and we will find a coach that specifically fits for you in this offense going a different direction.
Spurrier. Just go get him for like 6 months. Just right the ship. I just need you to right the ship.
I'm going to tell you the guy who I don't want, but I feel like the guy who would do a lot.
Who?
Deion Sanders. Deion
Sanders.
Yes.
That would be a troll.
You know that he has beef with Florida State. There's not a soul on this planet that can recruit that area better than him. And I cannot believe Georgia Tech.
Yep.
Georgia Tech. And that will really, I mean, Miami isn't good. Florida State is struggling with Georgia Tech. Florida could come in and hijack the state of Florida, and he could recruit his ass off. And he would have all the money in the world, and there's probably not a better job available. And you could get DJ Lagway. You start with that. And you could get out of Colorado when your sons get out of there.
It would be a good look. Well, listening to you, I don't know if Florida has. Well, I mean, yeah, you already had Steve Spurrier, so you got the stomach for a big personality. Like,
we are a big personality. That school would love, and they would be able to stick it to Florida State. Like, oh, look at your guy. We got your guy.
Yeah, that would be a good look. So let's go through it. You have, wow, they got back in field goal range. You have Georgia ranked number 1 in the power rankings, Texas, Alabama, Ole Miss, Missouri, Tennessee, LSU, Oklahoma in the top 8. Who do you have winning the SEC so far? You already know who I'm going to pick.
Yeah, Georgia at the top, Texas, Alabama. I don't know why LSU is at 7. I think the LSU deserves. I don't care. I'm telling you right now, LSU, Ole Miss, and Bama should be right at the same place to me. That is a really interesting 3-dog fight right there. And whoever can execute consistently is going to have the opportunity. Now, the thing that Alabama doesn't have is they got the pressure and the expectation and the new coach. Ole Miss, I don't think is just serious enough, but I think that Brian Kelly and his experience and a team that just recruits their ass off, I think the LSU is my sleeper for the LSU. I mean, sleeper of the conference, and I think they're a playoff team.
So my sleeper for the conference is not LSU. I think LSU is underrated because of quarterback. One thing that always happens, 5 seconds left. All right, so we're going to press resume. All right, we're going to get back to the SEC. What were we talking about? We were talking about sleepers. So you said your sleeper team was LSU?
Louisiana State University.
I don't think they're a sleeper. I think they're just getting penalized because Jaden Daniels left and they lost Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas. But they have so many. They are so stacked. Brian Kelly has done a really good job recruiting offense down there. And then you got Harold Perkins Jr. in defense. I think they're just criminally underrated. I don't think they're a sleeper. My sleeper team is Missouri. Missouri may have the best wide receiver core in the SEC with Luther Burden, Theo Weiss, and a couple other players that transferred. Eli Drinkwitz, their coach, good coach. They play Georgia tough every year, and they beat somebody every year. At this point, they beat, and no shade, but not intentional. They beat Florida now. They're expected to beat Florida. They're expected to beat Kentucky. Before, Missouri and Kentucky was like, I don't know who's going to win. Missouri's going to give it a good effort against Florida. Missouri, they are firmly entrenched as the second best team in the SEC East. Well, the old SEC East. They are firmly entrenched. I think they're better than Tennessee. I think they're better than Florida. I think they're better than Kentucky. I think they're better than Vanderbilt. I think if you add Auburn, I think they're better than Auburn. I think they are the second best team in what is called the old SEC East. And I think that's my sleeper pick, Missouri. And I think they could lose one or two games because they could lose to Georgia because they have the easiest schedule. They have the easiest schedule to make it to the playoff. You don't have to go to the SEC championship game. You assume you lose to Georgia, and then you get in as an at-large. Yeah, so as I was saying, Missouri has the easiest path to the college football playoff. They have an easy schedule. I don't think they play Georgia or Alabama or Texas or Oklahoma. I don't think they play any of those four teams. I'm sorry. They play Georgia. That's it. And then, assuming Georgia is who we think they are, you don't even have to go to the SEC championship game. So now you could get in as an at-large, especially if you're 11-1, 10-2 in the SEC. They're going to give you that.
I don't trust this team at all. I think
that's why they're a sleeper.
But this is the thing. These are also teams I think could lose to Florida, could lose to Tennessee, and I think they lose to LSU and Georgia and Kentucky. I think that I have them after Ole Miss and Kentucky. That's where I have Missouri.
No, see, I got Missouri beating. I got them beating Texas A&M, Auburn. Oh, they play Alabama. I have them losing to Alabama. I have them losing to Georgia.
Who?
I lied. They don't play Georgia. They play Alabama this year. That's the difference. Missouri. They don't play Georgia.
Right, Lord Jesus.
They don't play Georgia. The only team that they play that's difficult is going to be Oklahoma, Alabama. Oklahoma and Alabama. Otherwise, they play Auburn. They play South Carolina. They play Mississippi State, and they play Arkansas. They have the easiest path to get to the college football playoff. They do.
Will Will trick off. Will trick off. This is a team that'll also do something like lose to Texas A&M. They
You
will
can't
do
do that.
something.
You can't do that.
And no, I don't. I put them in the same category of Missouri, Tennessee. Actually, it's Ole Miss, Kentucky, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Tennessee. I put all of those guys right there together.
Yeah.
I think that Oklahoma's biggest issue is their schedule is treacherous. They got a schedule about as bad as Florida. So I think that they're just going to lose a ton of games. Tennessee, I just don't trust you. I don't think that the program is stable enough and they're moving in the right direction to approach Kentucky or Ole Miss. Missouri, you can show me. I'm open to being wrong, but I don't think that Missouri and LSU are in the same conversation.
Shit.
It's unfortunate because that's a game I'd actually like to see. I think that LSU.
Boy. Now LSU will clearly have the better defense, but I'm telling you, Missouri's offense is going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy.
Missouri is a team that I would feel comfortable to. That'd be the game that Florida will win. Just a stupid game.
The game y'all not supposed to win. That'd be the save Billy Napier. They be like 9-0, and then Florida wins.
Oh, you remember when they beat Mizzou? Who cares about Mizzou? It's not a credible win. Oh yeah, you know we went down there and beat the Tigers. LSU? No, Missouri. And go to hell.
So your sleeper is LSU. Mine is Missouri. I would like to see us. That would be a good sleeper game. Missouri and LSU. All right, conference championship game. Who you got?
Georgia and Texas. I think that Georgia is just head and shoulders above everybody else as far as athletes, players, all of the above. And they have Kirby Smart, who is new Nick Saban.
Did you freeze?
Texas has we both did. Texas has a ton of players, and they have a relatively easy schedule. I feel more confident in their schedule and their amount of players. Alabama, I got them at a close third. The thing for Alabama is the pressure. I don't know if the team. I don't know what Dober is going to do with the pressure. Those are really, really, really big shoes to fill. And it's rare that you have a guy come in after something like that and just take off.
So, championship game, I'm going to go Georgia, obviously. But this new format makes a big deal. Because, as I said with the scheduling, they've got everybody playing everybody almost. Missouri and Alabama, Texas and Oklahoma, Texas and Georgia, Georgia and Texas, Georgia and Alabama, Ole Miss and Alabama, Ole Miss and Oklahoma, Ole Miss and Georgia. Like those, Tennessee, Georgia,